The Imperium of Man spans 1,000,000 worlds, held together by faith, fear, and the sacrifice of countless billions. Psychers are both weapon and curse, their minds touching the warp, that roiling dimension of nightmares where demons lurk and reality bleeds. The Emperor's Astronomican guides ships through the hell space between stars, a lighthouse of psychic might that demands 10,000 souls per day to sustain. In this universe of absolute brutality, where compassion is heresy and hope is foolishness, something impossible was about to arrive. Not through the warp, not through any method the Imperium could detect or understand. Something that would challenge every assumption about power, purity, and what it meant to be human in the darkest of all futures. If you crave stories of cosmic collisions where unstoppable forces meet immovable darkness, smash that subscribe button. The Emperor protects those who bear witness to impossible warriors in the grim millennium. The air above Hive-world Valcortis tore open, not with the pustulant rot of a warp rift, nor the crackling green menace of a Necron dolmen gate. This was something else entirely. A puncture in space-time that screamed with golden white energy, like a star being born and dying in the same instant. Adeptus Mechanicus augur arrays across 3 continents shrieked warning klaxons. Astropaths clutched their heads, sensing power that registered as psychic energy but tasted wrong, foreign, utterly alien to the warp's familiar madness. Goku tumbled through the dimensional tear, his orange gi whipping around him as he spun through the void between realities. The instant transmission had gone catastrophically wrong. He'd been attempting to teleport to King Kai's planet when some massive disturbance in the fabric of space itself, had seized his technique and yanked him sideways through dimensions. He'd felt himself pulled through layers of reality, each one screaming with different laws of physics, until finally being spat out here, wherever here was. He stabilized himself in midair, ki flaring around him in a corona of white light as he caught his breath. Below him stretched an urban nightmare beyond anything he'd seen on Earth. A hive city, though he had no name for such things, rose kilometers into a polluted sky. Millions, no billions, of life forces crammed together in that single mountain of rust, steel, and human misery. But those life forces felt muted, difficult to sense, as if something was interfering with his Kia detection. The air itself seemed to scream with a kind of psychic static he'd never encountered. "This isn't King Kai's planet," Goku muttered, scratching his head. "Where am I?" The sky above him was a toxic yellow-gray, choked with industrial pollution. 3 moons hung in the heavens, each one covered in what looked like cities of their own. In the distance, he could see massive structures that might have been factories or cathedrals. It was hard to tell when everything was built on such an incomprehensible scale. The architecture seemed designed to make humans feel small, insignificant, crushed beneath the weight of their own civilization. His Ki sense swept outward, trying to get his bearings, and immediately recoiled. There were too many presences, too much noise. It was like trying to listen for a whisper in a stadium full of screaming fans. Quadrillions of life forces pressed against his awareness, most of them human but flavored with desperation, fear, and fanatical devotion to something he couldn't quite grasp. And beneath it all, something else. a vast, writhing presence that felt almost alive, but fundamentally wrong, like reality itself was wounded and bleeding. Movement below caught his eye. A battle was raging in the lower industrial sectors of the hive. He could see tracer fire, explosions, and what looked like massive walking tanks exchanging fire with something. His cyan instincts perked up immediately. Where there was fighting, there were warriors. Maybe someone down there could tell him where he was and how to get home. Goku descended rapidly, aiming for the heaviest concentration of combat. As he dropped through layers of smog and chemical fog, the battle resolved into clearer detail. On one side, thousands of human soldiers in gray-green uniforms fought from trenches and fortified positions. Their weapons fired coherent beams of red light, energy weapons of some kind, though nowhere near as powerful as ki blasts. On the other side, massive green-skinned creatures wielding crude but enormous weapons charged forward with abandon, roaring with bestial fury. The green creatures stood easily 8 to 10 feet tall, with jutting tusks and brutish features. Orcs, though Goku didn't know the term. They wore scrap metal armor welded together from battlefield salvage and charged forward with the kind of reckless courage that reminded him of Nappa, if Nappa had been twice as stupid and 3 times as enthusiastic about violence. An orc bullet the size of a human fist whistled past Goku's head as he descended into the combat zone. He dodged it casually, not even breaking his descent. The humans below were screaming into communication devices, their voices hoarse with desperation. A massive orc war machine, a looted Imperial tank welded together with other vehicles in a configuration that violated every law of physics, except the orc's unshakable belief that it should work, rumbled forward, crushing trenches beneath its treads. Goku landed between the 2 battle lines, right in no man's land where nothing survived for more than seconds. Immediately, both sides stopped firing. The sudden silence was more shocking than the noise of battle had been. Hi there." Goku raised a hand in greeting, his cheerful voice carrying across the battlefield, despite the wind and smoke. "Sorry to interrupt, but I'm kind of lost. Can anyone tell me where I am? Also, what planet is this? I'm trying to get back to Earth, but I think I took a wrong turn somewhere." For a long moment, nobody moved. Commissar Hendrik Voss, standing in the command trench with his bolt pistol drawn, stared at the figure that had just appeared in the killing zone. A man in an orange gyai with impossibly spiky black hair, completely unbothered by the firestorm of ordnance that had been filling that space seconds before. The man's power readings, whatever they were, had caused every psychic sensor on the battlefield to overload simultaneously. "Damon!" someone screamed from the Imperial lines. Lasguns opened fire immediately, decades of training overriding shock. Hundreds of focused laser beams converged on Goku's position, the air itself superheating from the concentrated energy. Goku's eyes widened, not in fear, but surprise. He raised his Kai defensively, the energy forming an invisible barrier around him that caused the last fire to splash harmlessly against an unseen shield. The beams diffracted and scattered, some of them deflecting back toward their sources. "Hey, wait!" Goku called out, waving his hands. "I'm not here to fight. I just need directions." The orcs, seeing the humans attack the strange newcomer, immediately decided this made the orange-wearing human their enemy too. With bellowing war cries of Wah! A mob of boys charged toward Goku. Choppas raised high and Sluggus barking crude bullets. Goku sighed. This was going to be complicated. He moved. Not at full speed. He didn't want to hurt anyone, but fast enough that the orc's charge carried them past where he'd been standing. He reappeared 10 feet to the left, hands still raised in a peaceful gesture. "Seriously, guys, I don't want to..." A commissar's bolt pistol round screamed through the air where his head had been a microsecond before. Goku dodged it with a slight tilt of his head, the mass-reactive bolt detonating against a ruined wall behind him with enough force to vaporize the rockcrete. This wasn't working, and now both sides were escalating, convinced he was some kind of new threat. The orcs because they saw something to fight. The humans because, well, Goku was picking up enough surface emotions to realize they thought he was some kind of warp-spawned demon. "All right," Goku said, his cheerful demeanor fading slightly. "I guess we're doing this the hard way." The orc war boss leading the charge was a massive brute named Skraga da Unstoppable, though Goku had no way of knowing this. What he did know, with the instincts of a warrior who'd fought across galaxies, was that the 10-foot-tall greenskin barreling toward him with a power claw crackling with energy was the leader. Take down the leader, and maybe the rest would calm down enough to talk. Goku moved forward to meet the charge, still holding back enormously. He ducked under the power claw's sweeping arc. The weapon would have bisected a space marine in full armor and delivered a palm strike to Skraga's chest. He pulled the blow, using maybe 1,000th of his actual strength, just enough to knock the orc backward and wind him. Skraga flew backward 30 feet, crashed through 2 of his own boys, and slammed into a rusted-out truck, hard enough to crumple the vehicle's front end. The warboss rose immediately, shaking his head and grinning even wider, showing off broken tusks. "He's a proper scrap. Wah!" Goku blinked. The orc seemed happy, excited even. He hadn't expected that reaction. Before he could process this, last fire from the Imperial lines intensified. A Leman Russ battle tank's turret swiveled toward him, the massive battle cannon taking aim. "Wait! Don't!" Goku started. The battle cannon fired with a thunderous roar that shook the ground. The eye-explosive shell, capable of destroying bunkers and annihilating infantry squads, screamed toward Goku at supersonic speed. He caught it, simply reached out and grabbed the shell mid-flight, his fingers wrapping around the still-hot metal casing. The mass-reactive warhead, designed to detonate on impact, registered the sudden stop and triggered. The explosion engulfed Goku in a fireball of white phosphorus and high explosive. For a moment, both sides stopped shooting, expecting to see nothing but a crater where the strange warrior had stood. Instead, Goku walked out of the smoke cloud, waving his hand to clear the air. His gi was slightly singed at the edges, and there was a smudge of ash on his cheek. But otherwise, he was completely unharmed. "Okay, that was actually kind of rude," he said, his tone more disappointed than angry. "I'm trying to talk here." In the Imperial command trench, Commissar Voss felt ice water pour through his veins. Nothing survived a direct hit from a Leman Russ battle cannon. Nothing human, anyway. Whatever this entity was, it had just confirmed every nightmare the Imperium had about unsanctioned psychers and warp-spawned abominations. "All units, fall back to secondary positions." Voss roared into the Vox. "Request immediate Astartes support. We have a Category Omega psychic threat in Sector 77 Beta." The Imperial Guard began their retreat with practiced efficiency, laying down suppressing fire as they withdrew. The Orcs, however, had the opposite reaction. Seeing something that could tank a battle cannon hit and walk away made Goku the most interesting thing on the entire planet. The Wa energy, that strange psychic field generated by Orc belief and excitement, surged higher. Dozens of Orcs charged Goku simultaneously, a green tide of muscle, crude technology, and absolute conviction that a good scrap was the best thing in the universe. Goku's combat instincts took over. He moved through the mob like water, never stopping, never letting them pin him down. A choppa swung toward his head. He leaned back, the blade passing so close he felt the wind of its passage. An Orc slugger fired point blank. He sidestepped, the crude bullets stitching a line through the air where he'd been standing. He retaliated with precise, controlled strikes. A knee to one Orc's gut, folding the green skin over. An elbow to another's jaw, sending teeth flying. A sweep kick that took 3 boys off their feet simultaneously. Every strike was calculated, pulled back to avoid killing. These creatures were aggressive and violent. Sure, but Goku had fought plenty of aggressive opponents who'd later become friends. No need to kill them if he could just knock them out. The problem was that Orcs didn't stay knocked out. The ones he'd put down were already shaking off the blows and climbing back to their feet, grins wider than ever. Their physiology was unlike anything Goku had encountered. They seemed to thrive on violence, growing stronger and more excited with every exchange. "Use a good fight," Scragga roared, charging back into the fray. The warboss swung his power claw in a devastating uppercut. Goku caught the weapon between his palms, stopping it cold, despite the crackling energy field surrounding the metal. He could feel the power behind the strike. This Orc was genuinely strong, probably stronger than early Saiyan Saga Vegeta in terms of raw physical power, though lacking any real technique. "Thanks," Goku said brightly, still holding the power claw. "You're pretty strong too, but listen, I really need to—" Scragga head-butted him. The Orc's thick skull crashed into Goku's forehead with the force of a wrecking ball. Goku's head rocked back slightly, more from surprise than actual pain, that it actually stung a little. "Huh," Goku said, genuinely impressed. "Okay, you're tougher than you look." He headbutted Scragga back, still pulling the blow but putting enough force behind it to make his point. The warboss's eyes rolled back in his skull, and the massive Orc toppled backward like a felled tree, unconscious before he hit the ground. The remaining Orcs stared at their fallen leader, then at Goku, then back at their leader. In the Orcish worldview, might made right. And this small, orange-wearing human had just knocked out the biggest, toughest Orc on the battlefield with a single headbutt. The implications were staggering. "He's the boss now," one of the Orcs shouted. "Wait, what?" Goku said, confused. "No, I'm not your—" "Wah, for the new boss," another Orc bellowed, raising his slugger in the air. The cry was taken up by dozens, then hundreds of Orcs, their collective enthusiasm creating a psychic pressure that Goku could actually feel pressing against his ki sense. This was getting out of hand. Goku raised his hand, 2 fingers extended to his forehead, the classic instant transmission pose. He'd teleport away, find somewhere quiet to figure out what was happening. But when he tried to lock onto a Kia signature to jump to, he found nothing. The psychic static that had been interfering with his senses was worse now, inflamed by battle and the strange energy the orcs were generating. He couldn't get a clean lock on any distant key signature. Instant transmission required a target, and right now, he couldn't sense clearly enough to pick one. "Okay, plan B," Goku muttered. He bent his knees and launched himself skyward, Ki propelling him away from the battlefield at speeds that left sonic booms in his wake. The orcs below roared in confusion and disappointment, while the Imperial Guard watched the psychic anomaly's energy signature disappear off their Auspex readers. Goku shot upward through the polluted atmosphere, climbing kilometers in seconds. He needed distance, perspective, time to think. As he broke through the chemical clouds into clearer air, he could see the full scope of the hive city below him. It stretched for hundreds of miles in every direction, a cancerous growth of metal and stone that seemed to have consumed the entire planet's surface. The scale was incomprehensible. "What kind of place is this?" Goku wondered aloud, hovering in the thin upper atmosphere. "And why can't I sense anyone clearly? It's like everything's blurry." A new sensation prickled at his awareness. Something was coming, something fast and angry, riding trails of burning energy through the sky. Goku turned and saw them, 3 figures in massive armor, each one encased in ceramite, painted the blue of ultramarines. Jump packs roared behind them, leaving contrails of fire as the assault marines closed the distance with combat speeds that would have seemed impossible to anyone who hadn't fought at Goku's level. The lead marine, Sergeant Hadrian of the 4th Company, had already marked the target. Orange gi, black hair, psychic signature that registered as powerful as a sanctioned librarian, but completely unbound by any Imperial authority. The orders from the surface were clear: contain or eliminate. Target acquired, Hadrian voxed to his battle brothers. Weapons free. Bolt pistols barked, and suddenly the air around Goku filled with mass reactive bolts, each one a small rocket designed to penetrate armor before detonating. Goku wove through the incoming fire with practiced ease, his body responding faster than conscious thought. The bolts exploded harmlessly around him, creating clouds of smoke and fire that he danced through without slowing. More people who want to fight before they talk. Goku sighed. "All right, let's see what you've got." The 3 space marines spread out, forming a triangle formation around him, professional, coordinated, moving with the precision of warriors who'd trained together for decades. Goku could respect that. These weren't mindless brutes like the green guys. These were skilled soldiers. "In the Emperor's name, identify yourself," Hadrian commanded through his helmet's vox speakers, his voice booming with authority, even kilometers above the ground. Finally, someone was asking questions instead of just shooting. Goku grinned, happy for the chance to explain. "I'm Son Goku. I'm from Earth, but I think I ended up in the wrong universe somehow. I'm just trying to figure out where I am and how to get..." "Unsanctioned Psyker designation confirmed," Hadrian interrupted, analyzing the threat. "Resisting Imperial authority. Engaging." The sergeant rocketed forward, chainsword revving to life in his hands. The weapon was a masterpiece of brutal efficiency, a sword with motorized teeth running along its edge, designed to chew through armor and flesh alike. He swung it in a devastating arc toward Goku's neck, aiming to decapitate the threat in a single strike. Goku caught the chain sword between two fingers, stopping it cold. The motorized teeth screamed against his skin, throwing sparks, but failing to even scratch him. Hadrian's enhanced strength, capable of crushing steel, might as well have been pushing against a mountain. "Look," Goku said earnestly, still holding the chain sword. "I really don't want to fight you guys. Can we just—" The other two Marines opened fire at point-blank range, their bolt pistols unloading full magazines. Goku released the chain sword and raised his ki defensively, creating a barrier that detonated the bolts harmlessly against invisible force. The explosions created a sphere of fire around him, and when the smoke cleared, he was completely unharmed. The Space Marines exchanged glances through their helmet displays. They'd just witnessed something that shouldn't be possible. An unarmored human tanking bolt rounds at point-blank range and stopping a chain sword with his bare hand. This was beyond even what a rogue librarian should be capable of. Requesting immediate reinforcement, Hadrian voxed to Orbital Command. Target displays combat capability exceeding initial projections, possible alpha-level threat. Goku, hearing the tone of escalation in the armored warrior's voice, made a decision. These people weren't going to listen until he demonstrated that he was too strong to threaten, but had no hostile intentions. He'd done this dance before, with the Z Fighters, with the Pride Troopers, with the gods of destruction. Sometimes you had to show overwhelming power to earn respect and stop a fight before it really started. "Okay," Goku said, his expression becoming more serious. "I'm gonna show you something. Don't freak out." Golden light began to emanate from his body, building in intensity. His hair started to rise, lifted by the building energy. The Space Marine's armor sensors immediately began screaming warnings as the psychic readings spiked to levels that should have been impossible. What they didn't understand was that this wasn't psychic energy at all. It was ki, the life force inherent to all living things, concentrated and weaponized in ways their universe had never conceived. Goku's hair flashed gold, his eyes turning turquoise. The transformation to Super Saiyan was instant, effortless, as natural as breathing after decades of mastery. The golden aura around him blazed like a star, and the shockwave of his power transformation sent all three Space Marines tumbling backward through the air, their jump packs struggling to compensate for the sudden pressure wave. "I'm not your enemy," Goku said, his voice carrying clearly across the distance despite the howling winds. "But I'm also not weak enough that you can just attack me, so how about we talk instead?" Sergeant Hadrian stabilized his flight, chain sword still gripped in his hand, and processed what he was seeing. The power readings were astronomical. If this entity decided to attack the hive below, the casualties would be catastrophic, but it was still just talking, still trying to communicate, rather than simply destroying them. The sergeant made a decision that would change the fate of Valcortis and ripple out across the Imperium itself. "Stand down," he ordered his battle brothers. Then to Goku, "The Inquisition will want to speak with you. Will you come voluntarily?" Goku powered down to base form, the golden aura fading. Finally, "Yes, I'll come with you. I've got a lot of questions, and it sounds like you guys have some kind of leadership that might have answers." "Follow us to the landing platform," Hadrian said. already dreading the report he'd have to file. And power down whatever sorcery you're using. Any hostile action will be met with lethal force. Sure thing, Goku agreed amiably, falling into formation with the Space Marines as they descended toward the Hive City's upper spires. So, what's an Inquisition? The landing platform jutted from the Hive Spire like a steel tooth, 3 kilometers above the lower city's industrial sprawl. Goku touched down lightly beside the Space Marines, their jump packs venting excess promethium in controlled burns. Below them, the battle he'd interrupted was already being contained. Imperial forces had reorganized their lines while the Orcs, leaderless after Skrega's defeat, had devolved into smaller mobs fighting each other as much as the humans. A Thunderhawk gunship sat waiting on the platform, its blue and gold livery identifying it as Ultramarines' property. The craft was massive, built like a flying fortress with enough armament to level city blocks. Goku whistled appreciatively. "Nice ship. Looks tough." "Board the craft," Sergeant Hadrian commanded. His chainsword now mag-locked to his armor, but his bolt pistol still held ready. "No sudden movements. My battle brothers have authorizations to execute you if you display hostile intent." "Relax, I said I'd come with you," Goku replied, walking toward the Thunderhawk's assault ramp. He could sense the tension radiating from the Space Marines. They were wound tight, ready to explode into violence at the slightest provocation. Warriors, definitely, but also scared. That was interesting. What kind of universe made warriors this powerful, also this afraid? The interior of the Thunderhawk was utilitarian brutality. Mag harnesses designed for Space Marines in full armor, ammunition racks, and enough weapons to equip a small army. Goku settled into one of the harnesses, though it was comically oversized for his frame. The 3 Ultramarines positioned themselves strategically, covering all angles of fire on their strange passenger. The assault ramp closed with a hydraulic hiss, and the Thunderhawk's engines roared to life. Goku felt the craft lift off, its anti-grav systems combined with brute thrust force pushing them skyward. Through the reinforced viewports, he watched the Hive City fall away beneath them, its true scale becoming apparent. The structure covered what must have been an entire continent, its upper spires clawing at the polluted sky while its lower depths disappeared into toxic smog. "So," Goku said, breaking the tense silence, "what's your name?" "I'm Goku, but I guess I already said that." Hadrian didn't respond immediately, his helmet's autosenses continuously analyzing the Xenos, or whatever it was, sitting casually in his gunship. Finally, "Sergeant Hadrian, 4th Company, Ultramarines, Chapter. You will address me as Sergeant." "Okay, Sergeant Hadrian. Thanks for not shooting me anymore. Those bolt things you guys use are pretty interesting. They explode after they hit, right? That's clever." Goku's enthusiasm was genuine, his warrior's mind already cataloging the weapons and fighting styles he'd witnessed. And those chainswords, I've never seen anything like them. Where I'm from, we mostly just punch things or use energy attacks. "Where you're from," Hadrian repeated, his voice flat. "You claim to be from Earth. Terra has produced countless billions of psychers, but none with your particular signature. What segmentum? What subsector? What hive world?" Goku blinked. Just Earth. The one with the continents and the oceans. 7 Dragon Balls. Capsule Corporation, all that. He was met with silence. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, do you? There is only Terra, the throne world of the God Emperor of mankind. One of the other Marines said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. All other claims to the name Earth are either heretical lies or the delusions of the warp-touched. Warp-touched? What's that? Goku asked. The term had come up several times now, and from context, it didn't sound complimentary. The Immaterium, Hadrian said, deciding that basic education might make the Psyker more cooperative. The Warp, the realm of chaos where demons breed and the laws of reality mean nothing. Psykers draw power from the Warp, and in doing so, risk corruption and possession. You display psychic capabilities beyond any sanctioned measurement. Yet you claim ignorance of the Warp's nature. This inconsistency will be investigated. Goku processed this, his expression troubled. So you think I'm getting my power from this warp place? I'm not. I use Kai. It's life energy. Everyone has it, but most people don't know how to use it. It comes from inside you, not from some other dimension. All unsanctioned Psykers believe their power is different, Hadrian replied coldly. All of them claim to be in control. Then one day, a demon finds its way through their mind, and entire worlds burn. This is why the Imperium maintains strict protocols. This is why you will be tested. The Thunderhawk climbed higher, breaking through the upper atmosphere. Goku felt the shift as they left the planet's gravity well, the craft's systems compensating automatically. Through the viewport, he caught his first glimpse of the orbital infrastructure around Valcortis, defense stations the size of cities, shipyards constructing vessels kilometers long, and warships bristling with weapon batteries that could glass continents. Wow, Goku breathed, genuinely impressed. You guys really like building big stuff. The Imperium spans 1,000,000 worlds, Hadrian said, a note of pride entering his voice, despite the situation. We are humanity's shield against the darkness. Our might is necessary because our enemies are legion, Xenos that would devour us, heretics that would damn us, demons that would tear reality apart. Size is not vanity, it is survival. Goku nodded slowly, understanding dawning. You're at war all the time. That's why everyone's so jumpy. He'd seen it before. On planets ravaged by the Saiyans or terrorized by Frieza's empire. People who'd lived under constant threat for so long that peace became unimaginable. How long has this war been going on? 10,000 years, Hadrian answered. Since the Horus Heresy, when the War Master fell to chaos and nearly destroyed the Imperium. Since the God Emperor was entombed upon the Golden Throne, guiding us from his deathless vigil. There's been no peace. There will be no peace. There is only war. The casual acceptance of eternal warfare made Goku's stomach twist. He'd fought his whole life, sure, but always with the understanding that he was protecting peace, defending his home so others could live safely. These people had no concept of peace. They were born into war, lived their entire existence in war, and expected their children and their children's children to do the same unto eternity. That's sad, Goku said quietly. The Thunderhawk's interior went completely silent. The Space Marines stared at their passenger through their helmet lenses, weapons slightly raising. Hadrian's voice, when he spoke, was dangerously low. What did you say? I said it's sad, Goku repeated, meeting the sergeant's gaze with complete sincerity. Fighting to protect people, that's honorable. I respect that. But fighting forever, with no hope of it ever ending, that's just sad. People should be able to live in peace sometimes. Peace is a delusion of the weak, Hadrian said, his training and indoctrination surfacing. Peace is what allows humanity to grow complacent, to forget the threats that surround us. The Emperor's Imperium thrives because we understand that eternal vigilance is the price of survival. Maybe, Goku acknowledged, but where I come from, we fought so people could have peace, so kids could grow up without being scared all the time, so families could just live. He thought about Gohan studying to be a scholar, about Goten and Trunks playing without worry. Fighting's great when you're protecting something, but if the fighting never stops, what are you protecting it for? The question hung in the air like a grenade with the pin pulled. None of the Space Marines answered. They'd been trained since childhood to be warriors, their bodies enhanced with gene seed, their minds indoctrinated with the Codex Astartes and unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. The concept of fighting for peace rather than simply fighting to survive didn't compute with their worldview. Their destination appeared ahead, a Space Marine battle barge hanging in high orbit. The Fist of Macraga was kilometers long, a cathedral of war built in the Emperor's name. Lance batteries ran along its flanks like the spines of some deep-sea predator, and its prow was shaped like a ramming blade capable of splitting enemy ships in half. Escort frigates flanked it, and dozens of smaller craft moved in carefully controlled patterns around the massive vessel. "That's where we're going?" Goku asked, genuinely excited. "Man, you guys really do everything big. How many people does it take to run something like that?" The Fist of Macraga carries 3 companies of battle brothers, along with 5,000 chapter serfs, tech marines, chaplains, librarians, and support staff, Hadrian said. "It is a fortress monastery that travels the stars, bringing the Emperor's justice to his enemies." The Thunderhawk approached the battle barge's hangar bay, passing through void shields that shimmered like soap bubbles of impossible size. The hangar itself could have held a dozen Thunderhawks with room to spare. Servitors, humans converted into semi-mechanical slaves, moved about, performing maintenance tasks with mechanical precision. Space Marines in power armor walked between the craft, each one a giant in ceramite plate. As the Thunderhawk touched down and its assault ramp lowered, Goku felt something new prickle at his senses. A presence, powerful and focused, moving toward the hangar with purpose. This one felt different from the Space Marines. There was a sharp, psychic edge to it that he could actually detect through the static that interfered with his ki sensing. "The librarian approaches," one of Hadrian's battle brothers murmured. "Who's that?" Goku asked, standing and stretching as he walked down the ramp. The Ultramarines formed up around him, not quite escort and not quite prisoner guard, but something in between. The hangar's main entrance irised open, and through it strode a figure in blue power armor decorated with psychic wards and purity seals. Chief Librarian Tigurius of the Ultramarines, one of the most powerful psychers in the chapter, moved with the confidence of someone who'd peered into the warp and returned unchanged. His force staff crackled with barely contained psychic energy, and his psychic hood, a device designed to dampen hostile warp powers, hummed with active power. Tigurius stopped 20 feet from Goku, his psychic senses fully extended, trying to read the anomaly that had appeared on Valcortis. What he sensed defied categorization. There was power, certainly, more power than most Imperial Psychers could channel without burning out. But it didn't taste of the warp. There was no chaos taint, no connection to the immaterium he could detect. It was as if this being generated energy from some source completely outside the normal laws of the universe. "I am Chief Librarian Tigurius," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "You stand aboard the Fist of Macraga, a vessel of the Emperor's Adeptus Astartes. You have claimed to be from Terra, yet no records exist of your gene pattern or psychic signature. You have demonstrated capabilities that exceed standard Psyker classification. You will submit to examination, or you will be destroyed. These are your only options." Goku sensed the seriousness in the librarian's tone. There would be no negotiation on this point. These people were terrified of whatever they thought he was, and their fear made them dangerous. But he also sensed something else, curiosity. This Tigurius wanted to understand him, not just eliminate him. That was good. That was something to work with. "I'll cooperate," Goku said, raising his hands in a peaceful gesture. "But I need you to understand something first. I'm not from your Terra or your Earth or whatever you call it. I'm from a different universe entirely. I don't know how I got here, but my instant transmission technique went wrong and pulled me through some kind of dimensional barrier. I don't know anything about warp or demons or any of that stuff. Where I come from, power works differently." Tigurius tilted his head, considering. The honesty in the anomaly's voice seemed genuine, but chaos was known for its deceptions. Still, the complete lack of warp taint was unprecedented. Even the purest Imperial Psyker carried some trace of the Immaterium's touch. This being carried none. "Different universe," Tigurius repeated. "You claim to be from outside our reality entirely?" "Yeah," Goku confirmed. "And I'm trying to figure out how to get back. I've got friends and family waiting for me. Plus, my wife's probably going to be really mad that I missed dinner." He scratched his head sheepishly. "She's kind of scary when she's angry." Despite the tension, several of the Space Marines exchanged glances. The anomaly feared his wife's anger more than bolt rounds or chainswords. The absurdity of it was almost human. "The Inquisition has been notified," Tigurius said. "Inquisitor Cross of the Ordo Malleus will arrive within 6 hours. Until then, you will be confined to holding cell Sigma 7. You will be monitored at all times. Any attempt to escape or use your abilities will result in immediate termination. Do you understand?" 6 hours? Sure, I can wait," Goku said agreeably. "But do you guys have any food? I'm starving. Fighting always makes me hungry." The request was so mundane, so utterly normal, that it caught everyone off guard. Tigurius nodded slowly to Hodrian. "Provide the anomaly with rations. Standard human portions." You might want to make that a lot of portions," Goku suggested helpfully. "I eat way more than normal people. Saiyan metabolism. We burn through food really fast." "Saiyan," Tigurius repeated, filing the term away for later analysis. "It's my species," Goku explained. "We're warriors from birth. Get stronger after almost dying, and need a ton of food to keep our energy up. It's why I'm so good at fighting." Hadrian gestured toward a squad of battle brothers. "Escort the anomaly to Sigma 7. Librarian Tigurius will accompany to establish psychic wards." As they moved through the Fist of Macraga's corridors, Goku couldn't help but look around in fascination. Everything was built on such a grand scale. The corridors were wide enough for 4 space marines to walk abreast in full armor, and the ceilings towered overhead. Religious iconography covered every surface: eagles, skulls, prayer strips, and hymns carved into the very walls. This wasn't just a warship, it was a floating temple. "You guys really believe in this emperor, huh?" Goku observed. "The God Emperor protects," Hadrian replied automatically, his voice carrying the fervor of absolute faith. "Without him, humanity would be consumed by darkness. Our faith is not optional, it is the truth of our existence." Goku thought about that. He'd met gods before: King Kai, the Supreme Kais, Beerus the Destroyer, Zeno. Real, actual gods with universe-shattering power. But even they didn't demand worship like this. They were just people, really, but with way more power. This emperor that everyone kept talking about seemed different. The devotion he inspired was absolute, all-consuming, fanatical. They arrived at the holding cell, a reinforced chamber with walls thick enough to contain even a rampaging space marine. Psychic wards were carved into every surface, inactive now but ready to be powered up at Tigurius's command. A simple cot, a waste disposal unit, and nothing else furnished the space. "Your rations will be delivered shortly," Tigurius said, his psychic hood beginning to glow as he activated the wards. "Do not attempt to leave this chamber. The wards will alert me to any use of your abilities. Rest, if you can. The Inquisitor will have many questions." "Thanks," Goku said, genuinely appreciative. He settled onto the cot. It was too small and too hard, clearly designed for someone in power armor, and looked up at the librarian. "Hey, Tigurius, when this Inquisitor gets here, can you ask them to tell me how to find this Emperor guy? If he's as powerful as everyone says, maybe he can help me figure out how to get home." Tigurius stared at the anomaly for a long moment. "You wish to meet the God Emperor, to stand before the Golden Throne itself? If he knows stuff about dimensions and how the universe works, sure, I'm not picky about who helps me, as long as they can actually help." Goku's optimism was undimmed by imprisonment. "Plus, if he's super strong, maybe we could spar a little. I'm always looking for strong opponents to train with." The chief librarian's expression was unreadable behind his helmet. The idea of sparring with the God Emperor, of treating the master of mankind as a simple training partner, was so heretical, it would normally warrant immediate execution. Yet the anomaly spoke with such innocent sincerity that Tigurius couldn't detect any malice or mockery. "The God Emperor has sat upon the Golden Throne for 10,000 years, Tigurius said slowly. "He cannot move, cannot speak as mortals do. He guides the Astronomicon that lights our way through the warp, and his psychic might shields humanity from demons that would devour our souls. He is beyond mortal concerns now, beyond sparring." Goku's expression fell. "Oh, that's too bad. He sounds lonely." The observation struck Tigurius like a physical blow. In 10,000 years of service, through countless battles and communion with the Emperor's psychic presence, not once had anyone described the God Emperor as lonely. It was such a human observation, such a simple empathy. that it cut through layers of dogma and doctrine to touch something fundamental. "The Emperor endures," Tigurius said, his voice softer than before. "He suffers for our sake. It is the greatest sacrifice." "Yeah," Goku agreed quietly. "But that doesn't mean he's not lonely." The doors sealed shut, leaving Goku alone in the cell. The wards hummed to life, creating a cage of psychic energy designed to contain even the most powerful rogue psychers. Goku could feel them pressing against his ki, trying to suppress his power. They were strong, impressively so. But they weren't designed for someone who drew power from an entirely different source than the warp. He could break out easily, but that would just prove he was a threat. Better to wait, cooperate, and hope this Inquisitor person could provide answers. Goku lay back on the cot, hands behind his head, and closed his eyes. 6 hours until the Inquisitor arrived. Plenty of time to meditate, center his ki, and try to filter out the psychic static that had been interfering with his senses since he'd arrived. Maybe if he could understand this universe's energy better, he could figure out how to activate instant transmission and find a way home. Outside the cell, Tigurius stood in contemplation. The anomaly confused him. Everything about this situation contradicted decades of experience with psychers and the warp. Yet there was something about the being's essential nature, that core of simple honesty and warrior's honor, that felt genuine. The chief librarian activated his vox. Astropathic choir, prepare to send a priority message to Terra, to the attention of the High Lords and the Chamber of the Astronomicon. Subject, potential extra-universal incursion. Status, contained but requires highest-level consultation. He paused, then added, include this notation. Anomaly displays no chaos taint. Repeat, 0 chaos corruption detected. Requesting guidance on unprecedented situation. The message would take weeks to reach Terra, and the response, if any came, would take weeks more. But Tigurius had learned long ago that some situations exceeded even a chief librarian's authority to judge. This was one of them. In his cell, Goku had already fallen into a meditative state, his ki slowly expanding outward in careful, controlled pulses. He was beginning to understand the nature of the interference. This warp they kept talking about wasn't just another dimension. It was a layer of reality that existed alongside normal space, bleeding through in ways that created psychic static. His ki was pure physical life energy, while psychic power drew from that other realm. They were similar enough to be confused, but fundamentally different in nature. If he could just learn to filter out the warp's influence, maybe he could sense clearly enough to find a dimensional anchor point, a way home. But first, he'd talk to this Inquisitor, learn more about this strange, dark universe he'd stumbled into, and maybe if he was lucky, find someone who actually understood dimensional travel. Food arrived 30 minutes later, 20 full ration packs, delivered by chapter serfs, who stared in amazement as Goku tore through them in less than 5 minutes, eating with the voracious appetite of a Saiyan warrior. More, please? Goku asked hopefully, holding out an empty ration pack container. The serfs looked at each other, then back at the prisoner who'd just consumed enough food for an entire squad of space marines. This was going to be an interesting interrogation. Inquisitor? A Lara Cross arrived in a Thunderhawk painted midnight black, the inquisitorial seal emblazoned on its hull in blood red. She was a woman of 50 Terran standard years, though extensive juvenile treatments kept her appearance closer to 30. Her augmetic left eye glowed with a faint green light, constantly analyzing and recording everything it witnessed. A Rosarius, a personal force field generator disguised as religious iconography, hung around her neck, and a bolt pistol rested at her hip alongside a power sword that had tasted the blood of 17 demonic entities. She was Ordo Malleus, a demon hunter, one of the Inquisition's specialists in combating the forces of chaos. When Tigurius's report had reached her on the neighboring system, she'd redirected her ship immediately. An entity displaying Psyker-level power with 0 warp taint was unprecedented. Either it was the greatest deception in recent Imperial history, or something fundamentally new had entered their reality. Both possibilities terrified her. "Status report," Cross demanded as she strode through the Fist of Macrega's corridors, her retinue of acolytes and a single Grey Knight paladin following close behind. The Grey Knight, Brother Paladin Auric, was a walking weapon against demonic corruption. His very presence could banish lesser demons, and his force halberd had carved through greater demons that would have destroyed entire companies of regular space marines. Tigurius fell into step beside her. "The anomaly has been cooperative since confinement. No escape attempts, no hostile behavior." He consumed 40 ration packs in the first hour and requested more. Cross's eyebrow rose. 40 packs? What manner of creature is it?" "Humanoid, male, approximately 5 foot 9 inches in height, black hair, unusual styling, orange and blue clothing that appears to be some form of GI, no visible weapons or technology. Yet his physical capabilities exceed anything in Imperial records." Tigurius paused. He stopped a chainsword with 2 fingers, Inquisitor, tanked bolt rounds at point-blank range, demonstrated energy projection that resembles psychic powers, but registers differently on all known Auspex configurations. "And you detected no chaos taint whatsoever?" Cross pressed. "None. I've personally examined him with every psychic sense at my disposal. If this is chaos corruption, it's beyond any deception I've encountered in 3 centuries of service." Tigurius's tone carried absolute certainty. "I believe his claim may be accurate, Inquisitor. He may genuinely be from outside our reality." They arrived at holding cell Sigma 7. Through the observation port, Cross could see the prisoner. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, breathing slow and steady. The air around him seemed to shimmer slightly, and the psychic wards carved into the walls flickered intermittently, struggling to contain something they weren't designed to suppress. "He's been like that for 2 hours," Tigurius said. "Meditating, I believe. The wards react to his energy, but they can't fully suppress it. It's as if his power exists on a different frequency than the warp." Cross activated her augmetic eye's full scanning suite. Thermal imaging showed the prisoner's body temperature was elevated, not feverishly so, but consistently higher than human baseline. Electromagnetic spectrum analysis revealed a field of energy surrounding him that wasn't psychic in nature, but definitely wasn't natural either. Her eye's integrated logic engine ran through 17 different analysis protocols and returned the same result for each: unknown classification. "Let's begin," Cross said, straightening her inquisitorial coat. "Brother Paladin Auric, if he demonstrates demonic influence of any kind, you are authorized to purge." The Grey Knight nodded, his force halberd already crackling with psychic energy. "The Emperor protects, Inquisitor." The cell door unsealed with a hiss of hydraulics. Goku's eyes opened immediately, and he looked up at the newcomers with curiosity rather than fear. He stood smoothly, stretching slightly, and smiled. "Hi, you must be the Inquisitor. I'm Goku." Cross studied him carefully. The smile seemed genuine. The body language was open, non-threatening. Either this was an incredibly skilled actor, or he truly meant no harm. "I am Inquisitor Ilara Cross of the Ordo Malleus. I speak with the authority of the God Emperor himself. Every word you say will be analyzed for truth. Every thought that crosses your mind is subject to examination. Do you understand?" "Sure," Goku said agreeably. "Ask whatever you want. I've got nothing to hide." "We'll determine that," Cross said coolly. She gestured, and two of her acolytes brought in a chair, placing it in the center of the cell. "Sit." Goku complied, settling into the chair with the relaxed posture of someone completely unafraid. Cross stood before him, while Tigurius positioned himself to the side, his psychic senses fully extended. Brother Paladin Auric stood at the door, a silent promise of instant death should it become necessary. "Let's begin with the basics," Cross said, her augmetic eye recording every micro-expression. "What are you?" "I'm a Saiyan," Goku replied. "We're a warrior race from planet Vegeta. Well, the planet's gone now, destroyed by a space tyrant named Frieza, but I grew up on Earth. Raised by humans, mostly. Learned martial arts, discovered my alien heritage, fought a bunch of strong opponents, saved the world a few times. Normal stuff." The casual way he described planetary destruction and saving worlds made Cross's blood run cold. This planet Vegeta. What system was it in? What sector? "I don't know your navigation system," Goku admitted, "but it was in Universe 7 if that helps. Though I guess if I'm in a different universe now, that doesn't really narrow it down." "Universe 7, Cross repeated. "You're claiming that multiple universes exist, and you originated in a different one?" "Yeah. Where I come from, there are 12 universes total. Well, there used to be 18, but Zeno, he's the Omni King, erased 6 of them before I was born. Each universe has its own destroyer god, Supreme Kai, and mortal civilizations. Universe 7 is mine." Goku spoke matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather rather than cosmological structures that defied imperial understanding. Tigurius interjected, his interest piqued. "These destroyer gods and supreme Kais, are they analogous to chaos gods? Do they demand worship and sacrifice?" "What?" "No," Goku said, looking confused. "I mean, some people worship them, I guess, but they don't really care about that. They're just doing their jobs. Lord Beerus, he's Universe 7's god of destruction, mostly sleeps and eats good food. The Supreme Kais watch over life and stuff. They're not evil or anything, they're just really powerful beings." "And you fight these gods?" Cross asked, her tone skeptical. "You claim to battle beings of divine power?" "Well, yeah," Goku said, scratching his head sheepishly. "I've sparred with Lord Beerus a bunch of times. He's way stronger than me, but I've gotten a lot better since we first fought. That's kind of what I do. Find strong opponents, train, get stronger, then find even stronger opponents. It's how I improve." The simplicity of his worldview was almost childlike, yet the power he'd demonstrated was anything but. Cross decided to probe deeper. Show me this power you claim to possess. Transform as you did when confronting Sergeant Hadrian's squad. You sure? Goku asked. The wards on this room were already having trouble when I was just meditating. If I actually power up, they might break. The wards are reinforced to contain greater demon manifestations, Tigurius said confidently. They will hold. Goku shrugged. All right, but I warned you. He stood up, stepping away from the chair to give himself space. I'll just go Super Saiyan. That's my basic transformation, the one I use most often. He closed his eyes, centering himself. Then with a sharp exhale, his power began to rise. The air in the cell grew heavy, charged with energy that made everyone's hair stand on end. Golden light emanated from Goku's body, building in intensity. The psychic wards carved into the walls began to glow, then flicker, then scream with overload warnings. Goku's hair flashed gold, rising upward as if gravity had reversed. His eyes turned turquoise, and the golden aura around him blazed like a star contained within human form. The transformation was instant, effortless, and the sheer pressure of his power made the wards explode in cascades of failing energy. Tigurius staggered backward, his psychic senses overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what he was witnessing. It wasn't warp energy. His mind was certain of that now. But it was power on a scale that rivaled anything he'd encountered. The pressure in the room was immense. Like standing in the presence of something fundamental to reality itself. Brother Paladin Oryx Force Halberd activated automatically, his Grey Knight training, interpreting the massive energy spike as a threat. But his demon-detecting senses, honed through decades of Huntin Chaos's greatest servants, registered nothing. No warp taint, no demonic presence, just pure, overwhelming power. Cross's augmetic eye was cycling through every analysis protocol simultaneously, throwing error messages as it tried to classify what it was witnessing. Her Rosarius activated defensively, the force field springing to life around her. "By the throne," she whispered. "What are you?" "I'm just a Saiyan who loves fighting," Goku said, his voice carrying clearly despite the energy crackling around him. This is Super Saiyan, a transformation we unlock when we experience intense emotion, usually in combat. It multiplies our power by 50 times baseline. There are stronger forms, but this one's the most efficient for everyday use. 50 times, Tigurius repeated, his mind reeling. A 50-fold increase in power would turn a regular human into something capable of matching an Astartes. Applied to someone who could already tank battle cannon fire in base form, the mathematics became terrifying. "How many of these transformations do you possess?" Cross demanded, her inquisitorial training reasserting itself despite her shock. "Let's see." Goku counted on his fingers. Super Saiyan has 3 grades, then Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. That's combining Super Saiyan with God, Ki, and Ultra Instinct, though that one's really hard to maintain. I'm still working on mastering it. Each transformation name was another layer of nightmare fuel for the Inquisitor. Power that scaled geometrically, transformation upon transformation, each one multiplying what came before. If this being was telling the truth about fighting gods, then the Imperium had encountered something that existed on a completely different scale than anything in their experience. "Power down," Cross ordered, Immediately. Goku complied, the golden aura fading as his hair returned to black. The oppressive pressure in the room dissipated, and the smoking remains of the psychic wards stopped their warning screams. Sorry about the wards. I tried to warn you. Cross took a steadying breath, her mind already racing through implications and scenarios. You claim to have no connection to the warp. You claim to draw power from an internal source called Ki. You claim to be from another universe entirely. These claims, if true, represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of reality. I get that, Goku said sympathetically. When I first learned about different universes, it was pretty mind-blowing for me too. But it's just how things work where I'm from. Multiple universes, gods, transformations. It's all pretty normal once you're used to it. Normal, Cross repeated flatly. There is nothing normal about you. She began to pace, her tactical mind working through the problem. Your arrival was detected as a dimensional breach. You claim your teleportation technique malfunctioned. Can you use this technique to return to your origin universe? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Goku admitted. Instant transmission lets me teleport to any KI signature I can sense, but here, everything's muddy. There's too much interference from that warp thing everyone keeps talking about. I can't get a clear sense of anything beyond a few kilometers, and I can't sense any of my friends or family. They're in a completely different universe, so their key signatures don't exist here at all. So you're trapped, Tigurius observed. For now, Goku said, not sounding particularly worried. But I'll figure something out. I always do. In the meantime, I was hoping you guys could help me understand this universe better. Like, what's the deal with this emperor everyone's so devoted to? If he's as powerful as you all say, maybe he knows something about dimensional travel. The casual way Goku referred to the God Emperor made several of Cross's acolytes reach for their weapons. The Inquisitor raised a hand, stopping them. The God Emperor of mankind is the master of humanity. He has guided our species for 40,000 years. 10,000 years ago, he was gravely wounded during a civil war and has since been entombed upon the Golden Throne, a life support device of ancient technology. He maintains the Astronomicon, a psychic beacon that allows our ships to navigate the warp, and his divine will protects humanity from chaos. So he's stuck on this throne thing, can't move. Goku's expression was troubled. That sounds awful. Has anyone tried to heal him? Heal the Emperor? One of the acolytes hissed. The God Emperor's condition is beyond mortal healing. To suggest otherwise is heresy. Why? Goku asked genuinely. If he's hurt, shouldn't someone try to help him? Where I'm from, we have senzu beans that can heal almost any injury, and Dragon Balls that can grant wishes. You could literally wish someone back to health. Don't you guys have anything like that? The room went deathly silent. The suggestion that the Emperor needed help, that his 10,000-year vigil could be ended, that mortals should even consider such a thing. It struck at the very foundation of Imperial faith. Cross found herself in uncharted territory. Everything about this situation violated protocol, yet she couldn't detect any malice or deception. This being, this Goku, seemed genuinely concerned about the Emperor's well-being, treating the god of mankind with the same casual empathy he might show to any suffering person. The Emperor's golden throne is failing. Cross said quietly, speaking a truth that few outside the highest echelons of imperial power knew. The Adeptus Mechanicus works constantly to maintain it, but the technology is degrading. If it fails, the Emperor dies. The Astronomicon goes dark, and the Imperium collapses. This is the secret fear that drives all imperial policy. We are racing against time, praying the Emperor endures until a solution can be found. Goku's expression became serious, his warrior's instincts recognizing a genuine crisis. How long does he have? Unknown, Tigurius answered. Centuries, perhaps, maybe less. The Mechanicus cannot say with certainty. Then we need to find a way to fix it, Goku said firmly. If your whole civilization depends on this Emperor, and he's in danger, that's a problem worth solving. He looked directly at Cross. I'll help however I can. I'm good at fighting, but maybe there's something else I can do. Some threat I can handle that's keeping your people from focusing on the Emperor's throne. Or maybe I could find this warp place and see if there's something there that could help. The offer was so earnest, so completely without guile, that Cross found herself actually considering it. Here was an entity of immense power, offering to help the Imperium solve its greatest crisis, asking nothing in return, except perhaps assistance in returning home. Every inquisitorial instinct she possessed screamed that this was too good to be true, that chaos was somehow manipulating events. Yet Tigurius's assessment stood. No warp taint detected, no demonic influence, just a warrior from another reality who genuinely wanted to help. Your offer is noted, Cross said carefully, but understand that the Imperium does not accept help lightly. Trust must be earned through action. You claim to fight for noble causes. You claim to protect the innocent. These are the values we share, if what you say is true. It is true, Goku said simply. I've spent my whole life fighting people who hurt others. Started when I was a kid, fighting the Red Ribbon Army who were terrorizing villages, then aliens who wanted to destroy Earth, then androids and a monster named Cell who wanted to kill everyone, then a demon named Boo who actually did destroy Earth. But we wished it back with the Dragon Balls, then gods, universes, all kinds of stuff. The opponents got stronger, but the reason stayed the same. Protect people who can't protect themselves. Brother Paladin Auric, who had remained silent throughout the interrogation, finally spoke. His voice carried the weight of decades, fighting Chaos's most corrupted servants. I have stood in the presence of greater demons who wove lies so perfect they could deceive even saints. I have seen Chaos champions who spoke of noble causes while drowning worlds in blood. Yet my senses, honed to detect the slightest taint of chaos, register nothing from you. You are either the greatest deception in Imperial history, or you are exactly what you claim to be. I'm exactly what I claim to be, Goku confirmed. Just a guy who likes fighting and protecting his friends, nothing fancy. Cross made her decision. You will be assigned a provisional status, contained Xenos entity, threat level Omega, cooperation, status conditional. You will remain under guard at all times. You will not leave this vessel without explicit authorization. You will submit to regular examination to ensure no warp corruption develops. In exchange, we will provide you with information about our reality, access to Imperial records regarding dimensional phenomena, and consideration of your request to eventually reach Terra. Terra's where the Emperor is, right? Goku asked. Yes. The throne world of humanity, Holy Terra, from which the Emperor has guided our species since before the Age of Strife. Then that's where I need to go, Goku said with certainty. If anyone in this universe understands dimensional travel and can help me get home, it's probably him. Plus, I want to meet someone who's been alive for 40,000 years. He must have some amazing stories. The idea of treating an audience with the God Emperor as a chance to hear amazing stories was so profoundly irreverent that two of the acolytes actually gasped. Yet Cross found herself suppressing a smile. There was something refreshing about someone who didn't approach the Emperor with fear and fanaticism, but with simple curiosity and respect. Terra is months of warp travel from here, Cross said, and I cannot authorize such a journey on my own authority. I will send a full report to the Ordo Malleus headquarters. They will consult with the High Lords of Terra. Your case is unprecedented and will require the highest levels of authorization. How long will that take? Goku asked. Months, possibly years, Tigurius said. The Administratum moves slowly, and this is a decision that could affect the entire Imperium. Goku's shoulders slumped slightly. Years? Man, Chi-Chi really is going to kill me when I get back. Then he brightened. Well, I guess that gives me time to train and understand this universe better and help out with whatever threats you're facing. What kind of enemies are you guys fighting right now? Cross exchanged glances with Tigurius. The anomaly wanted to fight the Imperium's enemies, wanted to help. If even a fraction of the power he'd demonstrated could be directed against chaos, Xenos, or heretics, the tactical advantages would be enormous, but the risks were equally vast. One corruption, one moment of weakness, and something of unimaginable power could turn against the Imperium. We face enemies on all fronts, Cross said carefully. Orcs, as you've already encountered, Chaos Space Marines, traitors who turned against the Emperor during the Horus Heresy, demons from the Warp, Tyranids, a xeno species that devours entire worlds, Necrons, ancient machines awakening from 60 million year slumber, Dark Eldar who raid for slaves. The list is endless. Sounds like you guys could use all the help you can get, Goku observed. And fighting strong opponents is kind of my specialty. So while we're waiting for permission to go to Terra, why don't I help you with some of these threats? I'll prove I'm on your side, you'll get a powerful ally, and I'll get to test myself against this universe's fighters. Everyone wins. The logic was sound, Cross had to admit. And the Inquisition could maintain control, keep the anomaly under surveillance, limit his access to sensitive information, use him as a weapon, while preventing him from becoming a threat. I will take your proposal under advisement, Cross said formally. For now, you will remain confined to this vessel. We will arrange better quarters than this cell. You've cooperated, and that cooperation will be reciprocated. But make no mistake, you are not free. You are a contained asset, nothing more. That's fair, Goku said, surprising Cross with his easy acceptance. You don't know me yet, so you're being careful. I get it. Just treat me like a guest instead of a prisoner, and we'll get along fine. Guest, Cross repeated. Very well. Sergeant Hadrian, arrange for the anomaly to be moved to guest quarters Epsilon. Full guard detail, restricted access. Inform the chapter master of the current situation. It shall be done, Inquisitor, Hadrian confirmed, As they filed out of the cell, Goku called after them, "Hey, one more thing. You guys mentioned fighting chaos, right? What exactly is chaos? Everyone keeps saying it's bad, but nobody's really explained what it is." Cross paused at the doorway, considering how to explain the eternal enemy to someone from outside their reality. Chaos is corruption. It is the warp's malevolent consciousness, formed from the collective emotions of sentient beings across the galaxy. 4 great chaos gods rule the Immaterium: Korn, god of war and bloodshed; Nurgle, god of decay and despair; Tzeentch, god of change and scheming; Slaanesh, god of excess and depravity. They seek to corrupt all reality, to twist it into a nightmare that reflects their insane desires. They offer power to mortals. But the price is always damnation. Goku frowned, processing this. So they're evil gods that want to corrupt people? That's pretty straightforward. Why doesn't someone just beat them up? The question was so naive, so utterly devoid of understanding regarding the nature of chaos that Cross didn't know whether to laugh or despair. The chaos gods cannot be beaten up. They are concepts made manifest. They exist because sentient beings feel rage, despair, ambition, and desire. To destroy them would require destroying emotion itself across the entire galaxy. "Oh," Goku said, deflating slightly. "That does sound tricky. But there's got to be a way. There's always a way." His expression turned thoughtful. "Back home, I fought a guy named Majin Buu, who could regenerate from anything and absorbed people to get stronger. Everyone said he was unbeatable, but we found a way. If these chaos gods have a weakness, I'll find it." The confidence wasn't arrogance. It was the certainty of someone who'd faced impossible odds before and emerged victorious. Cross found herself wondering if perhaps, just perhaps, the universe had sent them exactly what they needed, or the greatest threat they'd ever face. Time would tell which. Guest quarters. Epsilon was a significant upgrade from the holding cell, though still clearly designed with security in mind. The room was 20 meters square with reinforced walls, a proper bed sized for a space marine, a small dining area, and even a viewport that looked out onto the star-studded void. 4 ultramarines stood guard outside, 2 at the door, 2 at the corridor junction, with orders to observe and report any anomalous behavior. Goku had spent the first hour exploring his new quarters, then the next 3 doing push-ups, sit-ups, and practicing his kata. The guards had watched through the internal monitors as he performed one-handed handstand push-ups for 45 minutes straight without breaking a sweat, then moved into a training routine that involved punches and kicks so fast the cameras could barely track them. When asked what he was doing, Goku had simply explained, "Training. If I don't keep up with my routine, I'll get weaker." The concept of voluntary, constant training, even in confinement, had earned a measure of respect from the Astartes. These were warriors who understood discipline and the drive for self-improvement. Now, 6 hours after the interrogation, Inquisitor Cross returned to the guest quarters with Tigurius and a data slate containing the compiled results of every scan, test, and analysis they'd performed. The evidence was overwhelming and consistent. No warp taint, no chaos corruption, no demonic influence. Whatever Goku was, he was clean. "I've received preliminary authorization from the Ordo Malleus command structure," Cross announced as she entered. Goku was mid-kata, moving through a complex series of strikes and blocks with flowing precision. He stopped immediately, turning to face her with his usual friendly smile. "That was fast. Does that mean I can help out?" Goku asked hopefully. "Conditionally," Cross said, gesturing for him to sit. They settled into the room's sparse furniture, Goku on the edge of the massive bed, Cross in a chair, Tigurius standing with his force staff. The command structure is divided. Half believe you're a potential asset of unprecedented value. The other half believe you're a chaos trick we haven't penetrated yet and should be eliminated immediately. "Which half are you?" Goku asked. Cross appreciated the direct question. "I'm in the camp that believes eliminating you would be wasteful and possibly impossible without unacceptable collateral damage. Therefore, we test you. Give you an opportunity to prove your stated intentions through action. The Ordo Malleus has prepared a trial, a mission that will determine your provisional status." "A test?" Goku perked up. "Like a tournament? I love those." "Not a tournament. A combat operation against genuine threats to the Imperium," Tigurius clarified. "If you succeed and demonstrate both capability and loyalty, your status will be elevated. You'll be granted more freedom, more information, and eventual consideration for transport to Terra. If you fail, or if you demonstrate any hint of chaos corruption, you will be terminated." "What's the mission?" Goku asked, his expression becoming serious. When it came to fighting, he understood stakes and responsibility. Cross activated the data slate, projecting a hololithic image into the air between them. A planet appeared, covered in purple-black clouds that roiled with unnatural movement. Tertium Mortis, a forge world of the Adeptus Mechanicus, lost to chaos corruption 3 months ago. A chaos space marine warband, the Crimson Prophets, devotees of Sinch, seized control of the planet's primary manufactorum and have been using it to produce demon engines and corrupted war materiel. The image zoomed in, showing massive factories belching toxic smoke, corrupted machinery fused with demonic essence, and twisted cultists working alongside traitor Astartes in desecrated armor. The Imperium has been preparing a full-scale assault to retake the planet. 3 companies of Ultramarines, supported by Imperial Guard regiments and Skitaria forces. The operation is scheduled to begin in 2 weeks. "You want me to fight alongside them?" Goku asked. "No," Cross said, her augmetic eye gleaming. "We want to see what you can do alone. Your mission is simple. Infiltrate Tertium Mortis, locate the warband's leader, Sorcerer Lord Methrazok, and eliminate him. If the Chaos forces are defeated, the planet can be reclaimed. If you fail, the prepared assault proceeds as planned." Goku processed this, his tactical mind, honed through decades of combat against opponents from across multiple universes, analyzing the situation. "So you want to see if I can take out their leader by myself before your big attack. That way you learn what I can do, and if I succeed, you save lives by not having to fight as hard." "Precisely," Tigurius confirmed. "It's also a test of character. Chaos will attempt to corrupt you. They always do. Zinch, in particular, specializes in manipulation and temptation. If you can resist and complete the mission, it will go far toward proving your claims of being immune to chaos influence." "And if I can't resist," Goku asked, "then Brother Paladin Auric and I will kill you before you become a greater threat," Cross said bluntly. "We'll be monitoring from orbit. The moment we detect chaos corruption, we strike. Goku nodded slowly. Fair enough. When do I leave? You accept the mission? Just like that? Cross had expected negotiation, questions about resources or support, not immediate acceptance. Sure, you've got bad guys who've taken over a planet and are using it to make weapons for more bad guys. Stopping them helps innocent people and proves I'm on your side. Plus, this Sorcerer Lord sounds strong. Should be a good fight. Goku stood, stretching his arms above his head. Do I need any special equipment? Breathing apparatus for the planet's atmosphere? Transportation? The atmosphere is corrupted, but still breathable for short periods, Tigurius said. Long-term exposure causes mutation and madness, but based on your demonstrated resilience, it shouldn't affect you immediately. As for transportation, we'll drop you via Thunderhawk at the planet's edge. From there, you infiltrate on foot. How will I know which one is this Mithrazok guy? Goku asked practically. Cross projected another image, a towering Chaos Space Marine in ornate armor decorated with the symbols of Tzeentch. His armor was predominantly blue and gold, covered in constantly shifting runes. His helmet had been replaced with a demonic visage fused directly to his skull, and he carried a forestaff crackling with warp lightning. Mithrazok was once a librarian of the Thousand Suns Legion. He's been waging war against the Imperium for 9,000 years. He's a master sorcerer, capable of reshaping reality with his will. His psychic power exceeds mine by an order of magnitude. 9,000 years, Goku repeated, impressed. He must be really experienced then. This'll be interesting. The casual assessment of a 9,000-year-old chaos sorcerer as interesting, rather than terrifying, demonstrated either confidence or foolishness. Cross hoped it was the former. Mithrazok will try to turn you. Tzeentch offers knowledge, power, and the promise of endless growth and change. For a warrior who claims to constantly seek stronger opponents, that temptation will be specifically tailored to your desires. I've been offered power before, Goku said, his tone becoming cold in a way neither Cross nor Tigurius had heard before. Babidi tried to mind control me once, promised me I'd become stronger if I let him. I refused. Power that comes from corruption isn't real strength. It's just borrowing someone else's power. I get stronger through my own training, my own effort. That's the only kind of strength that matters. The conviction in his voice was absolute. Cross found herself believing him, though her inquisitorial training warned against such faith. We deploy in 6 hours. Use the time to rest, eat, prepare however you need. When we reach Tertium Mortis, you'll have 24 hours to complete the mission. After that, we assume you've failed or been corrupted, and the orbital bombardment begins. 24 hours should be plenty, Goku said confidently. I'll find this Mithrazok, beat him, and be back before dinner. Speaking of which, can I get more food? I need to eat a lot before a big fight. Cross actually smiled at that. I'll have rations sent. Try not to bankrupt the ship's supply stores. As they turned to leave, Goku called out, "Hey, Inquisitor, thanks for giving me a chance to prove myself. I know you're taking a risk trusting me, even a little bit. I won't let you down." Cross paused at the door. "See that you don't. The Imperium has survived for 10,000 years by being ruthless with potential threats. If you betray that trust, there's nowhere in this galaxy you can hide from the Inquisition's wrath." "I won't betray it," Goku promised. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a traitor. My friends would never forgive me if I helped the bad guys." After they left, Tigurius spoke quietly to Cross as they walked the corridors. "You're beginning to believe him." "I am," Cross admitted. "Every instinct I have says he's genuine. But I've been wrong before. Chaos is patient and subtle. We proceed with caution." "Agreed. Though I confess, part of me hopes he succeeds. If even half of what he claims is true, and he can be trusted, he could turn the tide in battles we're currently losing." "One step at a time," Cross said. "First, we see if he can handle a chaos sorcerer. Then we worry about larger strategic deployments." 6 hours later, Goku stood in the fist of Macraga's primary hangar bay, watching as Tech Marines performed final checks on the Thunderhawk that would deliver him to Tertium Mortis. He'd eaten a staggering amount. The ship's master of provisions had actually filed a formal complaint about resource depletion and spent the remaining time in meditation, centering his ki and preparing mentally for combat. Sergeant Hadrian approached, his armor gleaming under the hangar's harsh lights. "The Inquisitor wanted me to provide you with this." He held out a small device, a Vox bead communicator. "It will allow you to maintain contact with us during the mission, and if you need immediate extraction, activate the emergency beacon." Goku took the communicator, examining it curiously before inserting it into his ear as Hadrian demonstrated. "Thanks. Though I probably won't need extraction. I'm pretty good at getting out of tough situations." "Overconfidence has killed more warriors than any enemy blade," Hadrian warned. "Mithrazok is not some orc war boss to be taken lightly. He's cunning, powerful, and has the backing of a chaos god. Even for one such as you, this will be dangerous." "I know," Goku said, his expression serious. "But danger's part of fighting strong opponents. If it wasn't dangerous, it wouldn't help me grow." He looked directly at the sergeant. "You're worried about me? That's nice, but don't be. I've survived way worse than this." The Thunderhawk's engines roared to life, the pilot signaling readiness. Goku walked up the assault ramp, then paused and turned back. "Hey, Hadrian, when I get back, maybe we could spar. I'd like to see what a Space Marine can really do in a fight." Hadrian considered the request. "Perhaps. If you return uncorrupted and successful, it would be educational to test ourselves against your capabilities." "It's a date, then." Goku grinned, gave a cheerful wave, and disappeared into the Thunderhawk's interior. The assault ramp closed and the gunship lifted off, exiting through the hangar's atmospheric containment field into the void beyond. Hadrian watched it go, then activated his Vox. "Inquisitor, the anomaly is en route to target. Emperor willing. We'll see if he's truly what he claims." In the fist of Macraga's observation deck, Cross stood with Tigurius, Brother Paladin Auric, and Chapter Master Calgar himself. The Chapter Master was a living legend, 4 centuries of service, wielder of the gauntlets of Ultramar, and one of the Imperium's greatest warriors. He'd insisted on observing this mission personally. "This being could revolutionize our strategic capabilities," Calgar rumbled, his voice deep and resonant, even without his armor's Vox amplification. "Or it could be the greatest chaos infiltration since the Horus Heresy. Either way, we'll know soon enough." The observation deck's main screen showed the Thunderhawk approaching Tertium Mortis. The planet looked like a wound in reality, its clouds twisted with unnatural colors, and even from orbit, the taint of chaos was visible as a sickly aura that surrounded the world. "Target zone approaching," the Thunderhawk pilot voxed, preparing for combat deployment. Inside the gunship, Goku stood at the assault ramp, ready to deploy. The pilot had briefed him on the approach. They'd drop him 5 kilometers from the primary manufactorum, in a zone that sensors showed relatively light enemy presence. From there, he'd have to infiltrate deeper into corrupted territory. 30 seconds to drop, the pilot announced. "I'm not staying in the hot zone. Too much anti-air fire. You'll have to make your own way back." "No problem," Goku called back. "I can fly, remember?" The assault ramp opened, revealing the corrupted landscape of Tertium Mortis below. The sky was wrong, purple-black clouds that moved with malevolent intelligence and lightning that struck upward from the ground toward the sky. Massive factories belched smoke that formed screaming faces before dissipating. Cultists and Chaos Space Marines moved in organized patterns, constructing defenses and demon engines. "Go! Go! Go!" the pilot shouted. Goku jumped. He plummeted toward the corrupted Earth, wind whipping his Yai around him. 2 kilometers down, 3, 4. He let himself fall, enjoying the brief moment of peace before battle. Then at 500 meters, he flared his ki, slowing his descent to land softly on corrupted Earth that felt wrong beneath his feet. The ground itself seemed alive, pulsing with unnatural energy. The air tasted of copper and something else, a flavor that was almost familiar to his ki senses, but fundamentally twisted. This was the warp's influence made manifest, reality bleeding into that other dimension where demons dwelled. Goku extended his senses, filtering through the psychic interference. He could feel life forces in every direction, hundreds, thousands of corrupted humans working in the factories. Stronger presences, too, each one blazing with the same twisted energy as the planet itself. Chaos Space Marines, and deeper within the largest manufactorum, a presence that dwarfed all the others combined, powerful, ancient, and radiating malevolent intelligence. Methrazok. "Found you," Goku muttered. He oriented himself toward the massive factory complex in the distance, kilometers of corrupted machinery, demon forges, and fortifications. A direct approach would take him straight through enemy territory. Perfect. He began walking, his boots crunching on earth that seemed to recoil from his presence. Within minutes, the first patrol spotted him. A squad of cultists in ragged armor, carrying laser guns and chain weapons. They raised their weapons, shouting in a language that hurt to hear. Words that seemed to twist reality around them. Goku raised his hand, 2 fingers extended. Kai Blast. A small sphere of concentrated energy formed at his fingertips and shot forward, striking the ground in front of the cultists. The explosion threw them backward, alive but unconscious. Goku continued walking. He hadn't come to kill cultists. Many of them were probably innocent people corrupted against their will. His target was Methrazok. The explosion attracted more attention. Within minutes, larger groups of cultists converged on his position, supported by corrupted Skitarium, former servants of the Mechanicus, now twisted into nightmarish parodies of their previous forms. Their augmetics had fused with demonic essence, creating hybrid abominations of flesh, metal, and warp stuff. Goku moved through them like wind through grass. A corrupted Skitari lunged at him with chainsaw-enhanced limbs. He sidestepped, delivering a palm strike that shut down the creature's central processors without killing it. 3 cultists opened fire with corrupted bolters. He caught the rounds mid-flight, crushed them in his fists, and flicked the remains back at subsonic speeds, disarming the shooters with precision strikes. He was holding back enormously, using maybe 1% of his true power. These weren't his real opponents. They were just obstacles between him and the real fight. A roar split the corrupted air, and something massive moved through the factory complex ahead. A demon engine, a Land Raider tank possessed by a demonic entity, its metal hull twisted into a screaming face, its weapons ports weeping blood. The corrupted machine rumbled toward Goku, its possessed machine spirit howling for destruction. Goku stopped walking, assessing the threat. The demon engine radiated genuine danger, not to him, but it was certainly powerful enough to destroy regular humans easily. He'd need to be more direct with this one. The demon engine fired its Lascannons, twin beams of coherent light that could melt through tank armor. Goku caught them on raised forearms, his ki deflecting the energy harmlessly to either side. The machine spirit howled in confusion and rage. Nothing should be able to stop Lascannon fire with bare hands. "Sorry about this," Goku said, then moved. He appeared beside the demon engine in an eye blink, faster than its possessed sensors could track. He placed both hands against its corrupted hull and pushed, not with full strength. That would have disintegrated the machine, but with enough force to flip the 30-ton vehicle onto its back like a turtle. The demon engine flailed, its treads spinning uselessly, unable to right itself. Goku leaped over it and continued toward the manufactorum. Behind him, cultists and corrupted Skitarii stared in shock at the overturned demon engine, their corrupted minds struggling to process what they'd witnessed. Inside the central manufactorum, Sorcerer Lord Mithrazok felt the disturbance. Something was approaching. Something that registered as psychic power but tasted wrong, foreign, completely outside the patterns of the warp. He'd been monitoring the planet's defenses, watching through the eyes of his corrupted servants, and what he saw intrigued him. A warrior in orange, moving through chaos forces like they were nothing, demonstrating power without drawing from the warp, without pledging to any of the dark gods. An anomaly, a mystery. Zinj, the changer of ways, whispered in his mind. Bring him to me, show him truth, make him understand. Mithrazok smiled beneath his demonic visage. As my lord commands, he began to chant, his forestaff glowing with eldritch power. Reality around the manufactorum began to shift, pathways that led straight to the central chamber appearing where none had existed before. The architecture itself warped, guiding the approaching warrior exactly where Mithrazok wanted him. Goku felt the change immediately, the twisting of space, paths opening before him that hadn't been there moments before. He recognized the tactic. He'd fought reality warpers before. Majin Buu could reshape matter with a thought, and Hit could manipulate time itself. This was similar, someone powerful trying to control the battlefield. Fine. If they wanted to bring him straight to the boss fight, he'd oblige them. He walked through the warped pathways, passing through corridors that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Cultists watched him pass, but didn't attack. their eyes glazed with Tzeentchian influence. The factory's corruption grew thicker as he penetrated deeper, machinery fused with screaming faces, conveyor belts carrying weapons that wept blood, forges where demons themselves were being shaped from raw warp stuff. Finally, he emerged into a vast chamber at the manufactorum's heart. The ceiling stretched hundreds of meters overhead, and the floor was carved with blasphemous runes that glowed with sickly light. At the chamber's far end, seated on a throne made from twisted machinery and demonic essence, waited Sorcerer Lord Methrazok. The Chaos Space Marine stood as Goku entered, his towering form radiating power. 9,000 years of existence, 9,000 years of studying the warp's secrets, all concentrated into a single being of terrible purpose. "Welcome, anomaly." Methrazok's voice was silk and poison, echoing unnaturally through the chamber. "I am Methrazok, sorcerer of Tzeentch, master of the Crimson Prophets, and I have been waiting for you." Goku stopped in the center of the chamber, looking up at the towering Chaos Space Marine without fear. "You're the boss, right? The one I need to beat." "Beat?" Methrazok laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "Oh, little warrior from beyond the veil, I have no intention of fighting you. I intend to enlighten you." The chamber's runes flared brilliantly, and reality itself began to scream. The runes blazed with impossible colors, shades that existed outside normal spectrum, colors that hurt to perceive, and promised forbidden knowledge with every flickering pulse. The air itself thickened with warp energy as Methrazok's power filled the chamber, reality bending around his will like water around a stone. Goku felt the pressure immediately. Not physical. He'd withstood pressures that could crush planets, but something else. A weight against his mind, probing for weaknesses, searching for desires and fears to exploit. The psychic assault was sophisticated, layered, nothing like the crude mental attacks he'd experienced from Babidi or other mind controllers in his universe. "Impressive defense," Methrazok observed, his demonic visage tilting with genuine interest. "Your mental fortitude exceeds that of most Imperial Psychers. But you misunderstand my purpose. I am not here to break you. I am here to show you truth." The Sorcerer Lord gestured with his Force Staff, and the chamber's walls dissolved. Suddenly, Goku stood in a vast void, surrounded by swirling galaxies and cosmic phenomena. But these weren't natural. They were wrong, twisted, and he could see faces in the stars, hear whispers in the vacuum that shouldn't exist. "This is the warp," Methrazok's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "The Immaterium, the Sea of Souls. It is the fundamental truth your universe apparently lacks. Here, emotion becomes power, thought becomes reality, dreams and nightmares take physical form. It is beautiful, is it not?" Goku remained centered, his ki forming a protective shell around his consciousness. The visions were powerful, disorienting, but they couldn't touch the core of who he was. "It's a dimension where emotions create monsters. I've seen plenty of monsters before. This doesn't impress me." "Monsters?" Methrazok laughed. "Such limited understanding. The beings you call monsters are gods, warrior. They offer gifts beyond comprehension, knowledge without limit, power without constraint, change without end, perfection through transformation." The void shifted, and Goku saw himself, but different. Transformed not into Super Saiyan, but into something else. His body radiated power that dwarfed anything he'd achieved. his form constantly shifting and evolving, reaching heights of strength that made even Ultra Instinct seem like a child's first steps. The Vision Goku destroyed planets with gestures, fought opponents across dimensions, transcended the very concept of limitations. "This could be you," Mithrazok whispered. "Zinch, the Changer of Ways, sees your potential. He knows what you seek: constant growth, ever stronger opponents, the perpetual journey toward perfection. Accept his blessing, and you will never stop growing stronger. Every battle will transform you. Every defeat will evolve you. You will become the ultimate warrior, exactly what you've always dreamed of being." The temptation was custom-crafted, designed specifically for a Saiyan's fundamental nature. The promise of endless growth, infinite opponents, perpetual evolution. It should have been irresistible to a warrior race, literally born to fight and improve through combat. Goku looked at the vision of his corrupted self and felt nothing but disgust. "That's not me," he said flatly. "That's just some power-hungry version wearing my face." The void flickered with Mithrazok's surprise. "You reject the offer of limitless growth? The very thing your nature craves?" "My nature craves getting stronger through my own effort," Goku clarified, his voice hard as steel. "Not borrowing power from some god who wants to use me. I've been down that road before, letting others give me power, taking shortcuts, accepting help I didn't earn. You know what I learned? It's hollow, empty. Real strength comes from inside you, from pushing yourself past your limits through your own will, not from making deals with cosmic entities." He powered up slightly, golden aura flickering around him. "I achieved Super Saiyan through rage and need. I mastered it through years of training. I reached higher levels by fighting opponents stronger than me and learning from each battle. Every transformation, every new technique, every bit of power I have, I earned it. That's what makes it real. That's what makes it mine." Mithrazok's psychic pressure intensified, the warp visions growing more insistent. "Foolish pride. Your universe clearly taught you primitive concepts of strength. Here, we understand that power is power, regardless of source. The strong survive, the weak perish. How you obtain strength matters far less than having it when you need it." "That's where you're wrong," Goku said, his ki flaring higher, beginning to push back against the warp energies surrounding him. "The how matters more than anything. If you cheat to get strong, you never really grow. You're just a puppet dancing on someone else's strings, pretending to be powerful while they pull you around." The void shattered, and Goku found himself back in the Manufactorum chamber. Mithrazok stood before him, force staff crackling with barely contained fury. The sorcerer's attempt at corruption had not just failed, it had been rejected with contempt. "You are either incredibly wise or incredibly stupid," Mithrazok hissed. "Zench offers you apotheosis, and you spit on his generosity. Very well. If you will not accept enlightenment willingly, I will demonstrate why the warp's power is superior to your primitive energy." The Sorcerer Lord struck his staff against the ground, and reality screamed. Warp energy flooded the chamber, raw, undiluted chaos given form and purpose. Lightning that burned with impossible colors arced toward Goku, each bolt carrying demonic essence that could dissolve flesh and corrupt souls. Goku dodged, his combat instincts honed by decades of fighting, guiding him through the storm of eldritch lightning. He could feel each bolt's path before it manifested, his key sense picking up the disturbances in reality that preceded their formation. He wove between them, then launched forward, closing the distance to Mithrazok in an eye blink. His fist rocketed toward the sorcerer's chest, a straightforward punch, pulled back, to avoid instant obliteration but still carrying enough force to shatter reinforced ceramite. Mithrazok gestured, and a barrier of crystallized warp energy materialized between them. Goku's fist struck the barrier, and the entire Manufactorum shook from the impact. The barrier held, barely. Impressive raw power, Mithrazok acknowledged, floating backward while maintaining the barrier. But crude, unrefined. You fight like a savage, throwing your strength around without understanding the deeper principles of reality. Allow me to educate you. The sorcerer began to chant in a language that predated humanity, words of power that rewrote the laws of physics in localized space. The chamber's geometry shifted, gravity becoming directional rather than uniform. Suddenly, Goku was pulled in 6 different directions, simultaneously, each vector trying to tear him apart. He gritted his teeth, flaring his ki to anchor himself in normal space. The technique was similar to what Hit had done with time manipulation, using higher dimensional physics to create an advantage. Goku couldn't manipulate reality like that, but he could reinforce his own position in it, making himself too stable to be easily moved. Interesting, Mithrazok observed, his psychic senses analyzing how Goku resisted. Your energy creates a bubble of stable reality around you, not psychic power, but something else entirely. A life force so concentrated it imposes its own natural laws on the surrounding space. Fascinating. The gravity attack ceased, replaced by something worse. The air itself turned hostile, molecules rearranging to form acid, fire, and poison simultaneously. Goku took a breath and immediately felt his lungs burn. Not severely. His Saiyan physiology could survive in vacuum for short periods, but enough to be uncomfortable. He responded by increasing his ki output, the golden aura around him expanding to create a barrier between his body and the hostile atmosphere. The technique was similar to how he'd learned to survive in space, using ki to create a protective envelope that maintained normal conditions immediately around him. You adapt quickly, Mithrazok said, genuine respect entering his voice. 9,000 years I have studied the warp's mysteries, and you counter techniques I've perfected across millennia with improvised solutions born of desperation. Your universe must produce truly remarkable warriors. We do all right, Goku said, his voice strained from maintaining the protective barrier while preparing his counterattack. But you talk too much. Are we going to fight, or are you just going to keep showing off? Mithrazok's demonic visage twisted into what might have been a smile. Very well. Let me show you what 9,000 years of experience truly means. The sorcerer vanished, not through movement, but through teleportation. He reappeared behind Goku, Force Staff swinging in a devastating arc wreathed in warp lightning. Goku spun, catching the staff with both hands, his ki-enhanced grip stopping the weapon cold, despite the demonic energy crackling along its length. For a moment, they were locked together. Goku's physical strength against Mithrazok's warp-enhanced might. The sorcerer was powerful, far stronger than any baseline human, and enhanced by millennia of dark blessings. But Goku was a Saiyan who'd trained under gods, and even held back to avoid killing. His physical power was overwhelming. The staff began to crack under the pressure. Mithrazok released the weapon and gestured, summoning a torrent of warp fire that would have cremated a space marine in full armor. Goku dropped the staff and punched through the flames, his fist emerging from the inferno to strike Mithrazok's chest plate. The impact sent the sorcerer flying backward, crashing through corrupted machinery and leaving a trail of destruction through the manufactorum. "Now we're talking," Goku said, excitement entering his voice, the feeling of genuine combat, testing himself against a powerful opponent, was intoxicating. He didn't want to kill Mithrazok. The sorcerer was evil, certainly, but Goku had always preferred to defeat enemies and give them a chance to change. But he definitely wanted to see what this 9,000-year-old warrior could really do. Mithrazok rose from the wreckage, his armor cracked but his essence intact. Chaos Space Marines were notoriously difficult to kill, their enhanced biology and warp-granted resilience allowing them to survive injuries that would obliterate normal humans. But he'd felt that punch, really felt it. The anomaly had held back considerably and still nearly shattered his armor. "You're enjoying this," Mithrazok observed, reading the battle joy in Goku's key signature. "You genuinely love fighting, not for conquest or domination or even survival, simply for the pure experience of combat itself." "Best feeling in the universe," Goku confirmed, settling into a combat stance. Finding someone strong, testing yourself against them, pushing past your limits, that's what being a warrior is all about. "Then perhaps Korn would suit you better than Tzeentch," Mithrazok mused. "The blood god appreciates warriors who live for battle. His offer would be endless conflict, eternal war. Opponents that never cease coming. Would that not satisfy you?" "Already said no to one evil god. Saying no to another is easy," Goku replied. "I love fighting, but not meaningless violence. I fight to protect people, to test myself, to grow stronger so I can protect even more people. Fighting just to fight, killing just to kill. That's not being a warrior. That's just being a murderer." Mithrazok shook his head slowly. "Such rigid morality, so unnecessarily limiting. But if you will not join us, then you must die. Tzeentch's plan cannot accommodate an uncontrolled element of your magnitude." The sorcerer raised both hands, and the entire manufactorum responded. Every corrupted machine, every demon engine, every twisted piece of technology began to glow with eldritch power. They were all connected to Mithrazok through warp bonds, making the entire facility an extension of his will. And now he was going to use all of it simultaneously. "Let me show you the true power of the warp," Mithrazok intoned. "Not crude psychic lightning or reality manipulation, but the fundamental ability to impose will upon existence itself. Witness the rubric of unstoppable force." The air turned thick with power so dense it became visible, reality itself straining under the weight of Mithrazok's spell. Goku felt it pressing against him from all directions, a crushing force that would have pancaked a tank. He pushed back with his ki, creating a sphere of protected space around himself. But he could feel the pressure increasing exponentially. "This is a technique I learned from my Primarch, Magnus the Red, before the Horus heresy," Mithrazok said. his voice distorting as more power flowed through him. It allows the caster to channel the combined psychic potential of every corrupted soul in range. Right now, I am drawing on the 10,000 cultists and corrupted Skitarii throughout this manufactorum. Their suffering, their devotion, their very existence, all of it focused through me into a singular purpose: your annihilation. The pressure intensified. Goku gritted his teeth, his ki output increasing to maintain his protective sphere. He could go Super Saiyan. That would give him more than enough power to shrug this off. But he was trying to gauge exactly how strong this universe's fighters were at their peak. Mithrazok was supposedly one of their heavy hitters. If Goku needed Super Saiyan to beat him, what would happen when he faced someone even stronger? "You're struggling," Mithrazok observed with satisfaction. "Finally, you understand the difference between raw power and true mastery. I am borrowing strength, yes, but I am channeling and directing it with 9 millennia of experience. That makes all the difference." Goku's muscles strained, his base form being pushed to its limits for the first time since arriving in this universe. The crushing force was immense, more than enough to destroy an entire city if released. But as the pressure mounted, Goku felt something familiar stirring. That sensation he always got when pushed to his limits. That hint of possibility that meant he was about to break through to something new. His Saiyan biology was responding, adapting to the threat. The Zenkai boost that made his race legendary, getting stronger through adversity, was activating even without him being injured. The pressure that threatened to crush him was instead tempering him, pushing his base form to heights he hadn't achieved through training alone. "You're right about one thing," Goku said, his voice strained but determined. "Experience does matter. And I've got experience with people trying to crush me with overwhelming power." He thought back to his fights with Frieza, with Cell, with Buu, with Jiren. Each one had seemed impossible at first. Each one had pushed him past what he thought were his limits. And each time, he'd found a way to adapt, to overcome, to grow stronger in the moment of crisis. "Let me show you something I learned from a friend," Goku said. He let his ki contract, pulling it in tighter around himself instead of pushing outward. The protective sphere shrank, but its density increased dramatically. He was applying the principle Master Roshi had taught him decades ago. It's not about how much energy you have, but how efficiently you use it. The crushing force found less area to press against, and Goku's compressed ki was now dense enough to withstand it without being overwhelmed. The pressure was still immense, but it was no longer crushing him. Mithrazok's eyes widened behind his demonic visage. "Impossible. You're adapting to the rubric in real time. That should take years of study, decades of psychic training." "I'm a fast learner," Goku said, then smiled. "Okay, you've shown me what you can do. My turn." He shifted his stance, planting his feet firmly, despite the crushing pressure, and began to gather his ki. Not for a transformation, not yet, but for a technique he'd used countless times, the Kamehameha. The attack Master Roshi had invented and Goku had perfected across decades of combat. "Ka. Me." Energy began to pool in his hands, blue-white light that pushed back against the warp-tainted atmosphere. The cultists throughout the Manufactorum suddenly screamed in agony as their connection to Mithrazok was strained. Goku's ki was creating interference in the warp bonds that linked them to the sorcerer. Ha! Me! The energy intensified, forming a sphere of concentrated power between Goku's cupped hands. It was pure life force, untainted by any dimensional influence, burning with the essence of a Saiyan who had trained under gods and fought across universes. Mithrazok realized what was happening and tried to reinforce the rubric, drawing even more power from his corrupted followers. But the connection was weakening. Goku's ki was acting like a jamming signal, disrupting the psychic links with its sheer foreign nature. Ha! The Kamehameha erupted from Goku's hands, a massive beam of blue-white energy that tore through the crushing force like it was tissue paper. The attack wasn't just physical. It carried his intent, his will, his absolute determination to overcome the obstacle before him. It was the culmination of everything he'd learned about controlling and directing ki, refined across a lifetime of combat. Mithrazok had microseconds to react. He threw up every defensive ward he knew, layering them desperately. The Kamehameha struck his defenses and began to burn through them one by one. Each ward was the work of decades, powered by the warp's infinite energy, but they shattered against the beam like glass against a hammer. The final ward broke, and the Kamehameha struck Mithrazok directly. The Sorcerer Lord screamed, not in pain, but in shock, as the beam carried him backward through the manufactorum, through walls of corrupted steel and demonic essence, through the facility's outer wall, and into the toxic sky beyond. The beam continued for kilometers, a lance of pure energy visible from orbit, before finally dissipating. Goku lowered his hands, breathing heavily. The Kamehameha had taken more out of him than usual. Something about this universe made ki techniques less efficient, requiring more energy for the same effect. He'd need to remember that for future fights. The crushing pressure was gone. Throughout the manufactorum, corrupted cultists collapsed unconscious as their psychic link to Mithrazok severed. Demon engines powered down, their sustaining energy suddenly cut off. The entire facility was falling silent. Goku extended his ki sense, searching for Mithrazok's presence. There, kilometers away, heavily damaged, but still alive. The sorcerer's ki signature was flickering, unstable, but hadn't extinguished. That was good. Goku hadn't wanted to kill him, if possible. He took to the air, flying through the hole his Kamehameha had carved through the manufactorum, following Mithrazok's fading signal. He found the sorcerer crashed in the corrupted wastes beyond the facility, his armor shattered, his force staff broken, his demonic enhancements failing as the warp energies sustaining them flickered and died. Goku landed beside him. That was a good fight. You're really strong, way more experienced than me with reality manipulation, but you relied too much on borrowed power. If you'd trained your body as much as your mind, you might have won. Mithrazok coughed, corrupted blood leaking from his damaged form. His 9,000-year existence was finally catching up with him, the warp energies that had sustained him for millennia now failing. You should have killed me. Immediately. Mercy. His weakness. Maybe, Goku acknowledged. But I've learned that today's enemy can become tomorrow's ally. I've got friends who used to try to kill me. People can change. Not in this universe, Mithrazok whispered. His form was beginning to dissolve, the demonic essence that had fused with his flesh unraveling. Chaos is eternal. You may have defeated me, But Tzeentch has thousands of champions. You cannot save this galaxy. Maybe not by myself, Goku admitted, but that's okay. I don't have to save everyone alone, I just have to do my part. Mithrazok's demonic visage cracked, revealing human features beneath, features that hadn't been seen in 9,000 years. For just a moment, the Thousand Suns librarian he'd once been emerged, looking at Goku with something almost like relief. You are an anomaly, a variable the gods did not predict. Perhaps that is what this cursed universe needs. Then his form dissolved completely, scattering into warp stuff that dissipated on the toxic wind. Mithrazok was dead, his soul claimed by Tzeentch for his failure. His 9,000-year crusade ended by a warrior from beyond reality itself. Goku stood in silence for a moment, feeling the weight of the victory. It hadn't been as satisfying as he'd hoped. There was no joy in defeating someone who'd been corrupted, twisted into serving something they might not have originally chosen. War without purpose, fighting without the chance for growth or redemption. It was exactly what he hated about this universe. His vox bead crackled to life. Inquisitor Cross's voice came through, tight with controlled emotion. Goku, we're reading massive energy signatures dissipating across the target zone. Status report. Mission accomplished, Goku replied. Mithrazok's dead. The Manufactorum should be clear now. All the corrupted people linked to him collapsed when I beat him. You'll want to get down here and help them, though. I don't know if they can be saved or if the corruption's permanent. There was a long pause. Then, confirmed. Dropships are launching. You actually did it. Alone. In under 3 hours. The entire Crimson Prophets warband. Neutralized by a single warrior. Is that good? Goku asked. It's unprecedented. Tigurius's voice joined the channel. The entire Ordo Malleus will need to be briefed. But yes, Goku, you passed the test. You proved both your capability and your resistance to chaos corruption. Mithrazok would have tried everything to turn you. He tried, Goku confirmed. Promised me unlimited power and constant growth. But I've heard that pitch before. Power without effort is meaningless. Chapter Master Calgar's rumbling voice came over the Vox. The Ultramarines chapter acknowledges your victory, Anomaly. You have proven yourself a warrior of honor. Your provisional status is hereby elevated. You will be granted greater freedom aboard the Fist of Macragge and access to Imperial records regarding dimensional phenomena. The path to Terra is not yet open, but it is no longer closed. Goku smiled, looking up at the corrupted sky where he knew the battle barge orbited. Thanks. I appreciate the trust. I won't let you down. See that you don't, Cross said. Now can you fly back up here, or do you need extraction? I can fly, but it'll take me a bit to reach orbit. Your atmosphere is really toxic. I have to keep a KI barrier up the whole time, and that's exhausting. We'll send a Thunderhawk, Cross decided. You've earned a comfortable ride back. As Goku waited for extraction, he looked around at the corrupted landscape of Tertium Mortis. Without Mithrazok's presence, it already seemed less hostile. The warp taint was fading. Reality reasserting itself now that the sorcerer's will was no longer imposing corruption on the world. This universe was harsh, brutal, and seemingly without hope. But it wasn't hopeless. Mithrazok had been defeated. The Manufactorum could be reclaimed. People who'd been corrupted might be saved. It was a small victory in an endless war, but it was a victory nonetheless. And if Goku had learned anything in his life, it was that small victories added up, one fight at a time. one enemy defeated at a time. You protected what you could and hoped it made a difference. The Thunderhawk appeared through the toxic clouds, its blue and gold hull gleaming. As Goku boarded for the flight back to the Fist of Macragge, he couldn't help but feel optimistic. He'd proven himself, earned some trust, and now he was one step closer to finding a way home. But first, he needed food. Fighting always made him hungry. The Fist of Macragge's strategium was a cathedral of war, a vast chamber lined with tactical displays, hololithic projectors, and cogitator banks that processed billions of data points per second. Chapter Master Marneus Calgar stood at the central planning table, his massive frame still imposing even without his armor of Heracles. Around him stood the inner circle of the Ultramarines' command structure: Chief Librarian Tigurius, Captain Agamemnon of the First Company, Chaplain Cassius, and several other senior officers. Inquisitor Cross stood with them, her augmetic eye projecting recorded footage of Goku's battle with Mithrazok onto the hololithic display. They'd watched it 3 times now, analyzing every moment, every technique, every display of power. The energy bomb he fired, this Kamehameha, registered at energy levels comparable to a land strike from an Emperor-class battleship. Captain Agamemnon said, his voice carrying professional respect. And he generated it from his own body, without any visible technology or warp conduit. The implications are staggering. More concerning is his resistance to chaos corruption. Chaplain Cassius rumbled. The ancient warrior, scarred by centuries of combat against tyrannids, had seen countless warriors fall to chaos's temptations. Mithrazok employed every standard corruption vector: promises of power, appeals to his warrior nature, demonstrations of the warp's superiority. The anomaly rejected them all without hesitation. Because he views borrowed power as inferior, Tigurius observed. His philosophy is internally consistent and deeply held. Power earned through personal effort versus power granted by external entities. From that framework, chaos can offer him nothing he values. Calgar studied the hololithic display, watching Goku's final Kamehameha tear through Mithrazok's defenses. This being represents a strategic asset of incalculable value. A warrior who can neutralize chaos sorcerers single-handedly, resist corruption, and operate independently behind enemy lines. But he's also a wild card. He fights by his own moral code, not imperial doctrine. That makes him unpredictable. He refuses to kill unnecessarily, Cross noted. Even corrupted cultists, he incapacitated rather than eliminated. That mercy is both admirable and tactically questionable. Chaos corruption isn't something you cure, it's something you purge. Yet his approach may have merit, Tigurius countered. The cultists linked to Mithrazok collapsed unconscious when the psychic bond was severed. Our preliminary scans suggest the corruption was maintained through active connection rather than inherent mutation. If we act quickly, some of them might be saved through extensive psychic cleansing and rehabilitation. Agamemnon looked skeptical. The Inquisition typically advocates for complete purging of chaos-touched populations. Are we really considering rehabilitation? We consider all options, Cross said firmly. If even a fraction of those cultists can be cleansed and returned to productive imperial service, it's worth the effort. The God Emperor teaches us to value human life, not waste it unnecessarily. Goku's unorthodox approach may have given us an opportunity we wouldn't normally have. The Strategium's main doors opened, and Goku entered, escorted by Sergeant Hadrian. He'd cleaned up from the battle. Someone had found him fresh clothing, though it was just another GI identical to his previous one, apparently from supplies he'd had with him. He looked relaxed, well-fed, and utterly unbothered by the roomful of the Imperium's most powerful warriors, studying him. "You wanted to see me?" Goku asked cheerfully. "Am I in trouble?" "No," Calgar said, his deep voice carrying absolute authority. "You are being commended. Your actions on Tertium Mortis exceeded all projections. You accomplished in 3 hours what would have required weeks of planetary assault and cost thousands of lives. The Ultramarines chapter acknowledges this achievement." Goku scratched his head, embarrassed by the praise. "It wasn't that big a deal. The sorcerer guy was tough, but I've fought stronger opponents back home. Plus he was relying too much on all those people he had linked to him. When I disrupted the connection, he lost most of his power." That simple tactical observation demonstrated combat intelligence beyond many Imperial commanders. Tigurius said, "You identified the source of your opponent's strength and neutralized it. Such strategic thinking, combined with overwhelming power, makes you exceptionally dangerous." "I prefer helpful," Goku suggested with a smile. Calgar gestured to the hololithic display, which shifted to show a star map of the surrounding sectors. Red markers indicated known threats: Orc empires, chaos incursions, Tyrannid hive fleets probing the galaxy's edge, and countless smaller conflicts. The Imperium faces threats on a scale that would overwhelm most civilizations. We fight on 1,000,000 fronts simultaneously, holding back darkness through faith, steel, and the sacrifice of billions. Your capabilities could tip the balance in critical conflicts. "So you want me to help fight more battles?" Goku asked. He didn't sound opposed, just curious about what they were proposing. "We want to determine the full extent of your abilities," Cross clarified. "You've demonstrated significant power, but you've also held back considerably. The transformations you mentioned, Super Saiyan has multiple grades, and you possess forms beyond that. We need to understand your maximum capacity." Goku frowned slightly. "You want me to go all out? That could be dangerous. When I transform to higher forms, my power output increases dramatically. I don't want to accidentally damage your ship. The Fist of Macragge has withstood battles with Chaos battle barges and Orc cruisers," Calgar said with pride. "Its void shields can withstand sustained bombardment from capital ship weapons. Surely it can handle your energy emissions." "Maybe," Goku said doubtfully. "But when I go Super Saiyan 3, reality kind of shakes. And if I go blue or Ultra Instinct, the energy output is way higher. I've accidentally destroyed planets before when I wasn't careful." The casualness with which he mentioned planet destruction made several of the Ultramarines exchange glances. Exterminatus, the complete destruction of a world, was the Imperium's ultimate sanction, employed only in the most desperate circumstances. This being spoke of it as an accidental byproduct of his power. "We'll take precautions," Cross decided. "Take him to the training deck. It's reinforced to handle Space Marine combat exercises. If he can damage that, we'll know to be more cautious." 20 minutes later, Goku stood in the center of the Fist of Macragge's primary training deck, a vast chamber normally used for Astartes to practice combat drills and maintain battle readiness. The walls were reinforced ceramite 3 meters thick. The floor was designed to absorb impacts from power armor. Observation galleries ringed the upper levels, and every senior officer on the ship had gathered to witness the demonstration. "Start with your basic transformation," Tigurius instructed from the observation deck. "The Super Saiyan form you showed during interrogation. Let us establish a baseline measurement." Goku nodded, taking a breath and centering himself. Then with practiced ease, he transformed. Golden light erupted around him as his hair flashed blonde and his eyes turned turquoise. The Super Saiyan transformation was instantaneous, effortless. He'd mastered it so completely that it required almost no energy to maintain. The ship's sensors immediately began screaming warnings. Energy readings spiked to levels normally associated with active warp drives or plasma reactors at full output. The training deck's reinforced floor cracked under the pressure of his aura, hairline fractures spreading outward from where he stood. Power output equivalent to a fully charged plasma annihilator, one of the tech marines reported, his mechadendrites frantically recording data. "And this is his basic transformation? This is Super Saiyan 1, Goku confirmed. "The first level. It multiplies my base power by about 50 times. I can maintain it indefinitely now. Used to burn through energy quickly, but I trained to make it more efficient." "Show us the next level," Calgar ordered, his tactical mind already calculating how such power could be deployed against the Imperium's enemies. Goku's aura intensified, crackling with electrical discharge. His muscles tensed, and his hair became slightly more rigid and defined. "This is Super Saiyan 2. It's about twice as strong as the first form, with better speed and energy control. It's my go-to for serious fights." The energy readings doubled. The cracks in the floor spread further, and the observation deck's reinforced windows began to vibrate from the pressure. Several space marines instinctively reached for their weapons. Centuries of combat training, interpreting the overwhelming power as a threat, even though their minds knew Goku was just demonstrating. "The structural integrity fields are straining," the tech marine reported. "But holding? The deck was designed for this level of stress." "One more," Goku said. "Super Saiyan 3, this one's intense." He began to power up, and immediately the atmosphere in the training deck changed. His golden aura expanded dramatically, growing in size and intensity. His eyebrows vanished. His hair grew longer, extending down his back in wild spikes. The transformation took longer than the previous two, several seconds of building energy, and the display was spectacular. Golden light filled the entire chamber, so bright that observers had to shield their eyes or rely on filtered sensors. The energy output was beyond anything the ship's sensors were designed to measure. They simply maxed out, unable to process readings that exceeded their operational parameters. The reinforced floor shattered completely, chunks of ceramite floating in the pressure wave of Goku's aura. The walls groaned, and several observation windows cracked despite their reinforcement. "By the throne!" Captain Agaman shouted over the roar of energy. "What is that power?" "Super Saiyan 3, Goku said, his voice deeper and more resonant in this form. The transformation multiplied his power by 400 times his base form. It was the pinnacle of traditional Saiyan transformation, pushing his biology to its absolute limits. "It's really energy intensive," so I only use it when I need to. Burns through stamina fast if I'm not careful. Tigurius's psychic senses were overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of power being displayed. It wasn't psychic. He could still determine that, but it registered on similar scales. This was power that rivaled greater demons, that matched the mightiest psychers in Imperial service, that could reshape battlefields through sheer presence alone. "Power down," Cross ordered, her voice barely audible over the energy discharge. "We've seen enough. You'll tear the ship apart if you maintain that form." Goku immediately complied, reverting to base form. The golden aura vanished, the pressure disappeared, and the training deck fell silent, except for the sound of debris settling. Where he'd been standing was now a crater 3 meters deep, and every surface in the chamber showed stress fractures. "Sorry," Goku said sheepishly. "I warned you it was intense, and that's not even my strongest form." "Not your strongest," Kalgar repeated slowly. "You have transformations more powerful than that. Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue both use God Ki instead of regular Ki," Goku explained. "They're more efficient than Super Saiyan 3, with better energy control, but they hit way harder. And Ultra Instinct is, well, it's something else entirely. It's not really a transformation so much as a technique where my body moves and reacts without conscious thought. But it makes me stronger, too." The implications were staggering. What they'd just witnessed, power that had nearly torn apart a reinforced training chamber on a space marine battle barge, was only a fraction of this being's true capabilities. If he could go higher, if he possessed even more powerful forms, then the tactical applications were almost unlimited, but so were the dangers. "These god forms you mentioned," Tigurius said carefully. "You claim to use God Ki. Does this mean you draw power from divine entities, from the warp?" "No, nothing like that," Goku clarified. "God Ki is just a higher form of life energy. Where I come from, gods like Lord Beerus and Whis have it naturally. I learned to use it through training with them. It's more refined than regular Kai, harder to sense unless you know what you're looking for. But it comes from inside me just like my normal Kai. No borrowing, no external sources." "Training with gods," Chaplain Cassius muttered. "In any other circumstance, such claims would be branded heresy. Yet we've witnessed proof that this being operates on a scale beyond Imperial comprehension." Kalgar made his decision. "Goku, your power exceeds our initial projections by orders of magnitude. This creates both opportunities and concerns. The Ultramarines chapter formally requests your assistance in ongoing military operations, but with strict limitations." "What kind of limitations?" Goku asked. "You will operate under Ultramarines' command structure when deployed," Kalgar stated. "You will not use your higher transformations except in situations of existential threat. You will submit to continuous observation to ensure no chaos corruption develops. And you will not, under any circumstances, be deployed near civilian populations without explicit authorization. Your power is too great to risk collateral damage." Goku nodded slowly, understanding the reasoning. "That's fair. I've accidentally caused a lot of damage before when I wasn't careful. Having some structure and oversight makes sense, but I need 2 things in return." "Name them," Cross said. "First, I want access to whoever knows the most about dimensional travel and reality manipulation in your Imperium. I still need to find a way home, and the longer I'm here, the more worried my family gets. Second, I want your people to actually help the ones we fight, when possible. I saw what happened with those cultists on Tertium Mortis. They were being controlled, corrupted against their will. If we can save people instead of just killing everyone, we should try. The request for information about dimensional travel was expected. The request for mercy toward enemies was less so. The Imperium's doctrine regarding chaos corruption is unambiguous, Chaplain Cassius said firmly. The tainted must be purged, lest their corruption spread. Mercy shown to the enemy is weakness that endangers the innocent. Maybe, Goku acknowledged. But I've met a lot of people who were enemies at first and became allies later. Vegeta tried to destroy Earth, and now he's one of my best friends and helps protect it. Piccolo killed me once, and later he trained my son. Android 18 was built to kill me, and now she's married to my best friend, Krillin. People can change if you give them the chance. Your universe must be very different from ours, Tigurius observed. Here, corruption runs deeper. Chaos doesn't simply make people enemies. It fundamentally rewrites their souls. Redemption is rare. Rare doesn't mean impossible, Goku countered. I'm just saying if there's a chance to save someone instead of killing them, shouldn't we try? I know you guys have been fighting forever, and maybe that makes it hard to see people as anything but enemies or allies. But every person you save is one less enemy to fight later. His simple philosophy, so at odds with the Imperium's brutal pragmatism, created an uncomfortable silence. These were warriors who'd spent centuries, even millennia in some cases, fighting without quarter, showing no mercy because mercy meant death. Yet here was someone more powerful than any of them, advocating for compassion and redemption. Your request regarding dimensional research will be granted, Cross decided, breaking the silence. The Inquisition maintains archives on Xenos technology, ancient human devices, and phenomena that might relate to dimensional travel. You'll have supervised access. As for your second request, we'll evaluate on a case-by-case basis. Some enemies can't be redeemed, but if circumstances allow for prisoners rather than execution, we'll consider it. That's all I'm asking, Goku said, satisfied. A chance, not guarantees, just chances. Calgar nodded. Then we have an accord. You'll be assigned operational status, auxiliary asset, Omega classification. You'll work alongside Ultramarines forces on designated missions. Your first formal deployment will be within the week. We've received reports of an orc threatening a hive world in the neighboring system. It's an ideal opportunity to observe your combat capabilities in a large-scale engagement. Orcs? I fought some of those already, Goku said, remembering the green-skinned warriors from his arrival. They seem to really enjoy fighting. Should be fun. Fun, Ageman repeated incredulously. You consider warfare against Xenos fun? Not the war part, Goku clarified, but testing myself against strong opponents, learning new techniques, pushing my limits. That's what I live for. And from what you've described, this universe has plenty of strong opponents. I just wish they weren't all trying to kill innocent people. Would be nice if we could just have friendly tournaments instead of actual wars. The innocent observation that perhaps universal conflict could be replaced with competitive sport. was so alien to Imperial thinking that no one knew how to respond. In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, there were no friendly tournaments. There was only war. But looking at Goku's earnest expression, his genuine belief that fighting could be joyful rather than merely necessary, some of the Ultramarines found themselves wondering what it would be like to live in his universe. A place where warriors fought for sport and growth rather than survival, where enemies could become friends, where hope wasn't heresy. It sounded impossible. It sounded like paradise. "Dismissed," Calgar said finally. "Sergeant Hadrian, escort Goku to the archives. Librarian Tigurius will supervise his research into dimensional phenomena. The rest of you, begin preparations for the Orc campaign. We deploy in 72 hours. As the chamber emptied, Cross found herself standing beside Tigurius, both of them watching Goku leave with Hadrian. The Saiyan was already chattering excitedly about the upcoming battle, asking questions about Orc tactics and whether they had any really strong leaders he could fight. "He's going to change everything," Tigurius said quietly. "Whether we want him to or not, his mere presence challenges fundamental assumptions about power, about morality, about how war should be waged. The question is whether those changes will strengthen the Imperium or shatter it," Cross replied. "We're walking a razor's edge, Tigurius. He's powerful enough to defeat armies alone, but his philosophy is dangerous. Mercy, redemption, fighting for joy rather than duty. These concepts could spread. What happens when Imperial Guard soldiers start questioning orders to purge civilian populations? What happens when Space Marines wonder if there's an alternative to endless war? Perhaps such questions need to be asked," Tigurius suggested. "The Imperium has endured for 10,000 years through brutal pragmatism, but endurance isn't thriving. We hold the line, but we never advance it. Maybe someone from outside our reality is exactly what we need. A perspective uncorrupted by 10 millennia of stagnation and dogma. Or maybe he's the catalyst that brings it all crashing down," Cross countered. "Time will tell. For now, we watch him, we use him, and we pray to the Emperor that we haven't made a catastrophic mistake." In the archives, Goku stood before towering shelves of data slates and ancient scrolls, his eyes wide with fascination. Tigurius guided him through the organization system, pointing out sections on Xenos technology, warp phenomena, and pre-Imperium human civilizations that had experimented with dimensional travel. "Most of this is theoretical," Tigurius explained, "or based on Xenos technology we don't fully understand. The Eldar have webway passages that connect distant points in space. The Necrons possess dimensional compression technology, and there are records of the dark age of technology, when humanity briefly mastered such arts before the Age of Strife destroyed that knowledge." "Do any of these technologies let you travel between universes?" Goku asked. "Or just within this one?" The distinction wasn't something our researchers considered, Tigurius admitted. "The concept of multiple universes isn't part of Imperial cosmology. We have the materium, normal space, and the immaterium, the warp. A binary reality. Your claims of 12 distinct universes, each with their own physical laws and inhabitants, is unprecedented." "Well, I'm living proof it's possible," Goku said practically. "I came from somewhere else. That means there's a way. I just need to figure out what it is. The challenge will be immense, Tigurius warned. You lack the technological infrastructure of your home universe. You don't have access to your Dragon Balls or other reality-altering artifacts. You're working with Imperial technology and knowledge which has limits. Limits are just things to overcome, Goku said with a grin. I've faced impossible odds before. I'll figure this out. Might take a while, but I'm patient when I need to be. He pulled out a data slate and began reading about Eldar Webway technology, his brow furrowed in concentration. Despite being a warrior first and foremost, Goku had always been capable of understanding complex concepts when properly motivated, and finding a way home was powerful motivation indeed. As he read, Tigurius observed him carefully. This being from beyond reality, this warrior who fought with joy and advocated for mercy, this anomaly that the universe had deposited into the Imperium's lap, he was going to shake the foundations of their civilization. The only question was whether they'd be stronger for it, or whether it would destroy them. The Orc Wa had been building for months. What started as scattered raiding parties had coalesced into a massive green tide under the leadership of Warboss Graka Ironjaw, a beast of an orc standing 12 feet tall, with a power claw that had crushed a Lehman Russ tank like tinfoil. His Wa numbered in the hundreds of thousands, boys, knobs, storm boys, deft dreads, and enough crude but functional machinery to level continents. Their target was Hive World Cassian Prime, a planet of 18 billion souls packed into 3 massive hive cities. The orcs had already overrun the outlying mining colonies and were advancing on the primary hive with overwhelming force. Imperial Guard regiments had held the outer defensive lines for 2 weeks, but casualties were catastrophic. Without intervention, the planet would fall within days. The Fist of Makrega had arrived with 2 other Ultramarines strike cruisers, deploying 3 full companies of Astartes to reinforce the defenders. Thunderhawks and drop pods rained from the sky, inserting Space Marines into critical defensive positions. Titan legions from Mars walked alongside Lehman Russ squadrons, while Basilisk artillery batteries fired in continuous bombardment patterns. And in the midst of this planetary-scale warfare, Goku flew alone toward the heart of the Orc horde. Contact in 30 seconds. Sergeant Hadrian's voice crackled through the Vox bead. Estimated enemy concentration, 200,000 orcs within your operational zone. Warboss Graka's location confirmed at the center of the formation. You are authorized to engage at your discretion. Got it, Goku replied. Flying 100 meters above the battlefield. Below him, the Orc Wa stretched to the horizon, a green ocean of violence and crude machinery. Trucks, battle wagons, and Stompas churned through the mud, while massive gargants, orc super-heavy walkers the size of buildings, stomped forward on hydraulic legs, their weapons belching fire and destruction. The sheer scale of the battle was unlike anything Goku had experienced. The tournament of power had been bigger in some ways, but that had been structured, contained within the world of void. This was raw, chaotic warfare across an entire continent, with millions of combatants clashing in a meat grinder that devoured lives by the thousands. Remember the rules of engagement, Inquisitor Cross's voice cut in. Minimize collateral damage. The hive cities are full of civilians. No Super Saiyan 3 or higher forms unless absolutely necessary. And Goku, Try not to kill unnecessarily. I know you prefer non-lethal approaches, but orcs are different. They're literally designed for war. They'll never stop fighting willingly." "I understand," Goku said, "but I'll still give them a chance to back down." In the command center, aboard the Fist of Macrage, Cross exchanged glances with Chapter Master Calgar. "He's going to try to reason with orcs," she said flatly. "It will be educational," Calgar rumbled. "Let him learn. Some lessons must be experienced firsthand." Goku descended toward the heart of the orc formation, where Warboss Graka's personal mob was advancing. The Warboss was impossible to miss. He stood atop a massive battle wagon covered in spikes, trophies from defeated enemies, and enough guns to qualify as a mobile artillery platform. Hundreds of nobs surrounded him, each one a veteran warrior who'd survived countless battles. Goku landed directly in front of the battle wagon, forcing it to grind to a halt. The driver, an orc mech with too many mechanical augmentations, shouted incomprehensibly and reached for the vehicle-mounted big shooter. Before he could fire, Goku raised his hand. "Wait! I want to talk!" Goku called out in Gothic, the Imperium's common language. The translation had been loaded into his Vox bead, allowing him to speak clearly despite his alien origins. The orcs stared at him in collective confusion. Then they started laughing, a roaring, brutal sound that echoed across the battlefield. Warboss Graka stood up from his throne of scrap metal and weapons, his massive form casting a shadow over Goku. "You want to talk?" Graka bellowed, his voice carrying the raw power of an orc who'd achieved dominance through pure violence. "We's orcs. We don't talk. We fight. We crump. We wah." "I know you like fighting," Goku said earnestly. "I like fighting too. But does it have to be about killing billions of people? Why don't we just fight each other instead? You and me, one-on-one. If I win, you leave this planet alone. If you win, well, I guess you can keep attacking. How about it?" The orcs fell silent again, this time not in laughter, but in genuine consideration. Orc culture respected strength above all else, and the concept of a single combat to determine leadership was deeply embedded in their psyche. Graka scratched his massive jaw with his power claw, the energized weapon crackling with barely restrained power. "You challenging me?" Graka asked, suspicion and interest warring in his tiny brain. "You's just one humie. Why would I fight you when I's got a whole way to crump the city?" "Because I'm strong enough to make it interesting," Goku said, powering up slightly. Golden light flickered around him, and his hair briefly flashed blonde before returning to black. The display of power, just a hint of Super Saiyan, sent ripples through the orc mob. They could feel it, that primal sense that something dangerous and exciting was standing before them. Graka's eyes widened with glee. "You's got proper power. All right, Humie. I's accept your challenge." He leaped down from the battle wagon, landing with enough force to crack the ground. "If you win, we's leave the planet, but when I win, I's gonna use your skull as a drinking cup." The orc mob erupted in cheers, the prospect of witnessing a proper boss fight igniting their enthusiasm. Within minutes, they'd formed a massive circle, thousands of orcs creating an impromptu arena. Even the distant Imperial forces could see the orc advance halting, the green tide consolidating into a single location. "What in the Emperor's name is happening?" Captain Agamemnon demanded from his command post. His tactical display showed the orc army stopping its assault. gathering information around a central point. Goku challenged their war boss to single combat, Hadrian reported, monitoring the Vox feed. The orcs are honoring the challenge. They've ceased their advance to watch. Calgar leaned forward at his command throne. Extraordinary. In 3 minutes of negotiation, he's accomplished what 3 companies of Astartes couldn't. He's stopped the way cold. Now we see if he can finish what he started. In the improvised arena, Goku and Graka faced each other across 30 meters of churned earth. The warboss cracked his knuckles, his power claw humming with energy. "All right, Humi, show me what you got." Goku dropped into a fighting stance, his body relaxed but ready. "Just so you know, I'm going to hold back a lot. I don't want to kill you if I don't have to, but I will win." "Big talk!" Graka roared, then charged. The warboss was fast, far faster than something his size should be. He closed the distance in seconds, his power claw swinging in a devastating arc that would have bisected a space marine. Goku sidestepped, letting the massive weapon pass millimeters from his face. He countered with a palm strike to Graka's ribs, pulling the blow, but still hitting with enough force to stagger the orc. Graka grunted, more impressed than hurt. "Good hit. My turn." He swung his other fist, an unaugmented but still massive orc hand, in an uppercut. Goku blocked it with his forearm, the impact creating a shockwave that rippled through the watching mob. They exchanged blows rapidly, testing each other. Graka was strong as Nappa had been, maybe stronger. His technique was crude but effective, honed through thousands of battles. Every attack carried killing intent, every movement designed to crush and destroy. It was pure orc fighting philosophy: hit hard, hit fast, never stop until the enemy was paced. Goku wove through the assault, dodging and blocking, looking for patterns. Graka favored his power claw, using it like a primary weapon while his other hand set up combinations. His footwork was surprisingly good for an orc. He maintained balance despite his size, and his recovery time between attacks was minimal. "You're really good," Goku said genuinely, ducking under a power claw swing. "You fought a lot, haven't you?" "Been crumpin' things since I was a spore," Graka bellowed proudly. "Fought Humies, space marines, pointy ears, tin boys, bug things. Killed 'em all. Used the best fight I's had in years." The admission sparked Goku's competitive spirit. An opponent who genuinely loved fighting, who'd spent his entire existence testing himself against stronger enemies. That was something Goku could respect, even if the orc's methods were brutal and his targets were innocents. Underneath the violence and destruction, Graka was still a warrior seeking challenge. "Then let me show you something special," Goku said. He stepped back, creating distance, and powered up. Not to Super Saiyan, that would be overkill, but to his maximum base form power. His muscles tensed, his aura flared white, and the ground beneath his feet cracked from the pressure. The orc mob went wild, roaring their approval. This was what they lived for. 2 warriors pushing themselves to the limit, neither giving ground, both committed to victory. The Wa energy, that psychic field generated by orc collective excitement, surged higher, feeding into Graka and making him stronger. "Now we's talkin'," Graka roared, his own power increasing as the Wa energy empowered him. He charged again, faster than before, power claw raised high. Goku met the charge head-on. He caught the power claw between his palms, stopping the energized weapon cold. Graka's eyes widened in shock. Nobody had ever stopped his claw like that. Goku twisted, using the warboss's momentum against him, and threw the massive orc over his shoulder. Graka crashed to the ground but rolled immediately, coming up in a defensive crouch. "Sneaky! I like it!" He activated something on his armor, a crude teleporter that Mex had installed, and vanished in a flash of green light. Goku's key sense tracked him instantly. The orc reappeared behind him, power claw already swinging. Goku spun and delivered a kick to Graka's chest, the impact sending the warboss flying backward into the orc crowd. The mob caught their boss and pushed him back into the arena, their enthusiasm undimmed. "Impressive tech," Goku commented. "Instant movement. That could be really useful in a fight if you time it right." "Learn stuff from the best scrap," Graka agreed, charging once more. This time, he feinted with the power claw, then grabbed for Goku with his other hand. The move was clever, using the more dangerous weapon as distraction. Goku saw through it but played along, allowing himself to be grabbed. Graka's massive hand closed around his torso, lifting him off the ground. "Got you now, Humi." "Do you?" Goku asked calmly. Then he flexed, his muscles expanding as he powered up further. Graka's grip, which should have been unbreakable, suddenly wasn't enough. Goku's arms pushed outward, forcing the orc's fingers apart, and he broke free of the grapple. Before Graka could react, Goku delivered a spinning kick to the side of his head. The warboss staggered, actually dazed by the impact. The orc mob went silent. Their boss, the biggest and toughest orc on the planet, had just been rocked by a single kick. Graka shook his head, clearing the stars from his vision. You's really strong, Yumi. Stronger than anything I's fought." He grinned, showing all his tusks. "This is the best." "You're not bad yourself," Goku said, settling back into his stance. "But I think it's time to end this. I don't want to hurt you too badly." "Hurt me?" Graka laughed. "You can't hurt an orc. We's made for fightin'." To prove his point, he flexed his damaged ribs. Goku could hear bones cracking as the orc's incredible regeneration began knitting the fractures back together. Orc physiology was absurdly resilient, capable of surviving injuries that would kill most species. "All right then," Goku said. "But remember, you asked for this." He moved. Not at full speed. That would be invisible even to the orc's enhanced perception, but fast enough to blur. He appeared in front of Graka and delivered a combination. 3 punches to the torso, a knee to the midsection, an elbow to the jaw, and finally an uppercut that lifted the warboss off his feet. Graka flew upward, sailing 10 meters into the air. Goku leaped after him, appearing above the orc in mid-flight, and axe-kicked him back down. The warboss crashed into the ground with force enough to create a crater, dust and debris exploding outward from the impact. The orc mob held its collective breath. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then Graka's power claw emerged from the crater, followed by the rest of him. The warboss climbed out slowly, his armor cracked, his face bruised, but his grin wider than ever. "Now date's a proper scrap," he roared, spitting out a broken tusk. "You win, Yumi. Used the biggest, toughest thing I's ever fought. By orc law, used a new boss." "Wait, what?" Goku said, confused. "I don't want to be your boss. I just wanted you to leave the planet alone." "Too bad," Graka declared. "You beat me in fair fight. That makes you the war boss now. These boys is yours." The surrounding orcs erupted in a massive "Wah!" raising their weapons in salute to their new boss. Hundreds of thousands of orcs, all suddenly pledging loyalty to the confused Saiyan standing in the center of their formation. In the command center, Calgar stared at the tactical display in disbelief. Did he just accidentally conquer the orc army? "It appears so," Tigurius said, his psychic senses detecting the shift in the Wah field. The collective orc consciousness had accepted Goku as their leader, and the psychic pressure was now oriented around him rather than Graka. Orc leadership is determined by combat prowess. He defeated their war boss in single combat. By their cultural logic, he is now in command. "This is unprecedented," Cross said, rapidly calculating the implications. An orc Wah of this size, commanded by someone who isn't an orc, who isn't corrupted by their savage nature. If we can direct this force against Imperial enemies rather than Imperial worlds, we could turn the tide of entire campaigns. Calgar finished, but can he control them? Orcs respect strength, but they're fundamentally violent. Can someone with his moral code actually lead a species designed for warfare? On the battlefield, Goku was having the same concerns. "Look, guys, I appreciate the respect, but I can't be your boss. I don't even live in this universe permanently. I'm trying to find a way home." "Until you leave, use the boss," Graka insisted. "Unless yous want to fight again, that'd be good too." Goku sighed, realizing he'd created an unexpected complication. But looking at the sea of orc faces, brutal, violent, but also genuinely excited and happy to follow someone they considered worthy, he saw an opportunity. "All right," Goku said, making a decision. "If I'm the boss, then you follow my orders, right?" "That's how it works," the orcs chorused. "Then here's my first order. No attacking places with innocent people. If you want to fight, we'll find you opponents who actually deserve it. Bad guys, enemies, but no more killing civilians or destroying homes. Got it?" The orcs looked at each other in confusion. This went against every instinct they had. But the law was clear. The boss's word was absolute, and Goku had proven he was the strongest. But crumpin' stuff is what we do," one of the knobs protested weakly. "You can still crump stuff," Goku clarified. "Just crump the right stuff. I'll find you plenty of enemies to fight, strong enemies, enemies that'll give you a real challenge, but innocent people are off limits. Anyone who breaks that rule answers to me personally." The threat was delivered with a smile, but every orc present understood the implication. Fighting their new boss was a bad idea. Very bad. "All right, boys," Graka bellowed, accepting the new paradigm. "The new boss has spoken. We's gonna crump only the enemies he points us at. And if any boy breaks that rule, I's gonna crump him myself." "The Wah!" Energy shifted again, incorporating the new directive. Orcs were remarkably adaptable when their leadership changed. It was part of their fungal nature. Within minutes, the entire army had accepted the new status quo. They had a new boss. The boss wanted them to fight specific targets, and that was fine, as long as they got to fight. Goku activated his Vox bead. Inquisitor, I think I've got a situation here." "We're aware," Cross said dryly. "You've accidentally created the first human-led orc Wah in Imperial history. Congratulations. Now what are you going to do with them?" "Can we use them?" Goku asked. "You guys have lots of enemies, right? Chaos, and those bug things, and the robots." What if instead of fighting the orcs, we aim them at your actual enemies? There was a long pause as the command staff processed the suggestion. Finally, Calgar spoke. That could work. It's highly irregular. The Ordozenos will have strong objections, but the tactical advantages are undeniable. An orc army that doesn't attack Imperial worlds, that can be directed against our enemies, it would free up resources for other fronts. Then I'll do it, Goku decided. At least until I find a way home. These orcs need something to fight anyway. Might as well give them targets that deserve it. He turned to address the orc mob. All right, here's what we're going to do. The humans with the blue armor, the Space Marines, they're allies now. No fighting them. Same with any humans defending their homes. But there are other enemies out there. Chaos guys who serve evil gods. Robot armies. Giant bugs that eat everything. Those are your targets. We're gonna go fight them instead. But what about this city? One of the orcs asked, gesturing toward the distant hive. We're leaving it alone, Goku said firmly. They didn't do anything to deserve being attacked. We'll find better fights elsewhere. Now who's got a ship big enough to carry all of you? We's got space hulks, Graka said proudly. Big ships. We's looted and welded together. They can carry the whole wa. Perfect, Goku said, then activated his Vox. Can you guys help coordinate getting these orcs off the planet and pointed at an actual threat? I'll go with them to make sure they follow orders. In the command center, Cross looked at Calgar. The chapter master's expression was unreadable behind his stoic facade, but finally he nodded. This is the most irregular alliance in Imperial history, Calgar said. But the Emperor works in mysterious ways. If this is his will, who are we to question? He activated the fleet-wide Vox. All forces, stand down offensive operations. Prepare to coordinate with our new orc allies. The target will be the Chaos Warband operating in the Hadrian Reach. They've been raiding Imperial shipping for months. Let's see how they handle 200,000 orcs backed by Space Marine tactical support. The orders went out, and across the planet, Imperial forces watched in amazement as the orc Wah began withdrawing toward their crude spacecraft. Soldiers who'd been fighting for their lives minutes ago stood down their weapons, unable to process what they were witnessing. Goku flew alongside Graka as the warboss led his army back toward the landing zones. So, Graka, what do you normally eat? Because I eat a lot. And if I'm going to be traveling with you guys, I need to know if you have enough food. We's eat whatever we find, Graka said cheerfully. Squigs, mushrooms, sometimes other orcs if day's too weak. It all tastes good when you's hungry. Right, Goku said, making a mental note to bring his own supplies. We'll work on that. As the orc army boarded their ramshackle fleet, space hulks that looked like they'd been assembled by blind children, but somehow worked anyway, Goku reflected on the absurdity of his situation. He'd come to this universe by accident, been branded a heretic, defeated a chaos sorcerer, demonstrated his power to Space Marines, and now commanded an orc army. Chi-Chi was definitely going to kill him when he got home. But if he could use this position to protect innocent people and direct the orcs against actual threats instead of civilians, then maybe it was worth it. And who knew? Maybe with enough time and enough victories, He could teach these orcs that there was more to being a warrior than just violence. It was a long shot, but Goku had always been good with long shots. The combined fleet, orc space hulks alongside ultramarines, strike cruisers, translated from the warp into the Hadrian Reach with all the subtlety of a meteor strike. The Chaos Warband operating there, the Ebon Reavers, had approximately 30 seconds of warning before 200,000 orcs backed by 3 companies of space marines descended upon their positions. It was a massacre. The Ebon Reavers were veterans of the Long War, Chaos Space Marines who'd fought against the Imperium for millennia. Their fortress monastery, carved into an asteroid field, bristled with defensive batteries and demon engines. Under normal circumstances, assaulting such a position would require months of siege warfare and cost thousands of lives. Goku simply flew through the void, protected by a key barrier that maintained pressure and oxygen around him, and punched through the fortress's void shields like they were paper. The orcs followed in boarding torpedoes and assault rams, crashing into the breached defenses with gleeful abandon. Behind them, space marines deployed with tactical precision, securing strategic points while the green tide rolled over everything else. The battle lasted 3 hours. When it ended, the Ebon Reavers' leadership was dead, their fortress was scrap, and the survivors had scattered into the void. Imperial casualties, 12 space marines wounded, 0 fatalities. Orc casualties, approximately 8,000 dead, which the orcs considered a light day's work and excellent fun. "This is troubling," Inquisitor Cross said, reviewing the battle reports from her quarters aboard the Fist of Macraga. Goku sat across from her, eating his way through his 5th meal since the battle ended. His appetite was legendary, even by Astartes standards. The ship's supply officers had begun requisitioning additional food stores from nearby agri-worlds just to keep up. "Why troubling?" Goku asked between bites. "We won, nobody innocent got hurt, and the bad guys are gone. Seems like a success to me." "Because you made it look easy," Cross explained. "A fortress that should have required extensive siege warfare was neutralized in hours, because you personally breached their primary defenses. The tactical applications are obvious. With you as a force multiplier, we can assault positions that were previously considered impregnable. But that creates dependencies. What happens when you're not available? What happens when you leave this universe? You go back to doing things the way you did before," Goku said, pragmatically. "I'm just helping out while I'm here. I'm not trying to replace your strategies or make you dependent on me. The problem is that success breeds expectation," Tigurius said, entering the room with a data slate. "Word of your victories has spread through Imperial command structures. We're receiving requests, demands really, from across multiple sectors for your deployment. Orc invasions that need redirecting, chaos incursions that require immediate response, Tyrannid splinter fleets probing our defenses. Every commander in the segmentum wants the warrior who can turn impossible battles into easy victories." Goku frowned. "I can't be everywhere at once. And I'm not a miracle solution to all your problems. I'm just one guy." "Try explaining that to a planetary governor watching his world burn," Cross said. "Or to a guard general who's lost 3 regiments holding a defensive line. They hear about the alien warrior who commands orcs and defeats chaos sorcerers, and they see salvation. When we tell them you're unavailable or deployed elsewhere, they see the Imperium abandoning them. That's not fair to you or them, Goku protested. You were fighting these battles before I showed up. The Imperium's been holding the line for 10,000 years without me. But now they know you exist, Tigurius said, and that changes everything. Hope is a dangerous thing, Goku. It can inspire incredible determination, but it can also breed resentment when denied. We're walking a political tightrope, using your capabilities while managing expectations across countless worlds. The conversation was interrupted by an alert from the ship's Vox system. Captain Egemon's voice crackled through. Priority astropathic message from Terra, sealed for inquisitorial eyes only. Inquisitor Cross, your presence is required in the astropathic choir immediately. Cross stood, her expression unreadable. This is it. The High Lords have been deliberating on your case since my first report. Whatever this message contains will determine your future status in the Imperium. She looked at Goku seriously. Pray to whatever deities your universe has that they've decided in your favor. 20 minutes later, Cross emerged from the astropathic chamber, her face pale. Tigurius and Calgar waited in the corridor, both sensing the gravity of the situation. The High Lords have rendered their judgment, Cross said quietly. It's complicated. They convened in Calgar's private strategium, a smaller chamber reserved for the most sensitive discussions. Cross activated a holoprojector, displaying the seal of the Inquisition alongside the Aquila of Terra. The High Lords acknowledge Goku's military value. Cross began, reading from the encrypted message. His defeat of Mithrazok, his redirection of the Orc-Wa, and his recent victories have impressed even the most skeptical factions. However, his existence raises theological concerns that cannot be ignored. Theological concerns? Calgar rumbled. The ecclesiarchy argues that an alien wielding power beyond any sanctioned psyker challenges fundamental imperial doctrine, Cross explained. If one alien can possess such power without chaos taint, what does that say about the Imperium's teachings on psykers and the warp? If Goku's methods of cultivation and self-improvement work, why does the Imperium not employ them? These questions are causing friction in the upper echelons. Bureaucratic cowardice, Tigurius said with barely concealed disgust. They fear what his existence implies about their own limitations. More than that, Cross continued. There's a faction within the Inquisition, led by Inquisitor Lord Torquemada of the Ordo Hereticus, that believes Goku is a test sent by the Emperor, a trial, to determine if the Imperium has grown too rigid, too bound by dogma. They argue that his arrival coincides with the Emperor's golden throne failing, that perhaps he's meant to help us find alternatives to our current path. And the opposition, Calgar asked, believes he's Chaos's greatest deception, a corruption so subtle it doesn't register on any known test. They want him terminated immediately. Consequences be damned. Goku had been listening from outside the strategium, his enhanced hearing picking up every word, despite the room's sound dampening. He'd learned not to announce his eavesdropping. These people needed to speak freely, and sometimes the truth only came out when they thought he wasn't listening. So the Imperium was divided on him. Half saw opportunity, half saw threat. It reminded him of when he'd first revealed he was an alien to Earth's population. Some people had been terrified, others had accepted it, and everyone had opinions. "What's the actual decision?" Calgar pressed. "Compromise," Cross said. "Goku is granted provisional Imperial citizenship under the designation Sanctioned Xenos Auxiliary. He will continue operating under Ultramarine's supervision, but with one critical addition. He must travel to Terra within the next 6 months for direct evaluation by the Emperor himself." The room went silent. An audience with the God Emperor was unprecedented for someone of Goku's status. Even high-ranking officials might wait years for such an honor. Granting it to an alien, no matter how powerful, was shocking. "How?" Tigurius asked. "The Emperor cannot speak. He sits upon the golden throne, his mind focused on maintaining the Astronomicon. Direct communication is impossible. The message suggests the Emperor will be consulted through the Adeptus Custodes and the psychic communion maintained by his most powerful servants," Cross said. "They believe if anyone can pierce the mystery of Goku's nature and determine his true purpose, it's the master of mankind himself." "And if the Emperor deems him a threat?" Calgar asked the question they were all thinking. "Then Captain General Trajan Valores of the Adeptus Custodes will personally execute him," Cross said flatly. "The message is very clear on that point. This is humanity's ultimate test of Goku's intentions. Pass, and he becomes the Imperium's most valued auxiliary. Fail, and he dies on Holy Terra itself." Outside the Strategium, Goku absorbed this information. So his future came down to meeting this Emperor everyone kept talking about. The being who'd been sitting on a throne for 10,000 years, maintaining a psychic beacon that guided humanity's ships, slowly dying while holding an entire civilization together. It reminded him of King Kai's stories about ancient gods who sacrificed themselves for their people. Noble, but also tragic. And now Goku would finally get to meet him. He knocked on the Strategium door before entering. No need to reveal he'd been eavesdropping. The 3 officers looked up as he walked in. "I heard I'm going to Terra," Goku said simply. "When do we leave?" "You were listening," Cross accused, though without real anger. "Good hearing," Goku admitted with a shrug. "So yeah, I know about the test. Meeting the Emperor, letting him evaluate me, proving I'm not corrupted or dangerous. I'm okay with that. I've got nothing to hide." "You understand the stakes?" Calgar asked. "If the Emperor judges against you, the Adeptus Custodes will strike immediately. They are his personal guard, the finest warriors humanity has ever produced. Even you would be hard-pressed to escape Terra alive if they decided you were a threat." "I'm not planning to escape," Goku said. "If the Emperor thinks I'm dangerous after examining me, then maybe he sees something I don't. I'd listen to his judgment." He paused. "Though I really hope it doesn't come to that. I don't want to fight people who are just trying to protect others." 6 months, Tigurius said. "That's our timeline. We continue current operations, redirecting the Orc forces, responding to critical threats, gathering more evidence of your reliability. When the time comes, we'll make the pilgrimage to Terra, and the Emperor will decide your fate." "Works for me," Goku said. "In the meantime, can I ask a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Cross asked suspiciously. "I want to train with your Space Marines," Goku said. "Not in their normal way. I want to teach them some of the techniques I know. Ki control, energy sensing, maybe even some basic martial arts. I figure if I'm going to be working with them, they should understand how I fight. And maybe they can teach me about how you guys fight, too. It'll be like a cultural exchange. The three officers exchanged glances. The idea of an alien teaching space marines, warriors whose training began in childhood and was refined across centuries, was almost insulting. But they'd seen what Goku could do. And if even a fraction of his techniques could be adapted to Astartes' physiology, I'll authorize training sessions, Calgar decided. Limited scope initially. If promising results develop, we'll expand the program. But Goku, Space Marines are not like you. Our enhancements are biological and technological. We don't have access to this ki you describe. Everyone has ki, Goku said confidently. You just don't know how to use it. Where I come from, normal humans can learn to sense and control their life energy with enough training. Your Space Marines are way beyond normal humans. If anyone can learn, they can. This should be interesting, Tigurius murmured. The prospect of Space Marines learning Xenos techniques would scandalize many in the Imperium, but desperate times called for innovative solutions. And if the God Emperor was truly testing them by sending Goku, perhaps they were meant to learn from him. The training sessions began 3 days later in the Fist of Macraga's combat arena. 20 Space Marines from various companies had volunteered, or been voluntold, to participate. They stood in formation, their power armor creating an intimidating wall of ceramite and faith. Goku stood before them in his GI, looking absurdly small compared to the 8-foot-tall warriors. Thanks for coming, everyone. I know this is probably weird for you, learning from an alien, but I promise, if you're willing to try, I can teach you things that'll make you better fighters. With respect, Brother Sergeant Maxime said, his voice amplified by his armor's vox grill. We have trained since childhood in the martial disciplines of the Astartes. We are weapons perfected across 10,000 years of warfare. What can you teach us that the Codex Astartes has not already mastered? It was a fair question, delivered without malice. Goku appreciated the directness. The Codex teaches you tactics, strategy, and combat techniques, Goku acknowledged. And from what I've seen, it's really good at that. But it doesn't teach you about ki, about life, energy. Every living thing has it, including you guys. You just don't know how to sense or use it because nobody ever taught you. We have librarians for psychic sensing, another Marine said. What need have we for this ki sensing? It's different, Goku explained. Psychic powers draw from the warp, right? That thing you're all worried about because it can corrupt you. Ki is just your own life energy. It can't corrupt you because it's already you. And once you learn to sense it, you can detect enemies even when you can't see them, predict movements before they happen, and reinforce your body beyond what your armor provides. He demonstrated by closing his eyes. Right now, without looking, I can tell there are 21 people in this room. 20 of you, and Sergeant Hadrian watching from the observation deck. He pointed directly at Hadrian without opening his eyes. He's curious but skeptical. His heart rate is elevated slightly. He's anticipating something going wrong. In the observation deck, Hadrian started. The alien was right. How had he known? That's ki sensing, Goku said, opening his eyes. Now, I'm not saying you'll be as good as me right away. I've been training my whole life. But even basic ki awareness can give you an edge in combat, so who wants to try? The Space Marines looked at each other. Finally, Brother Sergeant Maxim stepped forward. I will attempt your technique. Show me what to do. Great, Goku said, enthusiastically. First, we need to get you out of that armor. Can't feel your own energy if you're wrapped in all that metal and ceramite. There was a pause. Space Marines rarely removed their armor in combat zones, and for many, the armor was practically a second skin. But Maxim nodded, and with the assistance of servitors, began the process of disengaging from his power armor. When he finally stood in just his black carapace bodysuit, Maxim looked almost vulnerable, though his enhanced musculature and numerous service studs embedded in his skull marked him as anything but human. He was still over 7 feet tall and built like a tank. Okay, now sit down, Goku instructed. Cross-legged, hands on your knees. Close your eyes and focus inward, not on thoughts, on sensations. Feel your heartbeat, feel your breathing, feel the energy moving through your body with every pulse of blood. Maxim complied, settling into a meditation pose. The other Space Marines watched with interest as their brother attempted something completely outside standard Astartes training doctrine. Your mind's really active, Goku observed, sensing the Space Marine's mental state. You're thinking about duty, about the Emperor, about whether this is heresy. Let all that go for now. Just feel. I am trying, Maxim said, his voice strained, but I sense nothing beyond normal physiological awareness. That's okay. It takes time, Goku encouraged. Your body's been enhanced with all kinds of implants and modifications. That might actually make it harder at first. You've got so much artificial stuff that your natural energy is buried under it all, but it's still there. Keep focusing. Minutes passed. 10, 20. The other Space Marines began to grow restless, convinced this was a waste of time. Then Maxim gasped. I feel something, he said, his voice filled with wonder. It's faint, but it's there, like a current running through my veins, separate from blood flow. Is this ki? That's it, Goku said excitedly. You found it. Now hold on to that feeling. Get familiar with it. Once you can feel your own ki consistently, you'll start sensing it in others. The breakthrough electrified the room. If Brother Sergeant Maxim, a veteran of 2 centuries of combat, could sense ki, then perhaps others could too. One by one, the Space Marines began removing their armor and attempting the meditation. In the observation deck, Inquisitor Cross watched with Tigurius and Calgar. This is unprecedented, she said quietly. If Space Marines can learn to sense life energy independently of psychic powers, the tactical applications are immense. Imagine Astartes who can detect ambushes, sense enemies through walls, predict attacks before they happen, all without risking warp exposure. It also validates his claim that ki is distinct from psychic power, Tigurius observed. Brother Sergeant Maxim has no psychic potential whatsoever. He's been tested, yet he's sensing something real, something measurable. This energy truly exists outside the warp. How long until they can weaponize it? Calgar asked pragmatically. Years, probably, Cross estimated. Goku said he's been training his whole life. Even with accelerated Astartes learning capacity and enhanced physiology, ki manipulation is clearly a skill that requires extensive practice. but even basic sensing would be valuable. Then we continue the training, Calgar decided. Rotate different squads through sessions with Goku. Document everything. If this technique can be codified and taught systematically, it could represent the first major advancement in Astartes' combat doctrine in millennia. On the training floor, Goku moved among the meditating space marines, offering guidance and encouragement. Don't force it. Let it come naturally. Your body already knows how to use Kai, you just forgot because you never learned to listen. He paused, his expression becoming distant. His key sense had just detected something unusual. Familiar, but wrong. Like an echo of someone he knew, but twisted and corrupted. "Goku?" one of the Space Marines asked. "What's wrong?" I just sensed something," Goku said slowly. "Someone powerful, really powerful, and they feel almost like..." He trailed off, shaking his head. "No, that's impossible. They're in a completely different universe." But the feeling persisted. Somewhere in this galaxy, there was a power signature that reminded him disturbingly of Frieza. Not identical. The energy was tainted with that same warp corruption he'd felt from Mithrazok. But the underlying structure was similar. Cold, cruel, and absolutely massive. "We need to tell the Inquisitor," Goku said, his playful demeanor replaced with deadly seriousness. "There's something out there, something really bad, and I think it might be coming this way." The stratagem was packed within the hour. Chapter Master Calgar, Inquisitor Cross, Chief Librarian Tigurius, and a dozen senior officers gathered around the hololithic display as Goku tried to explain what he'd sensed. "It felt like Frieza," Goku said, struggling to find the right words. "Not exactly the same, but similar. Cold, powerful, and absolutely evil. The kind of presence that makes your instincts scream to either run or fight immediately." "Who is this Frieza?" Captain Agamemnon asked. "A galactic tyrant from my universe," Goku explained, his expression darkening with rare anger. "He destroyed my home planet, enslaved countless races, and ruled through terror for decades. I killed him twice, actually. But his energy signature was distinctive. What I just sensed had that same feel, but corrupted by that warp energy you guys are always worried about." Tigurius closed his eyes, extending his psychic senses as far as they would reach. He'd learned to coordinate with Goku over the past weeks, using the Saiyan's Ki sensing to guide his own warp-based detection. "I sense something. Direction galactic northeast, approximately 15,000 light-years distant. A massive warp signature growing stronger. It's moving." "Toward us?" Cross demanded. "Toward everything," Tigurius said grimly. "The trajectory suggests it's heading for the Imperium's core systems. If it maintains current course and speed, it will enter Imperial space within 3 months. Calgar activated the hololithic projector, overlaying Tigurius's projected trajectory onto the galaxy map. The path cut through dozens of inhabited systems, straight towards some of the Imperium's most critical worlds. This is the Orpheus salient. If something of that magnitude enters that region, it will destabilize the entire sector. What do we know about this entity?" "Very little," Cross admitted. "But if Goku's instincts are correct, and this presence resembles his description of a galactic tyrant." She pulled up files on known chaos entities. "There are several possibilities. Greater demons of sufficient power, a demon Primarch, or..." She hesitated. "Or what?" Goku asked. "A demon prince of exceptional might, Cross continued. When Chaos Space Marines ascend to demonhood, they become entities of terrifying power. Some have ruled entire demon worlds for 10,000 years, accumulating strength through worship and conquest. If this is such a being, and it's decided to launch an incursion into real space, we're looking at a threat on the scale of a Black Crusade, Calgar finished. How certain are you of this reading, Goku? Completely certain, Goku said. I've spent my entire life sensing energy. This is real, it's powerful, and it's hostile. Whatever it is, it wants to destroy things. I can feel the intent behind the power. Then we need intelligence, Agemon said. Scout ships, astropathic divination, anything that can give us concrete information about what we're facing. I can go, Goku offered. If you can get me close enough, I can scout ahead personally. I'm fast, hard to detect when I suppress my ki, and I can survive in space for extended periods. Send me to investigate, and I'll report back what I find. The officers exchanged glances. The tactical value was obvious. Goku could conduct reconnaissance that would take conventional forces weeks in a matter of hours. But sending their most valuable asset into unknown danger was risky. If this entity is as powerful as you suggest, Tigurius said carefully, and it detects you, you might not escape. We can't afford to lose you, Goku. Not when you're scheduled to meet the Emperor. I'm not going to die, Goku said, with absolute confidence. I've fought plenty of strong opponents. Even if this thing is really dangerous, I'm good at getting away when I need to. And if I don't check it out, how many people are going to die while we wait for normal scouts to gather information? Cross studied him. You genuinely care about casualties among people you've never met. That's unusual for someone of your power. Why wouldn't I care? Goku asked, genuinely confused. They're people. They deserve to be protected. That's what warriors are supposed to do. Protect those who can't protect themselves. The simple morality, stated so matter-of-factly, created an uncomfortable silence. Many in the room had spent centuries viewing civilian casualties as acceptable losses, necessary sacrifices in the Imperium's endless wars. Hearing someone challenge that assumption, not with moral superiority but with genuine incomprehension of any other approach, was disquieting. I'll authorize the reconnaissance mission, Calgar decided, but with conditions. You'll take a modified Thunderhawk equipped with long-range Vox and emergency teleportarium. If the situation becomes untenable, you evacuate immediately. We need you alive more than we need perfect intelligence. Deal, Goku agreed. When do I leave? 12 hours, Cross said. We'll plot the optimal approach vector and prepare the Thunderhawk. In the meantime, rest, eat. Whatever you need to be at full capacity. As the meeting broke up, Tigurius approached Goku quietly. A word in private? They walked to one of the ship's observation decks, looking out at the stars wheeling past as the fist of Makrage traveled through the void. For a long moment, neither spoke. You're afraid, Goku said finally. I can sense it, not for yourself, for everyone else. Perceptive, Tigurius acknowledged. Yes, I've served the Imperium for 300 years. I've witnessed horrors that would break most minds. But something about this feels different, worse. Like we're approaching a precipice we can't see. The entity I sensed? Perhaps. Or perhaps it's what your presence represents. Tigurius turned to face him. The Imperium has been stagnant for 10,000 years, Goku. We've been dying slowly, holding the line against entropy and chaos, but never advancing, never growing. You arrive with power that dwarfs our greatest warriors, philosophy that challenges our fundamental doctrines, and methods that prove there are alternatives to the way we've always done things. You're forcing us to confront the possibility that everything we've believed about the nature of power, the necessity of our methods, the inevitability of our suffering, all of it might be wrong. I'm not trying to change your whole civilization, Goku protested. I'm just helping where I can. That's what makes you so dangerous, Tigurius said, not unkindly. You're not a revolutionary or a prophet. You're just a warrior who fights for simple reasons and doesn't understand why everything is so complicated. Your existence asks a question the Imperium isn't ready to answer. What if we didn't have to be this brutal? What if there's the better way, and we've just forgotten how to look for it? Goku thought about that. Back home, Earth was almost destroyed dozens of times. We faced enemies that could blow up planets, gods that could erase universes, but we kept finding ways to win without becoming like them. We stayed good, stayed human. Well, mostly human in my case, even when it would have been easier to be ruthless. And yeah, it was harder. But it was worth it. Your Earth had you, Tigurius pointed out, and others like you. Warriors powerful enough to face those threats without compromising. The Imperium doesn't have that luxury. Our enemies are legion, and our resources are finite. Ruthlessness isn't a choice, it's survival. Maybe, Goku allowed, but I've also seen what happens when you get so focused on survival that you forget what you're surviving for. You become just another monster, fighting to stay alive instead of fighting to protect something worth protecting. The conversation was interrupted by a priority vox from the bridge. Chief Librarian, we're receiving distress calls from the Orpheus salient. Multiple systems reporting warp breaches and massive casualty events. Whatever's coming, it's accelerating. Tigurius's expression hardened. So much for 3 months. It's here now. They rushed back to the Strategium, where chaos had erupted. Hololithic displays showed multiple systems simultaneously reporting catastrophic events. Planets going dark, astropathic screams cutting off mid-transmission, entire star systems disappearing from communication. It's not one entity, Cross said, her augmetic eye processing data at machine speed. It's an invasion force. The central power signature Goku detected is leading, but there are thousands of lesser signatures around it. Demon engines, corrupted ships, cultist armies. This is a full chaos incursion. Force composition? Calgar demanded. Unknown, but preliminary reports suggest high concentrations of Kornata demons alongside Tzeentchian sorcery. That's unusual. Korn and Tzeentch rarely cooperate. Something is coordinating them. The central power I sensed, Goku said grimly. It's strong enough to force them to work together. The hololithic display zoomed in on the invasion spearhead, a system designated Tartarus Secundus, a forge world with a population of 2 billion. The feed from the system's orbital defenses showed something that made even veteran space marines recoil. A massive figure descended from a warp rift, surrounded by legions of demons. It stood hundreds of meters tall, its form shifting between different shapes, sometimes humanoid, sometimes bestial, sometimes geometric impossibilities. Its armor was a fusion of demonic essence and technological horror, covered in symbols that hurt to perceive. And its power, even through the distorted pict feed, the sheer magnitude was palpable. By the throne, Chaplain Cassius whispered, "What is that thing?" Goku stared at the image, his warrior's instincts screaming warnings. The entity's power was immense, not as strong as Beerus or Whis, but comparable to some of the gods of destruction from other universes he'd encountered during the Tournament of Power. And unlike those beings, this one radiated pure malevolence. "That's what I sensed," Goku said quietly. "That's the Frieza-like presence. Except it's worse than Frieza ever was, because it's not just powerful, it's insane." The entity on the display raised one massive arm, and Tartarus Secundus's orbital defenses simply ceased to exist, not destroyed by weapons fire, but unmade. Reality itself rewriting to declare that they had never been. The Forge World's population had seconds to process their doom before the demon legions descended. "We're receiving an astropathic message," the communications officer reported. It's being broadcast across the entire sector, audio only." "Play it," Calgar ordered. Static filled the strategium, then a voice, simultaneously singular and legion, beautiful and horrific, speaking in a language that shouldn't exist, but was somehow understood by all who heard it. "Mortals of the false Imperium, I am Maltharan the Infinite, Daemon, Prince of the Four Powers United. I have walked the warp for 10,000 years, growing strong on the screams of dying civilizations. Your God Emperor is a corpse puppet, and your empire is a lie. I come to unmake everything you have built. I come to show you the futility of resistance. And when I am done, your sacred Terra itself will bow before the true gods." The message cut off, leaving horrified silence in its wake. "A demon prince blessed by all four chaos gods," Tigurius said, his voice hollow. "I didn't think such a thing was possible. The four powers hate each other too much to coordinate." "Apparently not," Cross said grimly. "Tartarus Secundus is lost. We need to evacuate adjacent systems and establish a defensive perimeter before—" "No," Goku interrupted. "No evacuations. No defensive perimeters. We go straight at him." Every head in the strategium turned to stare at him. "That's suicide," Agamemnon protested. "Did you not hear his declaration? Feel his power. He's going to unmake entire systems." "I heard," Goku said, his expression harder than anyone had seen before. "And I don't care how powerful he is. Nobody gets to threaten innocent people like that. Nobody." His aura began to flicker, golden light dancing at the edges of his form. "I fought Frieza when he was destroying my planet. I fought Cell when he threatened Earth. I fought Majin Buu when he was killing everyone I loved. And I've fought gods who could erase universes with a thought. This Maltharan guy is strong, but he's not unstoppable." "You can't face him alone," Calgar said firmly. "Even you must recognize the tactical insanity of that approach." "I'm not going alone," Goku said, his battle-ready grin emerging despite the dire situation. "I've got you guys. Remember, Space Marines, Orc armies, whatever ships we can scramble. We hit him fast, hard, and we don't stop until he's beaten. That's how you deal with tyrants. You don't let them get comfortable. You bring the fight to them immediately." "The boldness is admirable," Tigurius said, "but our forces are scattered. It would take weeks to assemble a fleet large enough to challenge something of that magnitude. Then we don't wait for a fleet, Goku said. We take what we have right now and we go. Every second we spend planning is another second that demon is killing people. He's right, a new voice said. Everyone turned to see Warboss Graka entering the Strategium, his massive frame barely fitting through the doorway. The Orc had been monitoring Imperial communications, and the promise of a truly massive fight had drawn him to command. The biggest, baddest boss always goes for the best scrap first. If Diz Malfi thingy is the toughest, we's gotta crump him now. The Orc has tactical wisdom? Cross said incredulously. Broken clock principle, Chaplain Cassius muttered. Even orcs are occasionally correct. Calgar studied the strategic display, his centuries of command experience warring with his tactical caution. Every military principle said this was insane. Rushing into battle against an enemy of unknown capability with insufficient forces was textbook suicide. But looking at Goku's determined expression, remembering his victories against supposedly impossible odds, the chapter master found himself considering the unthinkable. If we commit to this, Calgar said slowly, we commit completely. No half measures. We take the entire Ultramarines contingent, every Orc in Graka's Wah, and whatever allied forces we can scramble en route. We hit Maltharan's position with overwhelming force and hope Goku's assessment is correct. It's called a kamikaze attack back on Earth, Goku said, except we're not dying, we're winning. I promise you, if you trust me on this, I'll make sure we come through it. Your confidence is either inspiring or delusional, Cross said. I'm not sure which, but I'll authorize inquisitorial support. The Ordo Malleus will want a full investigation into how a demon prince achieved unified chaos god patronage anyway. We might as well investigate directly. This is madness, Agemon protested. We're basing our entire strategic approach on one alien's assessment of an enemy he's never fought, in a universe whose rules he doesn't fully understand. Yes, Calgar agreed, but he's been right about everything else so far. And if we don't act now, how many worlds fall while we deliberate? He stood, his massive frame radiating command authority. Fleet-wide alert. All ships prepare for immediate combat deployment. Set course for Tartarus Secundus. We make our stand there against Maltharan the Infinite. May the Emperor guide our aim and strengthen our resolve. The orders went out. Across the fleet, Space Marines began their pre-battle rituals. Tech Marines blessed weapons with oils and prayers, and chaplains led their brothers in hymns of devotion. The Orc ships began their own preparations, which mostly involved painting everything red, because red goes faster, and making sure the guns were loaded. Goku stood at the observation deck, watching the fleet prepare for battle. He could feel the tension, the fear, the desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, they could pull off a miracle. It reminded him of the hours before the Tournament of Power, when Universe 7's survival had hung in the balance. "You're scared," a voice said. Sergeant Hadrian had approached silently, his power armor's servo motors barely audible. "I can see it in how you stand." "Yeah," Goku admitted. "I'm always scared before big fights. Scared I won't be strong enough. Scared I'll let people down. Scared I'll have to watch good people die because I wasn't fast enough, or smart enough, or powerful enough." "Then why fight at all?" Hadrian asked. If the fear is so overwhelming, why not avoid battle? Because being scared means I understand what's at stake, Goku said. If I wasn't scared, it would mean I didn't care about the consequences. Fear keeps me sharp. It reminds me why I fight. He turned to face the Space Marine. Your people are always talking about duty and honor and the Emperor's will. That's all good stuff. But for me, it's simpler. I fight because if I don't, who will? And I win because the alternative, letting bad people hurt good people, is unacceptable. Simple philosophy, Hadrian observed. The best ones usually are, Goku said, with a slight smile. Now come on. We've got a demon prince to punch in the face, and I need to know. Can your armor handle going into the warp rift with me? Because if this guy came from there, that's where we might need to chase him. Hadrian's helmet turned sharply. You're planning to enter the Immaterium during combat? If that's what it takes to win, yeah, Goku confirmed. I told you, I don't quit until the fight's over. And something tells me this Maltharan guy isn't going to go down easy. The Space Marine was silent for a long moment. Then, the Emperor protects Goku, even warriors from beyond the stars. If you can truly defeat this demon, the Imperium will owe you a debt that can never be repaid. I don't want payment, Goku said. I just want to help. And maybe after all this is done, find a way home to my family. That's all the reward I need. As the fleet prepared to translate into the warp for the journey to Tartarus Secundus, Goku closed his eyes and centered himself. He reached deep within, touching the well of power that had carried him through countless battles across multiple universes. Super Saiyan Blue, Ultra Instinct, all of it would be needed. Because Maltharan the Infinite, blessed by all 4 Chaos Gods and empowered by 10,000 years in the warp, was about to learn what happened when you threatened innocent people in front of Son Goku. And the lesson would be delivered with maximum force. The fleet translated from the warp into hell itself. Tartarus Secundus burned. What had been a thriving forge world was now a battlefield of apocalyptic proportions. The planet's atmosphere churned with warp storms, reality fracturing as demons poured through tears in space-time. The forged cities that had stood for millennia were being systematically destroyed, their populations either slaughtered or corrupted into screaming cultists. And at the center of it all stood Maltharan the Infinite. The demon prince was even more massive in person than the picked feeds had suggested. 300 meters tall, his form constantly shifting between different configurations, sometimes armored warrior, sometimes multi-headed beast, sometimes a geometric pattern that defied comprehension. His presence created a pressure wave of pure malevolence that made reality itself recoil. Tactical assessment, Calgar demanded as the fleet moved into combat formation. Enemy fleet composition, 47 capital ships, all chaos corrupted. The tactical officer reported. Estimated demon forces on planet 3 million, civilian casualties. He paused. 93%, most converted to chaos cultists. Tartarus Secundus is effectively lost. Not yet, it isn't, Goku said, standing beside Calgar's command throne. Those cultists, a lot of them were probably forced into it, right? Like what happened on Tertium Mortis. Possibly, Tigurius confirmed. Maltharan's method appears to involve overwhelming psychic domination. Many of those serving him may be unwilling thralls rather than true devotees. Then we save who we can, Goku said firmly. Kill the demon, break his control, and give people a chance. That's the plan. The plan is survival, Cross countered. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and facing an entity that has already destroyed 3 planetary defense fleets. Our goal should be slowing Maltharan's advance, not defeating him outright. I didn't come here to slow him down, Goku said, his battle-ready grin emerging. I came here to stop him, permanently. Before anyone could argue further, Maltharan's voice boomed across every Vox channel, every astropathic frequency, carried by warp-amplified power that made the fleet systems scream with interference. So, the Corpse Emperor sends his lapdogs, Ultramarines, and... what is this? An anomaly. Something that does not belong. How delightful. The Demon Prince's attention focused on the fist of Makrage, and Goku felt the full weight of that gaze. It was like being examined by Beerus when the destroyer was deciding whether to obliterate a planet. Except where Beerus was simply bored and dangerous, Maltharan was actively malevolent, delighting in the suffering he caused. You, Maltharan's voice focused on Goku specifically. You are not of this reality. I can taste it on your soul. The 4 gods whisper of you, the uncorrupted one, the anomaly that defies their will. Tzeentch wants to dissect your mind. Korn wants your skull. Nurgle wants to rot your flesh. Slanesh wants to break your spirit. But I simply want to see if you bleed. I bleed, Goku called back, activating his Vox so his voice carried across the battlefield. But I don't break, and I don't let bullies like you hurt innocent people. So here's how this goes. You surrender, let these people go, and maybe I don't have to beat you so badly you wish you'd stayed in whatever hole you crawled out of. Silence. Then Maltharan laughed, a sound that combined all the worst aspects of every Chaos God's nature. The laughter of a madman who'd transcended sanity and found something worse on the other side. Such spirit, I will enjoy crushing it. Come then, anomaly, face Maltharan the Infinite, and learn why even the gods fear me. Goku, wait! Cross started, but he was already moving. Goku stepped into the void, ki barrier forming around him instantly. He shot toward the planet's surface, a golden comet streaking through the chaos of orbital battle. Chaos ships fired at him, lance batteries, macro cannons, demon-possessed weapons that screamed as they discharged, and he wove through the incoming fire with practiced ease, each movement precise and economical. Behind him, the fleet engaged. Ultramarines, strike cruisers, unleashed barrages of torpedoes and lance strikes, orc space hulks, crude but terrifying in their bulk, rammed into chaos vessels with reckless abandon. Boarding parties launched from both sides, and suddenly the void was full of violence on every scale. Goku ignored it all, focused entirely on his target. Maltharan stood on the surface of Tartarus Secundus, surrounded by legions of demons, bloodletters with hell blades, horrors splitting and reforming, plague bearers oozing corruption, and demonettes dancing through carnage. 3 million demons, all coordinated by a single malevolent intelligence. Goku crashed to Earth in the center of the demon horde, creating a crater 100 meters wide. The impact sent shockwaves through the corrupted ground, and hundreds of lesser demons were vaporized instantly, by the kinetic force. He rose from the crater, dusting off his GI, and looked up at Maltharan. "All right," Goku said, dropping into his fighting stance. "Let's do this." Maltharan gestured and reality bent. The 3 million demons moved as one, converging on Goku from all directions. It was a tide of claws, blades, corruption, and madness that would have overwhelmed entire Space Marine companies. Goku took a breath and transformed. "Kaioken times 20! His aura exploded outward, crimson energy overlaying his form as he multiplied his power 20-fold. The Kaioken, King Kai's signature technique, pushed his body beyond its normal limits, dramatically increasing speed and strength at the cost of physical strain. Combined with his already superhuman Saiyan physiology, the result was devastating. He moved. To the demons, it was as if reality skipped. One moment, the Golden Warrior stood in the crater's center. The next, he was everywhere simultaneously, his fists and feet striking faster than consciousness could process. Blood letters exploded into warp stuff before they could swing their hell blades. Horrors were obliterated mid-split. Plague bearers found themselves punched so hard, their corrupted forms simply ceased to cohere. Demonettes didn't even register his presence before being eliminated. In 10 seconds, Goku had carved a path of utter destruction through 10,000 demons. In 30 seconds, the number reached 50,000. The remaining demon legions hesitated, something they'd never done before, confronted with force so overwhelming that even their mindless aggression faltered. Maltharan watched with genuine interest. "Impressive. You destroy my lesser servants with contemptuous ease, but they were never meant to stop you, merely to measure you." The demon prince raised one massive hand and closed it into a fist. Reality screamed, and suddenly Goku was crushed by invisible force from all directions. Not gravity, something worse. The fundamental laws of physics rewriting themselves to declare that the space he occupied should be compressed into a singularity. Goku grunted, his Kaioken aura flickering under the pressure. This was similar to what Methrazok had tried, but orders of magnitude stronger. Where the sorcerer had channeled 10,000 cultists, Maltharan was channeling the power of 4 chaos gods simultaneously. "Not enough," Goku growled, his ki burning brighter. He pushed back, his life force imposing its own reality on the surrounding space. For a moment, 2 different sets of physical laws warred for dominance. Warp-based reality manipulation versus Kia-based existence assertion. The ground beneath Goku's feet shattered from the strain, reality itself cracking like broken glass. Then Goku's power won. The crushing force dissipated, unable to overcome the sheer concentration of life energy he was generating. He stood in a sphere of normal space, surrounded by a reality that had gone mad, but unable to touch him, within his protected zone. "My turn," Goku said, planting his feet and cupping his hands at his side. Blue-white energy began to gather between his palms, building rapidly. "K, me!" Maltharan recognized a massive energy attack building and moved to counter. The demon prince opened his mouth, revealing not a throat but a gateway directly into the warp, and began channeling raw immaterium energy, purple-black power that represented pure chaos, untamed and horrifying. "Ha! Me!" The 2 energies built simultaneously. Goku's Kamehameha, pure life force concentrated and directed with decades of mastery. Maltharan's warp scream, the anger of Korn, the scheming of Tzeentch, the despair of Nurgle, and the excess of Slanesh, all combined into a single attack. Ah! The Kamehameha erupted from Goku's hands, a massive beam of blue-white energy that tore across the battlefield, vaporizing everything in its path. Maltharan's warp scream met it head-on, and the two attacks collided midway between them. The explosion was cataclysmic. For a moment there was a sphere of pure white light where the attacks met, followed by a shockwave that flattened everything within 10 kilometers. The remaining demon legions were blown away like leaves. The corrupted Forge cities crumbled further. Even in orbit, ships were buffeted by the energy discharge, their void shields flickering under the strain. When the light cleared, both Goku and Maltharan stood in craters of their own making, separated by a kilometer of scorched earth. Neither had won the exchange. They'd canceled each other out perfectly. "Magnificent!" Maltharan roared, his multiple voices harmonizing in genuine joy. 10,000 years I have waited for a worthy opponent. The gods promised me one would come, and here you are. Glad you're enjoying yourself, Goku panted, dropping the Kaioken. The technique was straining even his enhanced body. Maintaining it during a prolonged fight against an opponent this strong would burn through his stamina too quickly. "But I'm just getting started. Let me show you what I can really do." He powered up again, but this time differently. Golden light erupted around him as his hair flashed blonde and his eyes turned turquoise. "This is Super Saiyan, my basic transformation, 50 times stronger than my base form." Maltharan's interest intensified. A transformation, how crude, how biological, how utterly fascinating. Show me more, anomaly. Show me everything you have. Goku obliged, his aura intensifying further. Electrical discharge began crackling around him as his hair became more rigid and defined. Super Saiyan 2, twice as strong as the first form. Yes, more! The transformation continued. Goku's eyebrows vanished, his hair grew longer, and his power multiplied again. Super Saiyan 3, 400 times my base strength. This is the limit of traditional Saiyan transformation. The pressure from Goku's aura was now affecting the planet's rotation. Tectonic plates shifted, and the atmosphere screamed from the energy discharge. In orbit, the fleet's sensors maxed out, unable to process the readings. "By the throne," Calgar whispered, watching from the command deck. That's his power? We've never seen him use that form before." "Because he didn't need to," Tigurius said, his psychic senses overwhelmed. "Until now." On the surface, Maltharan was cackling with delight. "Perfect! You are everything the gods promised. Now show me. Can you match a Daemon Prince blessed by all four powers? Can your mortal flesh withstand the infinite?" The Demon Prince transformed as well, his shifting form stabilizing into something horrifying. 4 heads, one for each Chaos God, sprouted from his shoulders. His arms multiplied, each one wielding weapons blessed by different powers. His body became a living fusion of all Chaos's aspects, a walking blasphemy against natural law, and his power tripled. Goku felt it, the massive surge as Maltharan stopped holding back. This was the Demon Prince's true form, the culmination of 10,000 years accumulating power in the warp. It was strong, really strong, probably comparable to merged Zamasu or similar threats from his universe. "Finally," Goku said, his Super Saiyan 3 aura blazing, a real challenge. They charged simultaneously. The clash was beyond anything Tartarus Secundus had ever witnessed. Goku and Maltharan met in the middle, and the impact created a shockwave visible from space. They exchanged blows at speeds that made them invisible even to enhanced Astartes' perception. Punch, counterpunch, kick, block, energy blast, reality warp, each exchange rearranging the local geography. Maltharan's 4 heads worked independently, each one commanding different aspects of chaos power. The Corn head breathed flames that could melt ceramite. The Tzeentch head warped space to create impossible angles of attack. The Nurgle head exhaled clouds of corruption that ate through matter. The Slaanesh head released sonic attacks that could shatter souls. Goku countered each with pure technique and overwhelming power. Ki blasts neutralized the flames. Instant transmission let him dodge spatial warps. His concentrated life force prevented corruption from taking hold. And his Saiyan physiology simply endured sonic attacks that would have killed normal beings. "Solar flare!" Goku shouted, placing his hands to his forehead. Blinding light erupted, overwhelming Maltharan's multiple sets of eyes. While the Demon Prince was disoriented, Goku appeared behind him and delivered a devastating combination. A flurry of punches to the spine, each one carrying enough force to shatter mountains. Maltharan roared in pain, actual pain, something he hadn't felt in millennia. The Demon Prince spun, his multiple arms swinging weapons blessed by the dark gods. A hell blade from Corn. A staff crackling with Tzeentchian lightning, a plague Zord dripping with Nurgle's gifts, and a whip that promised Slaanesh's torments. Goku wove through the attacks, his body moving on pure instinct. This was what he lived for. Combat against a truly powerful opponent, where every second mattered and every mistake could be fatal. His Saiyan blood sang with battle joy, even as his mind remained focused on victory. "You're good," Goku admitted, blocking a Hellblade strike with his forearm. The weapon should have cut through anything, but his Kai-reinforced skin held. "Way better than Mithrazok, but you've got a weakness." "Weakness?" Maltharan's Tzeentch head laughed. "I am blessed by all 4 gods. I am infinite. I have no weakness." "Yeah, you do," Goku said, his combat analysis honed through decades of fighting, identifying the flaw. "You're 4 beings trying to work as one. Sometimes your heads coordinate perfectly, but other times they fight each other for control. Corn wants direct violence. Tzeentch wants clever strategy. Nurgle wants patience. And Slaanesh wants excess. They're all pulling you in different directions." Maltharan's expression shifted. Anger, respect, and something like fear warring across his 4 faces. The anomaly had identified the fundamental weakness of his ascension. Being blessed by all 4 Chaos gods gave him incredible power, but it also meant serving 4 masters with competing agendas. Even after 10,000 years, he hadn't fully resolved the internal conflict. "Clever," the Demon Prince acknowledged, "but knowing my weakness and exploiting it are different things. You would need to strike in the moment when my unity falters, and I will not give you that opportunity." Maltharan raised all his arms simultaneously and unleashed everything. The 4 chaos powers combined into a single attack, a sphere of annihilation that expanded outward from his position, erasing reality itself as it grew. Everything it touched simply ceased to exist, deleted from space-time as if it had never been. Goku recognized immediate danger. This wasn't something he could block or deflect. It was fundamental erasure, similar to what Zeno had done when destroying universes. He had one option, one technique that might work. Instant transmission. He teleported, locking onto Malthran's Ki signature, or the closest equivalent in this warp-saturated entity, and appeared directly beside the Demon Prince, inside the sphere of annihilation, where the effect hadn't reached yet. Malthran's four faces registered shock. Impossible. Nothing can survive inside. Goku's fist rocketed forward, driving into the center of Malthran's mass, with the full Super Saiyan 3 power behind it. The blow punched clean through the Demon Prince's torso, creating a massive hole where corrupted organs and warp stuff mixed. Malthran howled, the sphere of annihilation collapsing as his concentration broke. "Told you," Goku said, breathing heavily from the exertion. "The moment your unity falters, that's when you're vulnerable." But Malthran wasn't finished. Demon Princes didn't die easily. Their essence was tied to the warp itself, and as long as the Chaos Gods willed it, they could regenerate. The massive wound in his torso began closing, warp energy flooding in to repair the damage. "You cannot kill me," Malthran wheezed. "The gods sustain me. I am eternal. I am..." "Really annoying," Goku finished. "Yeah, I figured you'd regenerate. That's why I'm not done yet." He powered up further, and his aura shifted. The golden Super Saiyan 3 energy began mixing with something else, a blue-silver light that represented divinity itself. This was God Ki, the energy of destroyer gods and supreme Kais, fundamentally different from mortal power. "Super Saiyan Blue," Goku said, as the transformation completed. His hair remained in the Super Saiyan 3 configuration, but shifted to a brilliant blue. His aura burned with divine fire that made the warp itself recoil. Divine energy plus Super Saiyan power. This is what happens when a mortal reaches godhood through training instead of corruption. The shift in energy was profound. Where Super Saiyan 3 had been overwhelming, Super Saiyan Blue was transcendent. Malthran felt it, genuine divine power, but uncorrupted by the warp, existing in direct opposition to everything chaos represented. That is not possible, Malthran's Tsench head whispered. "Divinity without chaos, power without corruption. What are you?" "I'm Son Goku," he said simply, "and I'm about to show you that your infinite power has limits." He moved faster than Malthran could perceive, even with his warp-enhanced senses. Blue flames trailed behind him as he circled the Demon Prince, striking from every angle simultaneously. Each blow carried divine power that burned away warp corruption, preventing regeneration where it landed. Malthran tried to counter, unleashing every technique he'd mastered across 10 millennia. Reality warps, demonic summonings, direct attacks blessed by the four powers, none of it connected. Goku was operating on a level beyond what chaos could easily affect, his divine energy creating a bubble of pure reality around him that warp manipulation couldn't easily penetrate. "This is the difference between us," Goku said, appearing behind Malthran and delivering a crushing blow to the base of all four skulls. "You got your power from gods who wanted to use you. I earned mine by training with gods who wanted to help me grow. Your strength is borrowed, mine is my own." 3 of Malthran's 4 heads were now damaged beyond easy regeneration. Only the Tsench head remained functional, and it was laughing, a mad, desperate sound. Perhaps I was wrong," Perhaps the gods were wrong. Perhaps you are not something to corrupt or destroy. Perhaps you are something else. What do you mean? Goku asked, maintaining his combat stance but curious. The gods whisper of ending times, the Zinch head said. Of the great game reaching its conclusion, they sent me to test this reality, to measure its strength. And you are the response, the universe's answer to chaos, incorruptible, incomprehensible, infinite in your own way. I'm just a guy who likes to fight, Goku said. Nothing cosmic about it. That is what makes you terrifying, Maltheran laughed. You don't understand your own significance. You are the variable that chaos cannot account for, the possibility that breaks every prediction. The demon prince's form began to destabilize, unable to maintain cohesion after sustaining so much damage from divine energy. But before he fully discorporated, he said one final thing. When you reach Terra, ask the Corpse Emperor about the origins. Ask him about what came before. Ask him if this was always the plan. Then Maltheran the Infinite collapsed into warp stuff and dissolved, his essence banished back to the immaterium. The demon legions across the planet shrieked and vanished without their coordination, unable to maintain cohesion in real space. The Chaos Fleet in orbit began to scatter, their unifying intelligence destroyed. Goku powered down to base form, exhausted. Super Saiyan Blue was incredibly energy-intensive, even with his mastery of the form. He'd pushed himself hard in that fight, harder than he'd needed to since the Tournament of Power. His Vox bead crackled. Goku? Cross's voice. Did you just defeat Maltheran the Infinite? Single-handedly? Yeah, Goku confirmed, sitting down heavily on the scorched earth. He's gone. The demons are fading. You can start rescue operations now. In orbit, the combined Imperial and Orc fleet watched in stunned silence as the Chaos forces retreated. A threat that should have required multiple Space Marine chapters and months of warfare had been neutralized in under an hour by one warrior. Emperor, preserve us, Calgar whispered. What have we welcomed into our midst? Salvation, Tigurius said quietly. Or damnation, time will tell which. The aftermath of Tartarus Secundus took weeks to process. Of the 2 billion citizens, approximately 300 million survived, most of them deep in the Forge World's subterranean levels, where Maltheran's corruption hadn't fully penetrated. The Adeptus Mechanicus began immediate reconstruction, treating the planet as a test case for post-demon invasion recovery. The surviving cultists presented a unique problem. As Goku had predicted, most had been mind-controlled rather than genuinely corrupted. With Maltheran destroyed, the psychic domination broke, leaving hundreds of thousands of traumatized survivors who remembered committing atrocities while unable to control their own actions. The Inquisition's standard protocol would be planetary purge. Eliminate everyone who'd been touched by chaos, regardless of culpability. Goku refused to allow it. They were victims, he insisted, standing in the strategium with Inquisitor Cross and her Ordo Malleus delegation. You can't execute people for being controlled against their will. That's not justice. That's just more killing. Standard protocol exists for a reason, Inquisitor Lord Vokar argued. He was Cross's superior, a veteran of 3 centuries of demon hunting, and he'd arrived with a fleet specifically to enact exterminatus on Tartarus Secundus. Chaos corruption spreads. Even those who seem cleansed can carry taint that emerges years later. The only safe approach is complete sterilization. Then your protocols are wrong, Goku said flatly. I've met plenty of people who were controlled or corrupted and came back from it. Vegeta was under Babidi's mind control once. We broke it, and he's fine now. These people deserve the same chance. Your universe's rules don't apply here, Vokar countered. The warp is not some temporary control spell. It's a fundamental corruption of the soul. These people have been touched by all 4 chaos gods simultaneously. The risk is unacceptable. Then I'll take responsibility, Goku said. Any problems that develop, I'll handle them personally. But you're not killing 300 million people who've already suffered enough. The standoff was interrupted by Chapter Master Kalgar. There may be a compromise. The Imperium maintains penal worlds, harsh environments where those who've transgressed Imperial law work to earn redemption. If the survivors of Tartarus Secundus are deemed psychically cleansed and transported to such worlds under strict supervision, they can rebuild their lives while remaining monitored for corruption. That's still punishing them for being victims, Goku protested. It's survival, Cross said. Goku, you have to understand. The Imperium can't afford idealism. We make hard choices because the alternatives are extinction. This is the best compromise we can offer. The survivors live, work, and can potentially earn full citizenship again after demonstrating decades of stability. It's more mercy than they would normally receive. Goku looked around the room, reading the intractable positions. These people had spent 10,000 years fighting for survival through brutal pragmatism. They couldn't conceive of simply trusting that the survivors would be fine, because it was the morally right thing to do. Everything had to be contingencies, monitoring, and controlled risk. Fine, he agreed reluctantly, but I want regular reports on how they're treated, and if I hear about them being worked to death or abused, we're going to have problems. Acceptable, Vokar said, though I question allowing a Xenos to dictate Imperial policy. Your military value may be substantial, but you remain an outsider, Goku. The Imperium has endured for 10 millennia without your input. Presuming to lecture us on morality is arrogant at best, dangerous at worst. Maybe, Goku acknowledged, but somebody needs to remind you that the people you're protecting are actually people, not just resources or statistics. They've got families, hopes, dreams, all the things worth fighting for. If you forget that, what's the point of protecting them? The simple question hung in the air. Vokar had no answer, so he simply nodded curtly and departed to oversee the evacuation operations. After he left, Tigurius approached Goku quietly. That was diplomatically fraught. You essentially challenged the Inquisition's authority in front of senior officials. Did I make things worse? Goku asked, concerned. Possibly. Or possibly you said what needed to be said. Tigurius paused. Maltharin's final words before discorporating. Did you understand them? The stuff about asking the Emperor about origins and what came before. Goku shook his head. No idea what he meant. Why does it mean something to you? There are legends, Tigurius said carefully. Forbidden histories from before the Age of Strife, when humanity's civilization spanned the galaxy and technology bordered on miraculous. Some texts suggest the Emperor existed even then, guiding humanity from the shadows. But the details are lost, purged, or classified beyond even my clearance. If Maltharan knew something about that era, then maybe the Emperor has answers about dimensional travel too. Goku finished. If he's been around as long as you say, and he's seen civilizations rise and fall, maybe he knows how the universes connect. Perhaps, Tigurius agreed. Though I warn you, the Emperor's knowledge comes at a price. Those who commune with him through the Astronomicon report experiences that border on overwhelming. His consciousness is vast, ancient, and inhuman in its scope. Even prepared, you may not be ready for what you encounter. I've met gods before, Goku said confidently. How different can it be? Tigurius's expression suggested very different indeed, but he didn't elaborate. The journey to Terra took 5 weeks of warp travel. The fleet, reduced now to just the Ultramarines' vessels and Goku's Orc auxiliaries, navigated the Immaterium's treacherous currents with the guidance of navigator houses and the Astronomicon itself. Goku spent the time training, meditating, and teaching key sensing to increasingly large groups of space marines. The training program had expanded dramatically after Tartarus Secundus. Word had spread through the Astartes chapters that an alien warrior had single-handedly defeated a demon prince, blessed by all 4 chaos gods. More importantly, he was willing to teach techniques that could help space marines resist warp corruption and enhance their already formidable combat capabilities. Brother Sergeant Maxim had become Goku's most advanced student. The veteran Ultramarine could now consistently sense key signatures within a 100-meter radius, and had even managed a weak key blast. Nothing compared to Goku's devastating attacks, but enough to surprise opponents expecting only standard Astartes capabilities. It's like learning to see in a new spectrum, Maxim explained to his battle brothers during a group session. Once you recognize the sensation, you wonder how you ever fought without it. The awareness of life energy adds a dimension to combat that our standard training doesn't address. But can it truly help against chaos? Brother Darius asked. The Demon Prince fell to overwhelming force, not key manipulation. The force was delivered by someone completely immune to chaos corruption, Goku pointed out, overhearing the conversation. That immunity comes partially from my nature, but also from how I view power. When you understand that your strength comes from within yourself, from your own life force, external corruption has nothing to grab onto. You're not drawing from the warp, so the warp can't twist what you're doing. You make it sound simple, Darius said, but we've seen the strongest minds fall to chaos. Primarchs, entire Space Marine legions, beings of incredible will and power, corrupted despite their strength. Because they looked outside themselves for power, Goku explained. From what I've learned, your Primarchs were created by the Emperor using warp energy. That connection made them vulnerable. But if you develop your own Ki, cultivate your own life force, you're building power that's entirely yours. It's not perfect immunity, nothing is, but it's a foundation that chaos struggles to corrupt. The philosophical implications were staggering. If Astartes could develop internal power sources independent of the warp, the strategic calculus of fighting chaos would fundamentally change. It would take centuries to fully implement such training across all Space Marine chapters, but the potential was undeniable. They translated from the warp at the edge of the Sol system, and Goku got his first glimpse of Terra, the throne world, cradle of humanity, and the most heavily fortified location in the galaxy. The planet was encased in defensive installations, orbital fortresses the size of moons, ringed Terra in concentric layers. Defense platforms bristled with weapons that could vaporize fleets. The moon itself had been converted into a massive fortress monastery for the Grey Knights, while Mars, the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus, glowed with forge fires, visible from millions of kilometers away. And hanging above it all was the Astronomicon, a psychic beacon so powerful that Goku could sense it even with his ki rather than psychic powers. It felt like standing near a star, warmth and pressure radiating outward in waves that guided ships across the galaxy. Behind that light, barely perceptible, was another presence, vast, ancient, suffering the Emperor. "He's in pain," Goku said quietly, standing at the observation deck as the fleet approached Terra. "I can feel it, that beacon. It's killing him slowly, isn't it?" "Yes," Tigurius confirmed. The Golden Throne was meant to be temporary, a device to heal injuries sustained during the Horus Heresy, but it failed. Now it sustains the Emperor's broken body while he maintains the Astronomicon. For 10,000 years, he has endured agony beyond mortal comprehension, all so humanity can navigate the stars. "That's horrible," Goku said, his expression darkening. "Why hasn't anyone found a way to heal him, or at least ease his suffering?" "We've tried," Cross said, joining them. "The Adeptus Mechanicus has spent millennia attempting to repair the Golden Throne. But the technology is beyond even their understanding, created during humanity's technological golden age, and never fully replicated. Every year the throne degrades further. Every year we come closer to the moment when it fails and the Emperor dies." "And then what?" "Theories vary," Tigurius said. "Some believe the Emperor will be reborn, his soul regenerating in the warp and returning stronger than ever. Others think his death will create a new Chaos God, birthed from 10,000 years of worship and suffering. Most simply believe humanity will fall. The Astronomicon will go dark, and the Imperium will collapse into warring fragments that the galaxy's threats will devour piecemeal." "So your entire civilization is on a timer," Goku observed, "and nobody knows how much time is left. Hence why your arrival is either providence or catastrophe," Cross said. "If the Emperor believes you can help, perhaps your knowledge of energy manipulation, your immunity to chaos, your experience with dimensional travel, it might provide insights that save humanity. But if he deems you a threat, or if your presence somehow accelerates the throne's failure, then I'm the last mistake the Imperium ever makes," Goku finished. "I get it. No pressure or anything." The Vox crackled with an incoming transmission. Priority code Vermilion, reserved for Terra's highest authorities. Captain General Trajan Valoris's voice came through, carrying the weight of ultimate authority. "Fleet designation Ultramarines Secundus, you are cleared for approach to High Anchor Station 7. The anomaly designated Goku will transfer to custodian custody immediately upon arrival. No weapons, no armor, no delays. The Emperor's judgment awaits." "Custodian custody," Kalgar explained to Goku. "The Adeptus Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's personal guard. They are to Space Marines what Space Marines are to normal humans. Each one is a work of genetic art, individually crafted rather than mass-produced. They've guarded the Emperor for 10,000 years, and their loyalty is absolute. And they're going to decide if I live or die, Goku said. Yes, Captain General Valoris himself will oversee your evaluation. He stands among the most dangerous warriors humanity has ever produced. If he determines you're a threat... I know, Goku said. I'll be careful. But I'm also going to be honest. If the Emperor's as wise as everyone says, he'll see that I'm not here to cause problems. Wisdom and paranoia aren't mutually exclusive, Cross warned. The Emperor has seen humanity nearly destroy itself multiple times. He's watched Primarchs. He created fall to chaos. He's endured betrayal from his closest allies. After 10,000 years of that, trust doesn't come easily. The fleet docked at High Anchor Station 7, a massive orbital platform that served as one of Terra's primary defense nodes. As soon as the Fist of Macrega was secured, a delegation of Adeptus Custodes boarded. They were magnificent, towering golden warriors whose armor gleamed with master craftsmanship, each plate inscribed with thousands of years of battle honors. Their guardian spears crackled with power fields, and their presence radiated an authority that made even Space Marines stand straighter. Leading them was Captain General Trajan Valoris himself. He was shorter than his fellow custodes, only about 8 feet tall compared to their 9. But the power radiating from him was undeniable. His armor was adorned with the personal heraldry of the Emperor, and his eyes held the weight of millennia spent in the God Emperor's direct service. I am Trajan Valoris, Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, Shield of the Emperor, and his direct representative in all matters concerning Terra's security, he said, his voice deep and carrying absolute certainty. You are the anomaly known as Goku? That's me, Goku confirmed, stepping forward. I'm ready to meet the Emperor. Valoris studied him with eyes that had witnessed the birth and death of civilizations. You demonstrate either commendable courage or profound ignorance. The Emperor's presence is not something mortals encounter casually. Many who stand before the Golden Throne are broken by the experience, their minds unable to process his consciousness. I've stood before gods before, Goku said. I'll manage. Gods, Valoris repeated. You claim divinity? No, I said I've stood before gods. I trained with them, fought some of them, befriended others. I'm still mortal, just a mortal who's learned to harness divine energy. The custodes exchanged glances, subtle shifts in body language that conveyed entire conversations. Finally, Valoris nodded. Very well. You will accompany us to the Imperial Palace. Your companions will remain here under Ultramarine's custody. If you attempt to flee, resist, or demonstrate any hostile action, you will be eliminated. Is this understood? Crystal clear, Goku said. He turned to Calgar, Tigurius, and Cross. Thanks for everything. I'll be back soon with answers about getting home. Emperor willing, Calgar said. You've earned our respect, Goku. Don't make us regret granting it. I won't, Goku promised. The custodes formed up around him. Not quite a prisoner escort, but definitely not an honor guard. They moved through the station's corridors with perfect synchronization, and Goku found himself genuinely impressed. These warriors moved like he did, with absolute economy of motion and combat readiness that never fully relaxed. They boarded a golden transport ship, a craft so covered in devotional iconography and purity seals that it was more flying shrine than vehicle. As it descended toward Terra's surface, Goku got his first close look at the throne world. Continents had been completely covered by architecture. Layers upon layers of construction spanning millennia, creating artificial mountains of metal and stone. The imperial palace itself covered most of what had once been Central Asia, a structure so vast that cities existed within its walls, their populations numbering in the billions. And at the palace's heart, beneath millions of tons of reinforced construction and protective wards, sat the Golden Throne, where the God Emperor of mankind waited, suffering, dying, hoping. Goku felt it all as they descended, the weight of 10,000 years of pain and determination pressing against his ki sense like a physical force. Whatever he was about to encounter, it would be unlike anything he'd faced before. The transport landed in the palace's inner sanctum, a chamber accessible only to the custodies and the highest-ranking imperial officials. Valores led him through corridors lined with custodies, standing vigil, each one a legendary warrior, each one prepared to die instantly if it meant protecting the Emperor. Finally, they reached a massive adamantium door covered in psychic wards and technological locks. Valores placed his hand against the door, and mechanisms that hadn't moved in centuries ground to life. Beyond this door lies the Sanctum Imperialis, Valores said, the throne room where the God Emperor sits. Few mortals are permitted to enter. Fewer still survive the experience with their sanity intact. You will approach the Golden Throne, stand before the Emperor, and allow him to judge your nature. Whatever he decides, you will accept without resistance. Swear this on whatever gods or powers you hold sacred. I swear on my friends and family back home, Goku said seriously. I'll accept whatever the Emperor decides. Then enter, Valores commanded, and may whatever gods protect you be strong, for you will need them. The door opened, revealing golden light that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Goku stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the most sacred space in human-dominated space, and came face to face with the master of mankind. The Golden Throne chamber was beyond description. It stretched upward for kilometers, the ceiling lost in shadows and golden light that seemed to exist outside normal physics. The walls were inscribed with psychic wards so powerful that Goku could feel them pressing against his ki sense, creating layers of protection that would prevent even greater demons from breaching the sanctum. Tens of thousands of cables, tubes, and mechanical interfaces connected to the throne itself. A massive device that combined ancient technology with Baroque artistry, creating something that was equal parts life support system and psychic amplifier. And seated within it was the Emperor. Goku had met gods before. Lord Beerus, Whis, the Supreme Kais, even Zeno the Omni-King. Each had possessed power that dwarfed mortal comprehension. But the Emperor was different. His physical body was withered, ancient beyond measure, barely distinguishable from a corpse. Golden armor encased him, more to hold the body together than for protection. His face was gaunt, skull-like, with eyes that had been closed for 10,000 years. Yet his presence was overwhelming. It wasn't physical power, though Goku could sense vast psychic might channeling through the Astronomicon. It was consciousness, 10,000 years of continuous awareness, experiencing every moment of humanity's suffering and triumph, guiding trillions of souls while his own body slowly died. The weight of that existence pressed down on Goku, like standing at the bottom of an ocean. "Whoa!" Goku breathed, taking an involuntary step back. That's a lot." Behind him, Captain General Valoris watched carefully. Most mortals either fell to their knees in worship or fled in terror when confronted with the Emperor's presence. The anomaly's reaction, casual awe without fear or fanaticism, was unprecedented. Goku approached the throne slowly, his ki sense extended but not probing. He didn't want to seem invasive. As he drew closer, he could feel the Emperor's suffering more acutely. Every second was agony. Every moment of maintaining the Astronomicon felt like being burned alive while simultaneously drowning. Yet the Emperor had endured for 10 millennia, because the alternative was humanity's extinction. "I'm sorry," Goku said quietly, stopping at the base of the throne. "I'm sorry you're in so much pain. I wish I knew how to help." For a moment, nothing happened. Then Goku felt something touch his mind, not invasively, but gently. Like a hand extending in greeting, it was psychic contact, but filtered through so many layers of control that it felt almost physical. A voice spoke directly into his consciousness, not words, but pure meaning translated into concepts he could understand. "Child of distant stars, you who walk between realities. I have watched your journey since you arrived in this dark cosmos." "You've been watching me?" Goku asked aloud, unsure if he needed to speak or could just think his responses. He tried both. "Can you hear me like this? Yes, your mind is clear, uncorrupted, refreshingly direct, a rarity in this age." The Emperor's consciousness moved through Goku's memories with permission rather than force, seeing his arrival, his battles, his interactions with the Imperium. Goku felt the examination like a warm light, utterly different from when Mithrazok or Maltharan had tried to probe his mind. Where they had been invasive and violent, the Emperor was careful, almost gentle despite his vast power. "You remind me of what humanity once was," the Emperor continued. "Before the darkness, before the long night, you fight not from duty or dogma, but from simple conviction that protecting others is right. It is nostalgic. I've heard you've been around for a really long time," Goku said. "Like 40,000 years or something. That must have been lonely." The observation seemed to surprise the Emperor. A pulse of emotion came through the psychic link. Not quite amusement, but something close to it. "Lonely. Yes, I have been many things across the millennia. Leader, warrior, scientist, prophet, tyrant, protector, but always alone. None could truly understand the weight of guiding a species across such vast spans of time." "Sounds like you need a break," Goku said, with genuine sympathy. "Maybe a vacation? Some downtime to recover?" If only it were so simple. "The Golden Throne binds me. The Astronomicon demands my constant attention. If I cease my vigil for even a moment, billions will die as ships lose their way in the warp. I am trapped by duty, by necessity, by the consequences of choices made 10,000 years ago." The Emperor's presence shifted, and suddenly Goku was seeing, not with his eyes, but with shared vision. The Horus heresy. He witnessed the Emperor's favorite son, Horus Lupercal, fall to chaos, corruption, saw the betrayal of half the Space Marine legions, felt the agony as the Emperor fought his most beloved son aboard the vengeful Spirit, forced to kill what he loved most to save humanity. Experienced the moment when he was interred in the Golden Throne, knowing it was supposed to be temporary, but feeling with prophetic certainty that it would become permanent. "That's awful," Goku said, tears forming in his eyes. He understood loss. He'd lost Grandpa Gohan, Master Roshi's wisdom when his teacher passed, seen friends die. But to lose a son to corruption, to be forced to kill him with your own hands, then be trapped in agony for 10,000 years, reliving that failure. "I'm so sorry that happened to you." "You weep for me," the Emperor observed, a being of incalculable power, immune to chaos, capable of defeating demon princes, and you weep for the suffering of a dying god. Your compassion is genuine. "Of course it is," Goku said, wiping his eyes. "You're suffering. Why wouldn't I feel bad about that? Just because someone's powerful doesn't mean they don't hurt. This is why chaos cannot corrupt you," the Emperor said, and there was warmth in the mental voice now. "Your power comes from compassion, from connection to others, from determination to protect rather than dominate. These are the traits I once hoped to instill in humanity. Instead, I created an imperium of dogma, fear, and brutal necessity." "It's not too late to change that," Goku suggested. "Your imperium is harsh, yeah, but the people in it still have good hearts. They're just scared and have been fighting so long they forgot other options exist. With the right guidance." "I cannot provide that guidance," the Emperor interrupted gently. "I am dying, child. The Golden Throne fails more each year. Within centuries, perhaps decades, it will cease to function. When that happens, my body will die. What comes after, I do not know." "What if we fixed it?" Goku asked. "The throne, what if we found a way to repair it? Or find you a new body? I've seen people transfer their consciousness before, and I have explored every possibility across 10 millennia, the Emperor said. The technology to repair the throne is lost, consciousness and transfer would require severing my connection to the Astronomicon, which would doom humanity immediately. Cloning my body has been attempted and failed. The warp rejects such efforts. Knowing they would free me, there is no escape, only endurance." "Then what was Maltharan talking about?" Goku asked. "Before he died, he said I should ask you about origins and what came before. He implied you knew something important about how everything connects." The psychic presence withdrew slightly, and Goku felt caution entering the mental link. "Maltharan spoke of the war in heaven," the Emperor said, finally. "Of things that occurred 60 million years ago, when the Old Ones and Necrontyre fought for dominance of the galaxy. Their conflict created the warp as it exists now, a realm of chaos and madness born from psychic warfare that tore reality apart. I was not yet risen to power then, but I have studied that era extensively. The Old Ones understood dimensional travel. They created the webway, tunnels through reality that connected distant points without touching the warp. My greatest ambition was to reclaim that technology, to free humanity from dependence on warp travel. But the project failed, sabotaged by chaos during the Horus Heresy. "But if the Old Ones could do it," Goku pressed, "then it's possible. And if it's possible to travel through reality within this universe, Maybe it's possible to travel between universes, too. Do you know anything about that? About how I could get back to my reality? Your arrival was detected the moment you entered this dimension, the Emperor revealed. A tear in space-time, unaligned with warp mechanisms, suggested external incursion. I considered having you terminated immediately. Unknown variables are dangerous in these desperate times. But I sensed something in your energy signature. Purity, hope. Qualities this universe has forgotten. As for returning you to your origin, I possess theoretical knowledge, but no practical means. The energy required to pierce dimensional barriers exceeds anything the Imperium currently possesses. Even at my height of power before interment, I could not have achieved such a feat alone. Goku's heart sank. If even the Emperor, with 40,000 years of accumulated knowledge and power that could guide entire star systems, couldn't send him home, then what chance did he have? However, the Emperor continued. There are artifacts, remnants of the Old One's civilization, devices that manipulate dimensions in ways current science cannot replicate. The Eldar know of such things. They are the Old One's creations, after all. If any in this galaxy could assist your return, it would be them. The Eldar, Goku repeated. Are they friendly? Would they help me? Friendly is relative. The Elder view humanity with a mixture of contempt and concern. We are young, crude, numerous, and dangerously psychic. But they are pragmatists. If you offer something they value in exchange for knowledge, they may cooperate. What do they value? Goku asked. Survival. The Eldar are a dying race, hunted by the chaos god Slanesh that their own depravity birthed. They cling to existence through craft worlds, massive ships that are self-contained civilizations, and through careful manipulation of fate itself. If you could offer protection or eliminate a threat they cannot handle alone, they would negotiate. Then that's what I'll do, Goku said, determination entering his voice. I'll find these Eldar, help them with something, and get information about dimensional travel. It's not a perfect plan, but it's better than nothing. Before you go, the Emperor said, I would ask something of you. Anything, Goku said immediately. The Imperium faces its darkest hour. The Golden Throne fails. Chaos grows stronger. Tyrannid hive fleets approach from beyond the galaxy. Necrons awaken from ancient slumber. The Orcs never cease their wars. And my sons, the Primarchs who remain loyal, struggle alone against impossible odds. You possess power uncorrupted by chaos, wisdom unclouded by dogma, compassion untempered by millennia of warfare. If you would grant me a final gift before seeking your return, help my Imperium survive, not through conquest or domination, but by showing them what they have forgotten. What have they forgotten? Goku asked. Hope. The word resonated through the chamber, carrying 10,000 years of longing. The Emperor of mankind, dying slowly while maintaining a beacon that guided trillions, asking an alien warrior from beyond reality to give humanity something it had lost in the long night. I was already planning to help, Goku said with a smile. You didn't need to ask, but I promise. I'll do everything I can to make things better before I leave. And maybe if we work together, we can find a way to free you from that throne. No one should have to suffer like this, not even to save humanity. You genuinely believe that, the Emperor observed. After witnessing the Imperium's brutality, It's xenophobia, its willingness to sacrifice billions for the survival of trillions. You still believe we are worth saving. Everyone's worth saving, Goku said simply. Even people who've made mistakes. Even civilizations that have done terrible things. As long as they're trying to do better, they deserve a chance. Your Imperium is harsh, but it's harsh because it's been fighting for survival for 10,000 years. Give it something to hope for instead of just something to fear, and I bet it'll change. The Emperor's consciousness enveloped Goku in warmth, not physical, but emotional. It was approval, gratitude, and something that might have been the psychic equivalent of a smile. Go then, child of distant stars, seek the Eldar, learn what they know, help my Imperium where you can, and know that when the end comes, when the Golden Throne fails, and my body finally dies, I will face that ending with less fear, knowing that beings like you exist in the cosmos, that compassion and power can coexist, that hope is not merely a comforting lie. Thank you, Goku said, for trusting me, for giving me a direction, and for being honest about everything. I'll make sure your Imperium survives. That's a promise. I accept your promise. Now go. Captain General Valorous will provide you with what resources the Custodes can spare. And Goku, when you return to your universe, tell your friends and family that across the infinite cosmos, there are those who appreciate what they represent. Protectors who fight not from duty, but from love. The psychic contact withdrew, gently and without force. Goku found himself standing at the base of the Golden Throne, tears streaming down his face, with a renewed sense of purpose burning in his chest. He turned to see Captain General Valorous watching him with an expression that might have been respect. You survived, the Custodes commander said. More than survived. You communed with the Emperor and emerged not just intact, but strengthened. What did he tell you? That your Imperium needs hope, Goku said, wiping his eyes, and that I should help provide it. Also that I need to find the Eldar and ask them about dimensional travel. Can you help me with that? The Eldar are Xenos, Valorous said carefully. The Imperium's standing orders regarding Xenos are extermination on sight. What you propose is diplomatically complicated. The Emperor approved it, Goku pointed out. I'm pretty sure his authority overrides everyone else's, right? Valorous inclined his head. Indeed, if the Emperor has sanctioned this course of action, the Custodes will support it. He activated a Vox bead, issuing rapid orders. We maintain intelligence on Craftworld locations. There is one, Craftworld Oathway, whose Farseers have demonstrated willingness to cooperate with humanity when interests align. I will arrange contact. Thanks, Goku said. And Valorous? The Emperor's in a lot of pain. Is there really nothing that can be done to help him? We do everything within our power, Valorous said, his voice carrying millennia of frustration. But the Golden Throne's mechanisms are beyond our understanding. Every day, Tech Marines work to slow its degradation. Every day, it fails a little more. We measure time not in years, but in moments until the Emperor's final rest. Then we need to work faster, Goku said, because I'm not letting him die if I can prevent it. Nobody deserves to suffer like that. Nobody. The determination in his voice was absolute. Valorous studied him, this alien warrior from beyond reality, who wept for an emperor he'd just met and promised to save an imperium that had initially tried to kill him. You are either humanity's greatest hope or its final delusion, Valoris said. Time will reveal which. For now, come. Your companions await word of your survival, and we have much to arrange if you're to contact the Eldar. As they left the Sanctum Imperialis, Goku took one last look at the Golden Throne. The Emperor sat within it, enduring, suffering, guiding humanity through the darkness. But for the first time in 10,000 years, perhaps, he wasn't alone in his vigil. Someone understood, someone cared, and someone was going to make things better. Goku would make sure of it. The first contact with Craftworld Ulthway was arranged through channels so secret that even most Inquisitors didn't know they existed. Apparently, despite the Imperium's public stance of kill all Xenos on sight, there were quiet diplomatic back channels maintained for situations where cooperation served mutual interests. The Eldar had been fighting chaos for millions of years. They understood the existential threat it represented better than anyone except perhaps the Emperor himself. Goku stood on the observation deck of a modified inquisitorial frigate, watching as the craft world appeared in the viewport. It was enormous, a vessel the size of a small moon, covered in graceful spires and wraithbone architecture that seemed to grow organically rather than being constructed. The entire structure glowed with a soft psychic light that Goku could sense even from thousands of kilometers away. "They've agreed to receive you," Inquisitor Cross said, reviewing the communications. She'd insisted on accompanying Goku to this meeting, arguing that the Eldar would respond better to official Imperial representation. But there are conditions. No weapons except your natural abilities, no armor. And you'll meet with Eldrad Ulthran himself, the most powerful Farseer in the craft world, possibly the entire Eldar race. "Farseer means he can see the future?" Goku asked. "After a fashion," Tigurius said. He'd also come, fascinated by the prospect of meeting a Psyker whose skills exceeded even the Emperor's librarians. Eldar Farseers used the warp to glimpse potential futures, then manipulate events to guide reality toward favorable outcomes. Eldrad has been doing this for thousands of years. He knew of your arrival before you crashed on Valcortis. "Wait, he knew?" Goku frowned. "Then why didn't he contact me earlier?" "Because he was waiting for this exact moment," Cross explained. "When you'd proven yourself to the Imperium, been vetted by the Emperor himself, and were desperate enough for answers that you'd seek him out. Eldrad doesn't make simple moves. Everything he does serves some larger pattern that usually takes decades to resolve." "Sounds exhausting," Goku said. "Why not just deal with problems as they come up instead of trying to manipulate everything?" "Because the Eldar are dying," a new voice said. Everyone turned to see a hololithic projection had activated, an Eldar figure in elegant armor covered in runes. His face was ancient, lined with millennia of care, but his eyes burned with fierce intelligence. "We do not have the luxury of dealing with problems as they arise. We must see the storm before it forms and divert it, or our species faces extinction." "Eldrad Ulthran," Cross said formally, "the Inquisition acknowledges your agreement to this meeting. And I acknowledge your courage in arranging it, Inquisitor Cross," Eldrad said, his voice carrying musical tones, even through the hololithic distortion. But you are not why I agreed to this audience. His gaze fixed on Goku. You are the anomaly, the variable that should not exist. The thread pulled from another tapestry and woven into ours. Hi, Goku said, waving awkwardly. Thanks for agreeing to meet me. I'm hoping you can help me figure out how to get back to my universe. Straight to the point, Eldrad observed. How refreshingly crude. Yes, I can help you, after a fashion, but nothing comes without price. Goku of Earth, that isn't. If you would have my knowledge, you must provide service in return. The Emperor mentioned that might be the case. Goku acknowledged. What do you need? Eldrad's hololithic image shifted, showing a sector of space consumed by warp storms. At the center was a massive space hulk, but this one was different. It pulsed with demonic energy, and Goku could feel the malevolence radiating from it, even through the recording. This is the Mortis Eternum, Eldrad explained. A space hulk corrupted by chaos and infested with a demon of terrifying power. Not a greater demon of any specific god, but something else. A warp entity that has consumed fragments of all 4 chaos gods and become something new. Something that even my far-seeing cannot fully predict. You want me to kill it? Goku said, reading between the lines. I want you to investigate it, Eldrad corrected. The demon calls itself Typhon the Devourer. It has been consuming ships, absorbing their crews into its essence, growing stronger with each victim. Recently, it captured an Eldar vessel, a merchant ship with 3,000 souls aboard. They are still alive, trapped within the hulk, being slowly corrupted into demon spawn. Eldrad's expression became grave. I cannot send a Craftworld military force. The risk of chaos corruption spreading is too high. Your Imperium refuses to mount a rescue for Xenos lives. But you are immune to chaos. You can enter that nightmare, destroy Typhon, and retrieve my people. Do this, and I will share everything I know about dimensional travel. Refuse, and you will remain trapped in this universe until entropy claims it. Goku didn't hesitate. I'll do it. When do we leave? Cross started to object. Goku, you can't just agree without... 3,000 people are trapped and being tortured by a demon. Goku interrupted. Of course I'm going to help. What kind of question is that? Eldrad smiled, a genuine expression of approval. The Emperor was right about you. Very well. You will be transported to the Mortis Eternum within the hour. But understand, Typhon is unlike anything you've faced. It exists simultaneously in real space and the warp, shifting between states at will. Conventional weapons cannot harm it. Even your formidable power may prove insufficient. Then I'll just have to get creative, Goku said with a grin. I fought plenty of opponents who seemed unbeatable at first. There's always a way to win. You just have to find it. The insertion was conducted via an ancient Eldar webway portal that connected directly to the space hulk's interior. Goku materialized in a corridor that defied normal geometry. Walls curved in directions that shouldn't exist. Gravity seemed optional, and the air itself tasted of corruption and madness. Okay, Goku muttered, extending his ki sense carefully. This is definitely weird. He could feel life forces scattered throughout the Hulk. The 3,000 captured Eldar, their energy signatures weak but still present. And at the Hulk's center, something massive and horrible. Typhon. The demon's presence was like a black hole in his senses, simultaneously pulling everything toward it and pushing reality away. Goku began moving toward the center, following the corridors despite their impossible architecture. Along the way, he encountered the Hulk's lesser inhabitants, demons spawned from Typhon's essence, corrupted servitors fused with machinery, and things that had once been human but were now just screaming amalgamations of flesh and metal. He didn't kill them if he could avoid it. Many were clearly victims, corrupted against their will, just like the cultists on Tertium Mortis. Instead, he knocked them unconscious or simply dodged past, saving his energy for the real threat. The deeper he penetrated, the worse reality became. Time flowed incorrectly. He'd walk down a corridor for what felt like seconds and find hours had passed, or experience days of subjective time while actual time remained static. The warp's influence was overwhelming here, bleeding through the Hulk's structure and rewriting physical laws. Finally, he reached the central chamber, a vast space that had once been a ship's cathedral, but was now a temple to chaos itself. And at its center floated Typhon. The demon was massive, easily matching Maltharin's size. But where Maltharin had been a fusion of 4 chaos powers working together, Typhon was something different. It appeared as a swirling mass of faces, limbs, weapons, and screaming mouths. All the ships it had consumed, all the souls it had absorbed, compressed into a single entity of pure hunger. Finally, Typhon's 1,000 voices spoke as one. The anomaly arrives. We have waited. We have hungered. We have prepared. Let the Eldar go, Goku demanded. Release them, and I'll make this quick. Release them? Typhon laughed, a sound like breaking bones and tearing metal. They are already part of us. Their flesh merges with our form. Their souls feed our power. In time, they will be completely absorbed, and we will be stronger for it. Then I guess we're doing this the hard way, Goku said, dropping into his fighting stance. He powered up immediately to Super Saiyan Blue. No point holding back against an opponent this dangerous. Divine energy blazed around him, and reality stabilized in his immediate vicinity, the warp recoiling from his presence. Typhon's form shifted, becoming more solid. Interesting. Your power pushes back the immaterium, creates a bubble of enforced reality, but can you maintain it while fighting us? The demon attacked with overwhelming force. Thousands of limbs struck simultaneously from impossible angles. Weapons appeared and vanished, each one blessed by different chaos powers. The attacks came from the future and the past simultaneously, exploiting the temporal distortions within the Hulk. Goku moved through the assault with ultra instinct, his body reacting without conscious thought. Each strike was dodged by millimeters, each weapon deflected with minimal force. He couldn't afford to get hit. Even one successful attack might carry corruption that his immunity couldn't fully protect against. He counterattacked with precision, his strikes targeting the demon's core essence rather than its manifested form. Each punch and kick carried divine energy that burned away warp stuff, creating small wounds in Typhon's cohesion. You hurt us, Typhon acknowledged, but we regenerate. We are legion. We are infinite. You cannot destroy what has no singular existence. Maybe not, Goku admitted, weaving through another barrage of attacks. But I don't need to destroy you completely. I just need to free the Eldar you've absorbed. He extended his ki sense deeper, piercing through Typhon's chaotic form to locate the captured souls. They were there, 3,000 points of light being slowly smothered by demonic essence. If he could reach them, pull them free before they were completely absorbed. Goku made his decision. He stopped dodging and charged directly into Typhon's mass. The demon's form enveloped him immediately, thousands of mouths biting, limbs grasping, trying to pull him apart and absorb him like all the others. But Goku's divine energy created a protective sphere, a bubble of pure reality that Typhon's essence couldn't penetrate. "What are you doing?" Typhon screamed. "You cannot survive inside us. You will be consumed." "Not happening," Goku growled, pushing deeper into the demon's core. His ki blazed brighter, expanding the bubble of reality, forcing Typhon's essence away from the trapped souls. "I'm getting them out. All of them." He began pulling the Eldar free, one at a time at first, then in groups as he refined the technique. His ki acted like a cleansing fire, burning away the demonic corruption without harming the souls themselves. Each one he freed was drawn into his protective bubble, shielded from Typhon's influence. The demon thrashed, trying to crush Goku through sheer mass. But divine ki was anathema to warp essence. The more Typhon pressed against him, the more its form burned away. The demon was literally destroying itself, trying to stop him. "Impossible!" Typhon roared. "We are eternal. We are..." "Losing?" Goku finished. He'd freed the last of the Eldar souls, all 3,000 now, protected within his sphere of reality. And now comes the fun part. He began to expand his Kai bubble further, forcing it outward with explosive force. The divine energy spread through Typhon's entire form, burning away corruption, destroying the demonic essence that held the amalgamation together. Typhon screamed, not with one voice, but with thousands. All the souls it had consumed crying out as they were freed from bondage. The demon's form began to disintegrate, pulled apart by Goku's overwhelming power. "You will pay for this," Typhon's fading voices promised. "The Chaos Gods will have to get in line," Goku said. "I've got a lot of people to help before I leave this universe, and none of them are going to fall to chaos while I'm around." With a final pulse of divine energy, Typhon shattered. The demon's essence scattered, banished back to the warp, where it would take centuries to reform. The space hulk around them began to stabilize as reality reasserted itself, the warp contamination fading without Typhon's presence to sustain it. Goku gathered the freed Eldar souls. They were disembodied now, their physical forms long since consumed, and began making his way back toward the Webway portal. Eldrad had promised a way to restore them to bodies. Eldar soul technology was sophisticated enough to handle such things. As he emerged from the portal back onto the inquisitorial frigate, he found Eldrad waiting, not holographically, but in person. The ancient Farseer had actually traveled to meet him, an honor rarely granted to humans. "You succeeded," Eldrad said, his psychic senses detecting the 3,000 souls Goku protected. "More than succeeded. You destroyed Typhon completely and saved every single captive. This is unprecedented." "It's what needed to happen," Goku said simply. "Can you help them? Get them back in bodies?" "Yes. Our soul stones and wraithbone technology will restore them to physical forms. They will live thanks to you." Eldrad studied Goku with ancient eyes. "The Emperor was wise to trust you. You genuinely care, don't you? These weren't your people, not your responsibility, yet you risked everything to save them. They were people who needed help, Goku said. That's all the reason I need. Eldrad nodded slowly. Then I will honor my word. Come, Goku of Earth that isn't. Let me show you what the Eldar know of dimensional travel. And perhaps if the pattern allows, we shall find a way to send you home. Craftworld Ulthway's heart was called the Dome of Seeing, a chamber where Farseers gathered to peer into the warp and divine possible futures. Eldrad led Goku there personally, past wraithbone corridors that seemed to pulse with gentle life, and through gardens where psychic energy manifested as visible light. The dome itself was breathtaking. The ceiling was transparent, revealing the void beyond, but overlaid with psychic projections that showed not just current reality, but branching possibilities, futures that might be, depending on choices made in the present. Dozens of Farseers sat in contemplation, their minds linked in a collective consciousness that spanned time itself. This is where we work to preserve our dying race, Eldrad explained. Every decision, every action, calculated to maximize our species' survival. It is exhausting. It is necessary, and it has been our way for 10,000 years, since the fall. The fall? Goku asked. When we birthed a chaos god through our own excess and depravity, Eldrad said bluntly. Slanesh, the Dark Prince born from millennia of elder hedonism and cruelty. In an instant, our empire spanning the galaxy was destroyed. Trillions died, and those of us who survived have spent 10 millennia running, hiding, trying to atone for sins that can never be forgiven. The pain in his voice was palpable. Goku understood loss, but this was beyond anything he'd experienced. An entire civilization destroyed by its own worst impulses, the survivors carrying guilt across generations. I'm sorry that happened, Goku said quietly. But what you're doing now, trying to save people fighting against chaos, that's what matters. You can't change the past, but you can influence the future. Wise words from one so young, Eldrad observed. He gestured and a hololithic display activated, showing complex diagrams of dimensional structures. You wish to return to your origin universe. This is theoretically possible, but practically almost impossible. The display showed multiple layers of reality. The materium where physical existence occurred, the immaterium where the warp existed, and then other layers beyond. Dimensions folded on dimensions, realities stacked on realities, an infinite complexity that made Goku's head hurt just looking at it. Your universe and this one exist as in separate dimensional spaces, Eldrad explained. Normally they never interact. But occasionally, there are weak points, places where reality is thin, where dimensional barriers can be breached. Your arrival suggests you passed through such a breach accidentally. So I just need to find another weak point? Goku asked hopefully. If only it were so simple, Eldrad said. Weak points are unpredictable, momentary, and usually catastrophic when they occur. Most result in warp rifts that consume everything nearby. Finding one that you could safely transit would require either incredible luck or what? Or creating one intentionally, Eldrad finished, using technology or power sufficient to tear through dimensional barriers in a controlled fashion. The old ones possessed such technology. The webway itself is a network of tunnels through dimensional space. But creating a tunnel that connects to a completely different universe rather than just distant points in this one? He shook his head. That would require power on a scale that even the old ones rarely employed. How much power? Goku pressed. Eldrad's expression became calculating. Show me your maximum. Transform to your strongest state. Goku hesitated. In here? I don't want to accidentally damage anything. The dome is reinforced with wards that have withstood the psychic might of dozens of Farseers, channeling simultaneously. Show me. Goku nodded and began to power up. He skipped straight through his Super Saiyan forms, moving directly to Super Saiyan Blue. Then he pushed further, feeling for that state beyond states, the technique that transcended mere transformation. Ultra Instinct, he whispered. His hair shifted to silver white. His eyes became metallic and distant, and his aura transformed into something that seemed to exist outside normal causality. This was the technique of the gods, where body and soul moved in perfect harmony without conscious thought. Autonomous movement, perfect efficiency, the ultimate evolution of martial arts. The power was beyond anything he'd demonstrated before. The dome's wards screamed with strain, barely containing the energy. Every Farseer in the chamber gasped, their collective farseeing suddenly showing a future where this being reshaped entire sectors of the galaxy through sheer presence. Eldrad staggered backward, his ancient composure cracking. By the bloody-handed god, that is sufficient. Goku powered down, returning to base form. So that's enough energy to tear a dimensional hole. More than enough, Eldrad confirmed, his voice shaken. If properly focused and directed, that level of power could pierce dimensional barriers. The challenge is not raw strength, but precision. You would need to target exactly the right dimensional coordinates, your home universe among infinite possibilities. Miss by even a fraction, and you could end up anywhere or nowhere. How do I target the right place? Goku asked. Conceptual anchoring, Eldrad said, recovering his composure. You need something that uniquely identifies your home universe. A memory, an emotion, a connection that exists nowhere else. When you attempt the dimensional breach, focus on that anchor with absolute clarity. Your power will follow your intent, and if your connection is strong enough, it will guide you home. Goku thought immediately of Chi-Chi, of Gohan and Goten, of his friends gathering for celebrations, of Earth's familiar blue skies, and the feeling of flying freely without the weight of constant warfare. Those memories, those connections, they were unique to his universe. Nowhere else in the infinite cosmos would have exactly those people, those moments, that specific flavor of home. I can do that, Goku said confidently. But there's one problem. I promised the Emperor I'd help the Imperium before leaving. I can't just abandon them when they're facing so many threats. Noble, but impractical, Eldrad said. The Imperium's threats are endless. You could fight for centuries and still not resolve them all. At some point you must choose. Your duty here, or your family, waiting at home. Why not both? Goku asked. I help deal with major threats, the ones that could destroy entire sectors or corrupt billions of people. Then when things are stable enough that the Imperium can handle things on their own, I go home. Best of both worlds. Eldrad laughed, a sound of genuine amusement tinged with respect. You seek to save two universes simultaneously. The ambition is absurd. I approve. He grew serious again. Very well. I will provide you with a psychic beacon, a way to contact Ulthwé when you're ready to attempt the dimensional breach. When that time comes, We will lend our Farseer's abilities to help guide your crossing. Consider it payment for saving our kin from Typhon." "Thank you," Goku said, bowing respectfully. "Really, thank you for everything. This gives me hope that I can actually get home." "Hope?" Eldrad repeated. "The Emperor asked you to provide hope to the Imperium. Instead, you bring it to everyone you encounter. Human, Xenos, even the dying." He paused. "Before you go, would you honor me with a question?" "Sure, ask anything." "What drives you?" Eldrad asked. "I have far seen your past, witnessed your battles across your home universe. You have died multiple times, faced opponents who could destroy galaxies, put yourself in harm's way again and again. Yet you persist. Why? What compels someone to sacrifice so completely?" Goku considered the question. It was something people had asked him before, in different ways. Vegeta had demanded to know why he kept fighting. Chi-Chi had begged him to stay home, to choose family over combat. Even the gods had questioned his motivations. "I guess it's because I can," Goku said finally. "I have this power, right? Power that most people don't have. And with that power comes responsibility. If I can protect people and I choose not to, then I'm responsible for what happens to them. So I fight. Not because I have to, but because someone needs to. And I'm strong enough to do it." "And the joy you find in battle?" Eldrad pressed. "The Farseers sense it in you, genuine pleasure in combat. How do you reconcile that with your protective nature?" "Fighting is amazing," Goku admitted with a grin. "Testing myself against strong opponents, pushing past my limits, learning new techniques. I love all of it. But the fighting is only good when it's protecting something. Empty violence, hurting people who can't fight back, destroying just to destroy. That's not fighting. That's just cruelty. The best battles are when you're protecting something you love while facing someone who challenges you to become better." "A warrior philosopher," Eldrad observed. "Rare in any universe. Very well, Goku. Return to your Imperium allies. Continue your work. And when the time comes to leave, know that the Eldar of Craftworld Oathway remember you as a friend." "Friends help friends," Goku said. "If you ever need help again, just ask. I'll be there." The return to the Imperial fleet was triumphant. News of Goku's success against Typhon and his diplomatic breakthrough with the Eldar had spread through command channels. Chapter Master Kalgar greeted him personally when he boarded the Fist of Makrage. "You continue to exceed expectations," Kalgar said. "Not only did you destroy a demon that threatened Imperial shipping, but you also established communication with a craft world. The political implications are significant." "I just helped some people who needed it," Goku said. "But Eldrad gave me what I needed, information on how to get home. When the time's right, when I've helped enough here, I'll have a way back to my universe." "Then your time with us is limited," Tigurius observed. "That's unfortunate. You've become a valuable asset. More than that, a reminder of what humanity could be if we weren't so consumed by survival." "You'll be fine without me," Goku assured them. "The training programs are working. More Space Marines are learning key sensing every day. The orcs under Graka's command are proving that not all Xenos have to be enemies. And the survivors from Tartarus Secundus are alive because people chose mercy over doctrine. That's progress, real progress. Progress that will be tested." Inquisitor Cross said, entering the chamber with urgency. "We've received an emergency astropathic transmission. There's a situation developing in the segmentum obscurus. A Necron tomb world has awakened, and its overlord is demanding an audience with the Golden Warrior from beyond the stars." "The Necrons know about me?" Goku asked, surprised. "Apparently their technology detected your energy signature across light years," Cross explained. "This overlord, Zarek, the Silent King himself, has requested a meeting. He claims to have information about the nature of reality, about dimensional barriers, about origins." "There's that word again," Goku muttered. Maltharan mentioned origins. The Emperor referenced the war in heaven and the Old Ones. Now the Necron leader wants to talk about them. What's going on? "Perhaps," Tigurius suggested, "your arrival has awakened something, some ancient knowledge or sleeping entity that recognizes what you represent. The Necrons are 60 million years old. They fought in the war in heaven alongside and against the Old Ones. If anyone knows secrets about dimensional travel and reality manipulation, it would be them. Then I need to meet this Silent King," Goku decided. "If he's got answers, I'll listen, and maybe we can avoid another war while we're at it." "Negotiating with Necrons," Kalgar said. "First the Eldar, now ancient robots that predate humanity by millions of years. You're rewriting Imperial doctrine faster than the Administratum can process. Sometimes old rules need updating," Goku said with a shrug. "So when do we leave for this tomb world?" "Immediately," Cross said. "The Silent King doesn't make requests lightly. If we delay, he might consider it an insult and unleash his legions against nearby Imperial worlds. We need to act now." The fleet set course for the Necron tomb world, and Goku found himself standing again at the observation deck, watching the stars stream past as they traveled through the void. Behind him, he sensed Warboss Graka's massive presence approaching. "Hey, boss," Graka called out cheerfully. "I's heard we's gonna meet the Tin Boys. Dey's really old and really tough. There's gonna be a proper scrap?" "Hopefully not," Goku said. "We're trying to talk to them, not fight them." "Boring," Graka grumbled. "But you's the boss, so I's follow your orders, even if day's less fun than I'd like." "Thanks, Graka," Goku said sincerely. "You've been really helpful. The Orcs following orders instead of just attacking everything, that's made a huge difference." "Well, you beat me fair in a fight," Graka said pragmatically. "That makes you the biggest, and the biggest is always right. That's how it works." He paused. "But you also. You's different. You care about the little people, even the weak ones what can't fight proper. I never seen a boss do that before." "Everyone deserves protection," Goku said. "Strong or weak, fighter or civilian, everyone's got a right to live without being hurt by those stronger than them." "Weird philosophy," Graka observed. "But it works. The boys is happier now, fighting the right enemies instead of just crumping everything. They startin' to understand that some scraps is better than others." As the Orc war boss wandered off to prepare his troops, Goku reflected on his journey through this universe. He'd arrived by accident, been branded a heretic, fought demons and chaos sorcerers, commanded an Orc army, met the Emperor of Mankind, negotiated with ancient Eldar, and now was about to parley with 60-million-year-old robot overlords. It was insane. It was exhausting. And somehow, despite everything, he was enjoying it. The people here, the Space Marines, the Guardsmen, The civilians struggling to survive in a universe of constant warfare. They deserved better than what they had. They deserved hope. They deserved a future that wasn't just grinding survival. And if Goku could give them even a small taste of that before he left, then all the fighting, all the training, all the diplomatic complications would be worth it. He thought of Chi-Chi, probably worried sick, of Gohan studying for exams and Goten playing with Trunks, of Bulma inventing new gadgets, Vegeta training to surpass him, Master Roshi's wisdom, Krillin's friendship, his universe, his home, his family. He'd get back to them. Eldrad had shown him the way, but first, he had promises to keep. To the Emperor, to the Imperium, to all the people counting on him to make their dark universe just a little bit brighter. The Necron Tomb world appeared on the view screen, a dead planet covered in ancient pyramids that glowed with unnatural green light. Somewhere within those structures, the Silent King waited. What ancient secrets would he reveal? What knowledge of dimensional travel had the Necrons accumulated across 60 million years? Goku was about to find out. But regardless of what he learned, regardless of how long it took to get home, one thing was certain. He would never abandon people who needed help. Not in his universe, not in this one, not anywhere across the infinite cosmos. Because that's what it meant to be Son Goku. The Saiyan raised on Earth, who learned from gods and became something neither god nor mortal, but simply himself. A protector, a warrior, a friend, and no amount of dimensional barriers would ever change that. The 41st millennium would never be the same. Goku's arrival had sent ripples through the Imperium that would be felt for centuries. Space Marines trained in key manipulation, developing powers independent of the warp. Orcs followed modified doctrines that prioritized strategic targets over mindless violence. Eldar tentatively cooperated with human forces on matters of mutual interest. And somewhere within the Golden Throne, the Emperor of Mankind endured his suffering with renewed purpose, knowing that his final gamble, welcoming an alien warrior from beyond reality, had paid dividends beyond calculation. The meeting with Sharek, the Silent King, would reveal secrets that spanned the galaxy's ancient history. The final battles against emerging threats would test Goku's power and compassion in equal measure. And when the time came to attempt his return home, the combined efforts of Imperial, Eldar, and perhaps even Necron technology would create a dimensional bridge unlike anything the 40K universe had witnessed. But those were stories for another day. For now, Goku stood at the threshold of new challenges, new allies, and new opportunities to prove that even in the grim darkness of the far future, there was room for hope. That compassion and power could coexist. That one warrior from distant stars could remind an entire civilization what they were fighting for. The Emperor protects, but sometimes protection comes from unexpected sources, from accidents of dimensional travel, from warriors who fight not from duty, but from love, from beings who refuse to accept that darkness is inevitable. In the end, perhaps that was the greatest gift Goku could offer, proof that no night was endless, no battle truly hopeless, and no universe so dark that light couldn't find its way through. And somewhere across dimensional barriers, in a universe where blue skies and peaceful days were possible, his family waited. They would wait as long as necessary because they knew, had always known, that Goku would find his way home. He always did.